Chapter 102. Pierre, Bishop of Schoarra. He was a bishop dispatched directly from the Vatican to the northern region, a man who had spent his entire life fighting evil, heresy, and those who had strayed from the path. However, this time, the matter at hand was something entirely different from his beliefs. Though he had even offered indulgence to the back-alley ruffians to gain justification, in the end, only dismal failure greeted him. "Lord Bishop, a message has arrived. Bring it here." The once proud mirror of St. Morello was shattered, and now he was under intense pressure from San Regino and the mayor of Schoarra. Perhaps he would have to resign from his position as bishop because of this incident. The Northerners had always regarded him, sent from the Vatican, as a thorn in their side. Nevertheless, it's acceptable. It was still acceptable. After all, the message had come into his hands. Sometimes, one must know how to retreat for the greater good. If the knight with the blood of the dragon is with us, he might be able to quell Ramashtu. There was a time when he only wanted to walk the righteous path. There were times when he believed he could do so. However, Pierre had long realized that the world did not always allow one to walk the straight and narrow. The path to God's will is not always bright. It was worth the effort. The message brought by the priest. At the bottom of the small piece of paper was the seal of the Draguglia family. With them by his side, he could once again show the brilliant light of the Vatican to the ignorant Northerners. How about it? Have you thought about it? Vlad, who had come to the stables, sought out Gott, who was working there. "We talked about this before. Let's do something big together. I'm not sure if getting expelled from Schoarra is such a big deal." Although Gott was brushing off his proposal, he didn't seem particularly upset about it. After all, it was Vlad who was facing expulsion, and from Gott's perspective, it was a matter of leaving behind a stable job. It was a situation that anyone could understand well enough. "I've said my piece." "Of course, the decision is yours." Gott was undoubtedly a useful person. Unlike Vlad, who had spent his whole life trapped in Schoarra, Gott had a wide range of knowledge, as he had wandered from place to place, and was also a versatile person who could handle a variety of jobs. However, being useful didn't necessarily mean aligning with the necessity of being indispensable. Whatever Gott could do, Vlad could do just as well. "I'm planning to leave early tomorrow morning. If you have any thoughts, meet me at the castle gate." Vlad knew that Gott was using him as an opportunity to rise higher. However, even if it started as a shallow ploy, Gott was the one who was with him until the end in times of crisis, so Vlad reached out to him with all his heart. Even if Gott were to reject the proposal, Vlad would have fulfilled his last courtesy to him. "Leaving already? I've taken care of everything I need to do here. Whether Gott came or not, and even if he ended up being alone, it wouldn't matter." Now, he was qualified to stand alone wherever he went. The back of Vlad, who turned around without hesitation, said that. In the end, Vlad couldn't meet Joseph. He wanted to bid farewell before leaving, but as a sinner and an exile, it wasn't permitted. Distinction between public and private like a sword. Joseph even refused his greetings to avoid giving up even a single justification until the end. But the reason Vlad was still not offended was probably because he learned a lot from him. "I've talked to the Schoarra family. When the river melts, Harvan receives the fish from Sturma by boat. You've already secured the deal. We should prepare for what comes next if possible. Always think ahead. Always be prepared for the worst." Now standing alone, Vlad decided to engrave the advice he received from Joseph and Zaire deep into his heart. "Otar, help with Harvan's business. Having you by his side will be helpful." Understood. He had arranged a connection with the Schoarra family for Harvan, and as a precautionary measure, he had Ota by his side. Although they might not be sufficient on their own, it was still a small business, and there would be others to help him along the way. Why is this? You're going to need money to stay outside, right? This should be enough. Have I ever lived relying solely on money? Vlad quietly took out 10 glittering gold coins from his pocket, now containing only 18 gold, and handed them to Harvin. Use this to take care of the kids outside. The bosses used to do something like this around this time. When there were still 5 bosses, during seasons when it became difficult to make ends meet, each of them would distribute food in the alleys. It might have been a gesture to gain popular support and strengthen their base. But there were people whose lives depended on the meals they provided. Now, with only 2 bosses left, all the kids outside will starve. Yeah. You're right. The belief that if you are weak, you will be trampled, and that you must fight to survive is still the same. But even if it was in the alleys, it was only right to take care of the children. Besides, lately, he had been feeling the weight of the children's eyes on him. The kids keep staring at me. I know. He decided to do what he could, and he was in a position where it was necessary to do so. Deciding to readily offer around 10 gold for the children who grew up in the alleys, Vlad ensured that at least no children would starve to death this winter. Now it seems to be done. With the alley kids taken care of, it seemed like Vlad had almost completed what he needed to do. But this one still hasn't shown up till the end. Vlad's gaze was directed towards a room on the 4th floor. It was the room of Zemina, who was in the room next to his, saying she would block the conversation with voice. I'll buy you that later when I get paid for my virginity. There was a time when he stood in the mud on the road and looked at the old blacksmith's sword. You said it would cost 5 gold. There was always a red-haired girl standing by him as he gazed at the sword glinting. Faced with the cruel choice of being either a fucking beggar or a prostitute selling her body, Zemina smiled and said she would buy him an unadorned sword. Do you think your virginity is worth 5 gold? Even if you say you'll buy it, it's bullshit. Both the boy and the girl laughed amidst jokes and jabs, but in reality, no one was laughing. Even the idea of protecting someone was a luxury to those in the alleys. Yet Zemina had managed to give him a sword. For Zemina, who had nothing, the lush red hair she traded for the sword was akin to her last weapon. The sword he bought with the girl's tears that day made him a knight. Perhaps all the achievements with the unadorned sword so far started with Zemina. Where are we going? It was later than I thought. Are you not going to answer? Lifting Zemina, who was holed up in the room, onto his shoulders, Vlad hurriedly ran out into the alley. Let's run a bit. Do as you please. Zemina seemed embarrassed by her swollen eyes and buried her face behind Vlad's back. She could feel Vlad's breath through the cold winter wind. That's why I told you to do it properly. What? In the past he was fleeing, but now he is being driven out. Just when she thought they had barely stuck together, he had to go and make trouble for no reason. Zemina, once again facing an imminent parting, felt not sadness or anger, but only a poignant sense of loss. We are here. Where is here? Being dragged out suddenly, she hadn't even had time to put on her shoes. The place Vlad had carried her to in a hurry was not the usual alley they frequented, but the central square of Schoarra. Is the door closed? If it were an alley, it would have been a time when the lights were still bright, but for ordinary people, it was time to close shop and head home. Nevertheless, Vlad didn't have time beyond today, so it couldn't be helped. If he knew he would be driven out like this, he should have placed the order in advance. Bang! Bang! Open the door. Hey, are you crazy? What are you doing? Owner! Just open the door. The guards are watching. The patrolling guards approached Vlad, who was pounding hard on the door. The alley girl, who always had to cower before the guards, grabbed Vlad's collar in panic and shook him. But now, it was just an irrelevant event. So what? I am a knight. Ye? Ah. They were able to be confident, even in front of the guards, whom they were always afraid of. Now Vlad has become someone who can at least protect Zemina, who is on his back. What do you want? At this hour, I have a reservation. Is it ready? Come in, Sir Vlad. No one dared to disrespect Zemina, who was with Vlad. It wasn't just simple fear. It was the authority and honor Vlad held that made it so. The shop, which had passed its business hours, reopened its doors once again. Zemina could not keep her mouth shut in the brightly lit store, as did the owner's sudden change in attitude. Wow. Surrounded by countless garments, even though she was barefoot, the exquisite fabrics involuntarily made her step onto the chilly floor. But why did we come here? This was the most famous tailor shop in Schoarra. The outfit is ready, but you came late, so I was planning to deliver it tomorrow. Sorry for being late. Let her try it on now. Instead of answering Zemina's question directly, Vlad responded with a gesture. May, where else could we find someone to wear this lovely dress? Zemina's gaze naturally followed where Vlad's hand pointed. Try it on. A dress swayed in the tailor's hand. The luxuriously dyed bright red color looked good with Zemina's hair. At the jewelry store, they picked up necklaces and earrings. They stopped by the cobbler's to get a pair of bright red shoes. They brought the ordered cosmetics and a fancy fan from the accessory store. It looked good on you back then. Vlad was taking the items he had reserved one by one and putting them on Zemina. As twilight descended upon Schoarra's square, it grew darker, but Zemina's appearance shone even brighter. I got it in the perfect size because I figured you wouldn't grow taller, you crazy fool. Stop borrowing from Marcella and wear your own stuff from now on. Vlad remembered the time when Zemina came in a red dress to bring in Noir. That day she looked like a lady, not a back alley girl offering herself for sale. How much is all of this? Gone was the awkwardness of borrowing someone else's belongings. The dress and accessories, made exclusively for her, made Zemina shine even more than she did that day. Probably around 5 gold. Is this really worth 5 gold? Zemina grabbed the hem of her skirt and smiled as if it were ridiculous. While she didn't have exact knowledge, a dress made of bright red velvet alone would easily surpass 5 gold. Good. It's beautiful. Vlad placed both hands on his hips and wore a proud expression. It was hard to believe that just moments ago she had been crying alone in the room. I wish I had done your hair, but I was too busy. 1 week was a busy time to organize the things he had decided to do so far. Still, Vlad was glad that he was able to use the last night of Schoarra entirely for Zemina. Take it. What is it? As if it were the right moment, Vlad nodded and handed Zemina a piece of fabric. It's a handkerchief I made myself. Crude handkerchief that does not suit a woman wearing a fancy dress and accessories. It was a handkerchief that Zemina had personally made for Vlad, with name clearly engraved on it. I didn't know, but nobles do things like this. Watching Zemina gaze at the handkerchief she had made, Vlad kneeled down. What are you doing? Vlad followed the strict etiquette he had learned from Oksana. Zemina was taken aback by Vlad's sudden actions, but each and every one of his appearances contained an elegance that could not be described. Could you please give me your handkerchief? Lady I. Though she may not have been born into nobility, Zemina was someone Vlad had to protect and repay. And if a knight must protect a woman, she should rightfully be addressed as a lady. Zemina was a worthy woman. You can give it to me now. Huh? Yes, sure. Zemina obediently handed over the handkerchief with her name on it. She couldn't refuse as she felt the undeniable solemnity in Vlad's request for the handkerchief. When a knight receives a handkerchief from a lady, there are 2 ways to do it. One way is to receive it with the tip of the sword. The other way is to receive it from hand to hand. What are you looking at me like that? Vlad looked at Zemina's rough hand on his own. It was different from Alicia's smooth hand, but it was still an affectionate hand. Make sure to use the ointment I bought on your hands when you go out. It'll all wash away when I do the dishes anyway. As Zemina chuckled in disbelief, Vlad joined in with a smile. Now they didn't have to hide their feelings behind laughter. In the empty square, a lady had a knight kneel before her. Her handkerchief was passed from hand to hand, and although Zemina may not have known it, Vlad through that act pledged to willingly shoulder a duty. It was a pledge to protect her. Chapter 103. A dusky dawn, with the darkness not yet gone. Joseph, who entered his office earlier than usual, pulled back the curtains with familiar movements. As the curtains parted, a familiar scene came into view. A city blanketed in white snow. Just the sight of Schoarra, whose presence alone sent chills down his spine, made Joseph cross his arms and take a step back, gazing out the window at the scenery. He must be leaving by now. Anyone intending to embark on a journey would have to depart now to reach their next destination before sunset, though Joseph didn't know exactly where that destination might be. No. He could have given Vlad a mission before his departure, or arbitrarily chosen a destination for him, but Joseph deliberately refrained from doing so. He believed that Vlad, who had spent his entire life obeying others' orders, needed an experience of moving based on his own thoughts, at least once. A knight bearing his own flag. Truly a sight I haven't seen in a long time. Though Vlad was leaving Schoarra in the form of exile, he would be reviving an old tradition of the North. A knight embarking on a journey solely for the sake of his own honor. It was one of the old traditions that could only be found in the generation of his grandfather, not even his father's. The gates of Schoarra were opening to welcome the day from afar. Though not visible from here at this moment, there would be a knight bearing his own flag stepping out. A knight born in Schoarra and raised by Bayezid. His name was Vlad of Schoarra. Unai is not coming. Vlad, with his collar pulled up to his neck, watched as the gates opened along with Noir. In the cold winter, at a time when even merchants and travelers wouldn't move, Vlad was the only one waiting for the gates to open. Hey, what's all the fuss about being cold for someone who used to live outside? Noir, already accustomed to the comfort of the cozy stable, didn't seem to appreciate stepping out into the cold now, tossing his head in protest. But now was not the time for such luxuries. Now was the time to find his original resolve and stand firm against the snowstorm. And that attitude wasn't just for Noir. Vlad needed to remember it as well. Let's go. A black horse begins to move forward with a slight urging. The small flag hanging behind the saddle started to flutter in the cold wind. As Vlad took steps forward atop Noir, he thought that perhaps now was the appropriate time to leave. He had goals he dreamed of achieving in the city of Schoarra. Goals like wielding a sword and becoming a knight. But now that he had accomplished those dreams in this city, it was time to look up and move forward toward a broader world. Captain! Wait! Vlad, who was recalling old memories, heard a voice calling him from behind and turned his head. Let's go together! A man came charging down the early morning street with noisy hoofbeats. It was Got, Bayezid's stable-keeper. Finally got it right, huh? You're late. Vlad smiled subtly at Got, who was panting beside him. It's not that late. You haven't even left Schoarra yet. Though out of breath, Got didn't hesitate to respond. Truly a demeanor befitting a former con artist. You thought you could keep up? I couldn't help but feel a bit left out. Got puffed out his chest and spoke confidently to Vlad. I've invested in you since the old days. You can't just throw me away like that. Investments always come with risks. And Got knew well that people like him, who were at the bottom of the ladder, did not easily come across even dangerous opportunities worth risking their lives on. I heard you even bought a ship for your friend Harvin, right? Am I getting something like that later? I saw what you're doing. It was the usual evasive response from Vlad, but Got just nodded, knowing Vlad wasn't one to be straightforward. But where are we going? In response to Got's question about the destination, Vlad took a deep breath and looked out at the snowy field ahead. That's not exactly decided. The current Vlad was shaped by two contracts. One is Josef's contract to offer his faith along with his sword, and the other was a contract with the voice promising to find his name. I'm thinking of heading east for now. It was a world the voice had shown him for the last time. A vast field of wheat, a maple tree swaying gently in the quiet breeze. And the voice had said it had seen that tree. There's something I need to find there. In response, Vlad raised the scabbard and looked at Alicia's amber stone embedded in the end of the handle. Now there was nothing left of the voice but faint shadows, but Vlad was the only one who could recognize the last traces of the voice. Now let's go. The dutiful knight left behind the object of his oath of loyalty and moved forward to keep another contract. A swindler and a knight were leaving Schoarra. What saw them off was a wineglass held by a noble man, and a pillowcase soaked by a red-haired girl with the sadness of parting. Dobrechti. Located in the northern part of the central region, this land was ruled by the Dalmatia family and mainly engaged in barley farming and forestry, making use of the cold climate. What's this about another sabotage incident? And what does it mean to mainly engage in barley farming and forestry? Why are you messing things up just as soon as barley seeds are sown? It meant that it was a poor territory with no notable industry. And, fittingly with its circumstances, Dobrechti was also a poor territory without a city worthy of its name. Even when soldiers are stationed on guard all night by morning, don't make excuses in front of me. The knight commander spoke at length about the failure. Watching him, Baron Dalmatia did nothing but fan himself, apparently trying to cool down his rising anger. You should know. If we can't even sow seeds at this time, we'll all starve to death come spring. Yes, my lord. Those who know that. With barren land and a cold climate, in Dobrechti, where dense forests and barley fields were all that was there to rely on, ignoring and glossing over the current crisis was not an option. But with only soldiers, if we're short on troops, then recruit the locals. It's no use starving them to death when they're already starving. Shaking his chubby cheeks, Baron Dalmatia began to berate the knight commander who had come to report, throwing things around him in frustration. Any lord faced with a rigid knight who couldn't adapt in the face of a crisis would have no choice but to express their anger like this. Oh dear, but what could they do? The Dalmatia family could only gather such knights, being a poor family unable to recruit any others. We must gather all available troops, even if they're not enough, and defend the barley fields. Surely it's the work of monsters lurking in the forest. Understood, my lord. Winter wasn't just a season of hunger for humans. Winter was the season when monsters also had nothing to eat, when the fruit on trees and the grass to chew disappeared. Though he doesn't understand why they only eat the seeds sown in fields, the important thing was to prevent this crisis. Should I at least hire mercenaries for this? In the empty office, Baron Dalmatia let out a sigh of frustration. As he approached the window, he saw the sight that he saw. The forest of Dobrechti densely surrounds the estate. Although it had been expanded a lot for land clearing after he became a lord, the forest that had been there before the Dalmatia family was established still seemed to be dark, even though it was midday. Pepper, salt, jerky, what's this? A pilgrim's certificate? In the darkening forest, where the sun was beginning to set, Vlad sat, busily nibbling on twigs. He responded casually to Got, who had pulled out a piece of paper. Just need to register at any church. It's signed by priest Andrea. Why not do it in Schoarra? Vlad's hand, which had been nibbling twigs, stopped abruptly at Gott's question. Oh, right. Sorry. If he had submitted this document at a church in Schoarra, there would have been no need to bring it all the way here. The problem was that Vlad had kept his distance from the church to the extent that he couldn't mix words with it. All right, got it. I understand. This one's on me. Gott was searching through his luggage again, avoiding Vlad's harsh gaze, but gritted his teeth when he still couldn't find the item he was looking for. But how could you forget to bring a simple flint? I can't understand. In response to Gott's angry words, Vlad's hands, which had been momentarily paused, began to move again swiftly. I was busy last night. Naturally, he would have been busy. Those who were originally well off were even busier at night. Even you brought only a cheap flint. At least I brought something. Gott angrily pointed at the wreckage around Vlad, the shattered remnants of flints scattered around. They were all brought by Gott. You've got quite some strength, you smashed them all. Vlad was not inexperienced enough to not be able to start a fire. If anything, he was more accustomed to such things due to his rough life. But luck is really against us. Is everything defective? However, ultimately, all the flints Gott brought were smashed, and he failed to bring the one essential flint for camping. So, there was nothing he could say. It was clear to anyone who was at fault in this situation, so in such cases one could only sit quietly and tend to the embers. Why'd you stop? Aren't you going to start the fire? Gott opened his eyes as he saw Vlad suddenly throw away the branch he was rubbing, but Vlad had already picked up the sheath of his sword instead of the branch. Why are you suddenly? No matter how deep their bond was, Vlad was still a knight. The force with which Vlad held his sword was completely different from when he was nibbling on twigs earlier. The trembling in Gott's voice was evidence of that. I rub it, Captain. It's fine. Vlad, who spat roughly on the ground, quietly stood up with his sword. Captain, I'm sorry. I'll go fetch some embers. At Vlad's sudden words, Gott began to look around without even realizing it. In the winter forest where darkness was beginning to fall, the laughter of men and the rustling of leaves could be heard. Oh, it seems the young master has sharp ears. If you realized, you should have run away. What were you hanging around for? About 20 men were gathered. On the winter journey, one had to be careful not only of the cold and monsters, but also of encounters like these. Even if it's sold anywhere, it'll fetch a good price. Where did you come from, young master? If you mention your parents, we might be willing to let you go for a fair price. A group where only 2 were moving. Among them, one seemed as fragile as a freshly plucked chicken, and to the eyes of bandits, there might not have been a better prey. Hey, guys, let me borrow some ember, huh? However, the blond young man facing the bandits didn't cower. Instead, he smiled brightly as if things were going well. What's this madman saying now? The bandits, with bewildered expressions and menacing gestures, were about to speak. But they fell silent when they saw the gleaming item under Vlad's cloak. A shining suit of armor. It was a cumbersome item for a mere youth to carry around. Borrow some embers. And, of course, if he was from a well-to-do household, he might be able to afford wearing it. However, just calling him a naive young master wouldn't do justice, as his presence, starting from his blue eyes, seemed rather formidable. Give up everything you have, you brats. A fierce grin began to form on Vlad's face. The Vlad of the past was always hungry, always craving. And now, the blond young man venturing out into the world was just as hungry as he was when he was a boy. I'll take care of your pride. One thing he decided to do after leaving Schoarra. It was to rediscover his original intentions. Chapter 104. Joseph always said that whatever you receive, you must give back. whether it's a favor or enmity. Please, spare me, sir. If you've received something, you must return it. Vlad had not lived a good life to the point of sparing people who wanted to harm him. Would you have spared others if they begged for mercy? The moonlight, shining just then, illuminated the bandits pleading for mercy. The fingers dangling around his neck looked pitiful. Yes, we spared them. Truly. Is that so? There are too many unqualified people in this world. Even though they are not qualified, they take more than others and rise higher. And they crush weaker worlds too easily. Don't talk nonsense. And there's one thing common among unqualified people. They are all liars. Move those finger bones from your throat and speak, you trash. Gott was staring blankly. The moonlight starts from Vlad's closed left eye and flows all the way to the tip of the sword. The boy who once marveled at moonlight sung by someone else was no longer here. The one present now is a person with his own world. Vlad's smooth moonlight began to collect the red blood. Under the righteous blade wielded by a worthy man, lies began to scream. The price for insulting a righteous knight. It was not enough to pay for it with one's life. Dobrechti, a secluded rural estate. Even the passing merchants were all familiar faces in this quiet village, but the guards standing before the gate now displayed a stern demeanor. Recent ominous rumors circulating around the territory had sharpened their vigilance. What's that over there? There was a suspicious group catching their eyes. 2 men riding horses coming from the snow-covered hills in the distance. What's going on there? And the men being dragged along behind them. Despite the cold winter, they weren't even wearing boots, indicating they weren't your average travelers being dragged along like that. Halt! Stop right there. The guards aimed their halberds at the unfamiliar men they had never seen before. But the man leading the group didn't flinch at the sharp warning of the guards. Instead, he approached slowly. Who? I am a knight of Bazid. I am Vlad, a young man with blonde hair atop a jet-black horse. Not only his flashy hair color, but also his attire exuded an air of elegance, making him unmistakably noble. We've come to apprehend the bandits causing trouble in this area. Bandits, you say, sir? Although they hadn't properly confirmed their credentials yet, the guards unknowingly addressed Vlad with formal language. It wasn't just because of the imposing aura he exuded that seemed noble. The men followed closely behind the youth, bound by ropes. It was because each of them held the frozen head of someone. I wish to meet the person in charge of the security in this village. With those words, Vlad raised the scabbard of his sword to show it to the guards. In the center of the handle of Vlad's sword was engraved the flag that was flying on the huge castle wall. It was a sentence indicating the prestigious Bazid in the north. Welcome. Welcome to Dobrechti. The guard, who had rushed inside in a huff, let out a heavy sigh and politely let Vlad into the village. This is because Vlad was an armed knight, not an ordinary merchant or traveler, so they could not easily allow entry through their own decision alone. The Lord wishes to meet you in person, sir. The Lord? Vlad was somewhat taken aback by the sudden request to meet the Lord. Originally, the plan was to meet the person in charge, hand over the bandits, and receive a reasonable reward. Perhaps even hoping for a bounty if there was one. Very well. Lead the way. Understood. The guard tried to quickly grab Noir's reins in response to Vlad's answer, but the ill-tempered horse only snarled with its white teeth like a wolf. Do not grab the reins. Yes, yes. Thanks to living in Schoarra, Noir was no longer averse to people, but his stubborn personality hadn't changed. Excluding Vlad, at least a familiar Gott would be able to take Noir's reins and saddle him. I will guide you to the Lord's manor. As the guard led the way, Vlad and Gott rode their horses, followed by the bandits trailing behind. It was a very peculiar group. but the atmosphere among the villagers watching them was somewhat different from what they expected. "Captain, there's something odd about the atmosphere in this village, isn't there?" "Yeah, indeed. If this were Schoarra, people would have gathered to see something new after a long time." However, the villagers of Dobrechti simply hurriedly locked their doors and hid their children as if they were seeing people infected with a plague. Former pickpocket and swindler. Two people who were good at observing the atmosphere were able to realize that there was something strange about Dobrechti's atmosphere. "We've arrived." Vlad, who was trying to assess the situation by looking around, found that it wasn't easy. Dobrechti was so small that it didn't give Vlad much time to dwell on his thoughts. "Here's the manor where Lord Dalmatia resides." Vlad lifted his head to look at the building indicated by the guard. It was a 3-story wooden structure. It didn't look bad, but it seemed too humble to house a lord. "It's too small, isn't it?" Although he had lived in back alleys, Vlad was undeniably a city dweller. Vlad, who had seen the high gates, churches, and magnificent mansions where the lords lived, even from afar, could not help but be a little disconcerting to hear that a nobleman was living in the small building in front of him. "The lord is waiting for you, sir." "All right, lead the way." The authority a noble held wasn't solely guaranteed by the history or status of their family. In that sense, it wouldn't be wrong to say that Lord Dalmatia had failed to establish authority. Vlad's initial impression of the Dalmatia family was only concerned with whether he would receive a reward for the bandits or not. "Oh, a knight who has proven himself has come to our territory." Recognizing the knight with his own banner, Baron Dalmatia came out of the manor to greet Vlad personally. It was an excessive welcome for a wandering knight. "Thank you for the welcome." No need for thanks. You even caught the people who were causing trouble nearby. So, as the owner, is there any reason why I didn't welcome you?" Baron Dalmatia nodded satisfactorily at Vlad's respectful gesture. Although he had not fully mastered it yet, Vlad's courtesy, which Countess Oksana had beaten down, was still shining. "Come inside." "Yes." Following Baron Dalmatia into the reception room, Vlad confirmed that his suspicions were correct. The scenery of the village he had seen on the way to the manor, and even the reception room, which must be the most extravagant in Dobrechti. Vlad and Gott exchanged glances, realizing that things might not go smoothly. This territory was impoverished. "So, all the bandits you captured amounted to 9. If you include the heads, yes." Vlad managed to obtain a fair price from the bandits who had threatened and insulted him. And the remaining price, which he did not receive from them, should rightly be paid by the lord in front of him. Since Vlad caught the bandits who were threatening the security of the surrounding area, Baron Dalmatia, as the owner, should pay some compensation. The journey from Schoarra to here must have been tough, so you must be tired. I've already prepared lunch in advance. However, Baron Dalmatia observed Vlad's reaction subtly, delaying any talk of compensation. If possible, he wanted to keep Vlad around for a while longer. He alone caught 15. Vlad had captured 5 alive, killed 4, and estimated there were about 6 more he could not catch. With the evidence brought directly, there was no room for doubt. None of the knights Baron Dalmatia had brought could achieve such results. "So, you're a knight who has come to prove yourself with your banner." "That's correct, Lord Baron." Vlad wanted to say it wasn't true, but he couldn't be so blunt to the Baron who had come out to greet him personally. His past mistakes with nobles had taught him to exercise his judgment now. "As it happens, I have a favor to ask of someone like you, a true knight who values honor." At first, Vlad was inclined to refuse. He was more focused on finding traces of a voice than proving his honor. "Recently, some strange incidents have been occurring in our territory." "What kind of incidents?" However, Baron Dalmatia began to tell Vlad an intriguing story, contrary to Vlad's expectation of being burdened with a tedious task. Now is the time when barley should be sown. So we've been spreading the seeds we've kept in storage on the fields." Baron Dalmatia paused, clasping his hands neatly in front of him before continuing. "However, as soon as we sow the seeds on the fields, they disappear." "The seeds disappear?" "Yes. We've stationed soldiers and kept watch overnight, but it still happens." At first it sounded incomprehensible. Even if there were creatures like rats or monsters, the soldiers on guard duty should have noticed them. Some of the elders in the village attribute it to the work of forest spirits. Forest spirits? The words from Baron Dalmatia caught Vlad's interest. "Yes, there are many stories about spirits in this forest. Of course, I don't believe in such things following the teachings of the church. The new orders established with the empire did not leave room for old things like spirits. Especially the church denied anything not under the name of God. Those who still remembered beings like spirits were likely old people who had lived for a long time. Spirits. However, Vlad knew well that such beings as spirits existed in this world. He had seen them, felt them, and even been protected by them. Vlad couldn't help but ponder as the word spirit was mentioned in a strange, inexplicable event. "So, could you perhaps keep an eye on our barley fields? With your keen eyes as a splendid knight, you might see something different." It was a trivial task, but in Baron Dalmatia's eyes there was urgency. If this sowing failed, they wouldn't be able to survive until next year's autumn harvest, endangering the survival of the family. "All right, Lord Baron. I'll do my best." "Oh, thank you. It's reassuring to know that there are still true knights who adhere to the code of chivalry in this era." It might have been meaningless words from the old men, but Vlad decided to accept. For Vlad, who was searching for clues about spirits, the current situation was quite suggestive. Moreover, it was a simple task to just guard the barley fields, so he judged that there wouldn't be any major obstacles. "Feel free to enjoy your time while you're here. I'll also make sure to compensate you for dealing with the bandits as much as possible." "Thank you, Lord Baron." If the task was related to his duties and was simple, it wouldn't hurt to leave a good impression on Baron Dalmatia. For a knight, preserving the value of honor was important. "But Captain, what about our reward?" After finishing the conversation and leaving the Baron's reception room, Vlad heard the urgent voice of Gott, although small, but desperate. "We should be getting paid. Money. That damn Noir only eats boiled fodder these days. The price of fodder and firewood. That's something you can take care of on your own." "What?" "One must learn to distinguish between big and small matters." The reason why Yosef always accompanied the half-witted knight, Vordan, who couldn't even wield a sword, was precisely for this reason. "You'll handle that now. That's why I brought you along." Oh, Vordan and Gott, an accomplice and a swindler. Gott, who had received the bargaining rights for the bandits, was looking at Vlad with a glint in his eye. Asperis, where are they? Perhaps she had just turned 10. A young girl with rosy cheeks, holding a basket in her arms, was walking towards the edge of the forest. Her modest attire hinted at her family's financial difficulties, but her neatly tied hair suggested that she was a child loved and cared for by her parents. There they are. Ahead of her, on a snowy-covered vine, small fruits with their natural color peeked out. Winter raspberries. They were one of the few fruits that could bring comfort to people in such impoverished seasons. Drawn by the vivid color of the raspberries, the girl approached the vine. Although she could have picked a few for herself, she hurriedly gathered them into her basket, thinking of her family at home. Suddenly she heard a strange sound echoing from afar. Crua. Jan Seren der die Michael Weiss Combador Bezan. Pierced a crania, a bizarre sound that seemed to echo from a distant place. Startled by the echoing sound, the girl paused in her raspberries picking and looked into the depths of the forest. The darkness of the forest was alive. The forest of Dobrechti was as ancient as it was filled with countless legends and myths. And at that moment, when the girl looked into the forest, the forest, too, looked back at the girl. Where the young girl had been standing, there was now only a basket rolling on the ground, raspberries scattered around, and a dark abyss gaping open, as if it had swallowed the girl whole. Chapter 105. On a dark night, Vlad lay flat on the ground with soldiers on a rugged hill. Though the sight was somewhat comical, hiding like this was the best option to observe who was passing through the barley fields ahead. The child who went missing this time disappeared near here. The basis of hiding is secrecy. It would be common sense that they would hide closely as if they were not there. But the knight commander, who kept chattering next to Vlad, seemed to have no such concept in his mind. There was a deep pit right next to where the child disappeared. Vlad knew why he was sticking so closely, as if they were friends. He probably wanted to exploit the knight who could be used for cheap blood. Perhaps the Baron Damasia wanted to leave Vlad with the responsibility of the missing child this morning. That's not possible. The disappearance of the child was regrettable. But that didn't mean Vlad could take on all of Dobrechti's affairs. The task of guarding this barley field was simply perceived as being related to spirits. Such a good girl, it's such a pity. Today, her mother came to the manor crying and wailing. Wait! The knight commander's mouth was suddenly blocked by Vlad's hand. It wasn't intentional on Vlad's part, but because of the mouthful of dirt, the commander's face involuntarily wrinkled. Don't you hear it? Phew, what's this? In the darkness, Vlad's ears began to twitch sensitively. Vlad's hearing, which had been trained since childhood for smuggling, was doing its job. Oh no. Just moments ago, Vlad had been trying to hide even his breathing, but now he was darting down the hill like a wolf chasing its prey. Follow, follow, Sir Vlad. The soldiers who had been hiding together with Vlad hurriedly followed, but they only stumbled and tumbled in the dark hill. It was oddly eerie to see Vlad making nimble movements in the darkness, where not even a single ray of moonlight could be seen. Ugh. Oh. Sir Vlad, why suddenly? But what the soldiers, who had barely made it down the hill, saw was Vlad, with a disappointed expression, staring down at the barley field. We were robbed. Pardon? Upon Vlad's hurried words, torches were lit to illuminate the barley field below, revealing indeed that the seeds sown during the day had mysteriously vanished. How can this be? The Dalmatian knight commander was bewildered at the sight before him, finding it hard to believe. Even though it was dark, they had surely been watching, so how could this have happened? Did anyone bring a shovel? Yes, here. While both the commander and the soldiers were flustered and unsure of what to do, Vlad, on the other hand, took a shovel from the soldier standing beside him and began to dig into the barley field. The deed couldn't be undone, but to find a clue, he had to try his best until the end. I definitely heard it. Surely he had heard something moving. But now, there were no footsteps left nearby, and from his vantage point atop the hill, where he had keenly focused his senses, there was nothing that had moved. Then, there was only one possibility left. Commander, how far is the place where the child went missing from here? Not far at all, just up that hill. Finally finished with his digging, Vlad's demeanor as he peered into the hole he had made seemed unsettling. However, why is that? A torch? Instead of answering the question, Vlad took a torch from a soldier and shone it into the hole he had dug. What is this? Finally, beneath the barley field, they saw with the help of a torch. The commander and the soldiers couldn't help but be astonished at the sight before them. Despite Vlad not having dug it, A deep hole was already present, so deep that even the light of the torch couldn't penetrate its depths. Was there a hole where the child went missing? A single, small hole beneath the barley field. Though small in size, it was so deep that its depth couldn't be determined, and the black hole was so dark that even the light of the torch couldn't reveal what lay below. I suppose we must go there, to that place. No one dared to speak upon seeing the hole that clearly seemed not to have been dug by human hands. Everyone could see that something inexplicable was enveloping Dobrechti. In the dark night, standing alone under the torchlight, Vlad quietly closed his left eye, while gazing down into the dark hole. It was too strange to be the work of animals or monsters. If hungry creatures from the forest had descended, would they really need to dig up seeds, leaving behind the houses and livestock right in front of them? And to go through the trouble of digging a hole? So, what is Sir Vlad doing now? The knight commander, who had guarded the barley field with Vlad last night, reported to the Baron Dalmatia, scratching his head. With only 2 knights in the territory, the commander, who was both a knight and an advisor, had to show his face in various places. Sir Vlad has accompanied me to the place where the child went missing, and now he's gathering the elders of the village. The elders? Why on earth? Though it was a requested task, it seemed a bit excessive. Still, what couldn't be helped was the fact that behind a knight named Vlad, there was the formidable backing of Bayezid. Restricting his investigative authority here could lead to a great insult, and potentially even more trouble in the future. It seems he wants to ask the elders about past events. Past events. Baron Dalmatia, upon hearing the commander's words, made a slightly sour expression. In the rural outskirts of the central region, where the influence of the church did not extend, old traditions had been passed down. The old folks won't say anything strange, will they? As they've aged, they've surely become wiser, haven't they? They also won't say anything that could get the church in trouble in front of an unfamiliar knight. At the commander's response, the Baron Dalmatia sighed, rubbing his temples. He hadn't expected the situation to escalate to this extent just from dealing with a single monster. Stick someone by his side, so he won't poke his nose into unnecessary matters. Understood. Yet Vlad remained a necessary figure to resolve this issue. Surely his sword would be sharper than the commander, who now scratched his head before him. Arnis, elders, don't you feel sorry for the missing girl? Each clue you provide could potentially save her life. The elderly may be wise, but they may not be able to always make the right decisions, especially when faced with a skilled swindler right in front of them. She might still be trapped in some hole, crying for help. The knight I serve isn't here to harm you. He's only passionate about resolving this matter. Gott relentlessly manipulated the gathered elders, never giving them a moment's rest with his tongue. Watching him, Vlad couldn't help but think of a quack peddling medicine. Well, there were some strange occurrences. Trust in Vlad, sympathy for the missing child, and the looming threat of danger. Oh dear, finally. As the swindler's tongue wove threats and persuasion, one elderly person finally began to yield. Barley disappearing has been happening for a long time. When we were young, we used to perform rituals, but then the church came and told us not to do that stuff. As soon as one person fell for the deception, testimonies began to emerge from all sides. It seemed the elders were also feeling the frustration of the current situation. But the child never disappeared. Even if there were cases of wolves attacking, there were never cases of being sucked into a hole. No, never. The Dalmatian knight, who was listening to the old men, began to get restless. That's because the smile Vlad showed was deep and meaningful. What kind of rituals were these? The old men turned their heads at the sudden question, looked at Vlad's eyes shining blue, and began to close their mouths again. What kind of rituals? Elders, if you don't speak up, we can't save the child. Land spirits, Ch. There are land spirits in the forest. They are not all bad. They make the land fertile if you perform the rituals. But nowadays, they burn down the forest to clear the land. Ch shrugged his shoulders as he listened to the elders, glancing back at Vlad standing behind him, clad in armor that sparkled with a sharp glint in his eyes. It was a reaction that couldn't be coaxed out of Vlad, no matter what. Find out what these land spirits are about. They should be outside. Got it. As soon as Vlad realized that he was only in the way, he quietly whispered to Ch and went out. Indeed, people had to be used in the right place at the right time, and Ch was more suited to being a swindler than a stable boy. Sir Vlad, there is nothing strange about the rituals. I understand. As the knight made his excuses, Vlad's face, which had been bearing a meaningful smile just moments ago, began to wear a dignified smile. It was the smile that Countess Oksana had taught him to wear in front of women. As you have lived for a long time, there are rules that you have no choice but to follow. I understand. Offering rituals to beings other than God was tantamount to idol worship, although traditions regarding ancient beings persisted not only in Dobrekti but elsewhere. All such practices were forbidden by the Church. If exposed, it could lead to severe repercussions, which was why the knight found himself in a dilemma. I swear to God, I will only focus on finding the missing child and the barley thief. However, Vlad pretended not to know what had happened, and said he would ignore it, so the Dalmatian knight had no choice but to nod. Ah, thank you, Sir Vlad. Inside, a swindler was deceiving people, while outside, a pickpocket was at work. Yet, what made them different from before was their dedication to resolving the issues in Dobrekti. With flag in hand, Vlad and Ch were no longer criminals but a knight and squire. It's like some kind of spirit. They used to offer rituals to them in the past. All right. It was fortunate that there were still remnants of old customs in this remote village. Indeed, in Dobrekti, customs related to spirits had persisted. They say the Lord decided to expand the fields and cleared the forest. And the barley field you dug yesterday was the same one where they used to hold rituals. Gives you chills, doesn't it? Even though it was his own words, Ch wrapped his shoulders with both hands, as if feeling a shiver. From Ch's perspective, it might sound like an outdated tale, offering rituals and sacrifices to unknown entities. However, from Vlad's perspective, listening intently, it felt like finding water in a desert. What are land spirits? Nowadays, land spirits are related to farming. The beings revered in Dobrekti had always been associated with the land. For the people living off the harsh land, there might have been no greater reliance than the land-related spirits. They say if you offer rituals, the land becomes fertile. To farm, you need to dig deep into the ground. They say land spirits help with that. Ridiculous, isn't it? Why would it be ridiculous? There is a snake that lives on a tree. Moreover, that snake even has the ability to warm the weather. Compared to a white snake that can make lemons grow in the cold north, making the land a bit more fertile should be a simple task. Anyway, it seems like it like barley and dwell underground. Vlad raised his head, looking up at the sky. Night was coming. It seems to like dark places too. Barley always disappeared at night. If it lived underground, it was only natural that it preferred darkness over sunlight. Whether there was a connection or not, it was a cold night, and they needed to move quickly to find the missing girl. Go get some barley. Barley? Joseph always liked predicting the opponent's moves. He enjoyed strategizing and predicting, creating outcomes accordingly. Yeah, barley. Though Vlad didn't know the exact identity yet, he knew what it liked. If so, he could make some predictions as well. He had learned something from watching the man with the dark shadows under his eyes all this time. Night was coming. Pardasim travel, Peprixal dies. Vlad and Got. Whoosh, and a dark mountain road with only noir. Captain, will this work? Got looked at Vlad with a skeptical expression. They had scattered barley all over the mountain path throughout the night. But would this be enough to find the barley thief? Why do we need to place it on top of rocks? Still, Vlad believed it could work. They knew the creature dug into the ground, but it hadn't cracked rocks yet. The solid feel of the rock they encountered while digging testified to that fact. I see. Then, whatever it was, it would have to come up onto the rocks to get the barley. In the dark night, something caught the scent of the scattered barley seeds and began digging up from the ground. Sniffing the damp scent, it climbed up onto the ground and onto the rocks. Squelch remnants of the voice, the white snake's protection, and Alicia's amber stone, and even a black horse with the blood of a unicorn. Vlad, carrying everything related to spirits, finally closed his left eye softly as he saw the creature crawling up onto the rock. It's a mole. It's not just any mole. A tiny mole reflected in the moonlight. Despite the dark night, the mole seen with the remnants of the voice emitted a faint yellow light. A glowing mole. Even now, as the church spread the will of God under one name, the forests of Dobrechti still held mysteries. And the name of that mystery was the glowing mole. Chapter 106, Got muttered, as he stared at the sudden pit that had appeared. What's going on here? He truly hadn't anticipated this. He couldn't have imagined that such a seemingly ordinary mole would cause such a situation. The idea of luring it with barley was good, and Vlad's judgment of rushing out like lightning and catching the mole was also good. However, he could never have imagined that as soon as Vlad grabbed the mole, the ground would collapse instantly. Was it not meant to be caught? Vlad was dragged into the darkness as if he had been caught. Just like that, Vlad disappeared right before Got's eyes, leaving behind only a single scream. Captain! Are you all right? Got, who has finally come to his senses, shouted loudly towards the pit Vlad had been sucked into. But all that came back was the sound of empty wind. After being left behind with Noir under the pitch-black night, Got was at a loss as to what to do. As Vlad's seemingly endless fall came to an end, he drew his sword and glared around. Where is this? Given that he had been pulled into the ground as it collapsed, he could surmise that this was underground. Where the hell is this, damn it? Swinging the mole around as if venting his frustration, Vlad shook it vigorously. But the creature wriggling in his hand had no means to answer in human language. Although it was undoubtedly the culprit behind this situation, the fact that the creature still shone brightly even in the darkness was enough to deter Vlad from acting rashly. If only it wasn't some damn spirit. Though he grumbled aloud, Vlad, swift in his actions as ever, attempted to conjure an aura to illuminate the pitch-black dark. His experiences in Schoarra, where he operated more at night than during the day, were proving helpful in times like these. Q. Shut up. Though the mole seemed surprised to sense Vlad's aura, all it got back was a cold reply. However, contrary to Vlad's cold response, the mole was feeling quite relieved, because along with the flow of the aura, it felt the protection of the spirits emanating from the armor and amber stone. There's never an easy task in this world. The first thing Vlad did after gaining some visibility through his aura was to check the hole he had fallen into. But no matter how much he looked, it seemed impossible to climb back up here. The next thing he did was to explore where he was standing right now. Although he hadn't completely secured his vision, Vlad, utilizing his senses to the fingertips and toes, realized that he was standing in what seemed like a passage. It was a passage wide enough for even a human like himself to stand if he bent slightly. It was oddly spacious for a tunnel supposedly made by small-bodied moles. At any rate, I need to get out of here. After all, since the creature currently wriggling in his hand had managed to come out and steal barley, there must be a way out for him as well. Vlad put saliva on the tip of his finger and checked to see if there was any airflow. There it is. Though faint, he could feel a breeze. Whether big or small, it was clear evidence that there was a hole leading outside. If I don't get out of here by tonight, you'll be tomorrow's breakfast. Ooh, Vlad, who had threatened the mole just in case, started moving towards the direction he had found. Even in the darkness, Vlad's blue eyes, shining brightly, began to find their way. What should I do about this? Got, who had been screaming towards the pit until his throat was sore, realized that this was something he couldn't handle alone anymore. Whether he dug out the pit in front of him or found another way, he would definitely need more people for now. Just as Gott was hastily grabbing the reins to descend to the village, he realized rather that he was being led by Noir movements. Where are you going? Hey, where are you going? Noir, who had been quietly looking down at the pit where Vlad had disappeared, began to walk towards the dark forest instead of the village, as if indicating this direction. It seemed as if Noir knew exactly where Vlad was. This is driving me crazy. Gott, flustered by Noir not moving as he pleased, at least knew that this horse wouldn't act without reason. He knew that even barbarians revered him, and that sometimes he seemed smarter than humans. All right. Let's go. The connection with Vlad's world wasn't just limited to the voice. Noir, also a being who shared worlds through connected boundaries, could sense Vlad's movements underground. Sometimes animals reacted sharper than humans. But there were strange sounds. As Gott entered the dark forest, he suddenly remembered a story the villagers had told him. On the day the girl disappeared, some villagers claimed to have heard strange cries from the forest. Even though it was a sound they had never heard before, it sent shivers down their spines. Eels like roots or something. As Vlad walked through the darkness with the glowing mole in his hand, he realized that the ground he was stepping on wasn't soil. Surely, since he had been sucked into the ground, he should be stepping on soil. But what was filling the ground now felt like hard roots, not soft soil. Like dried-up tree roots. I'll find out once I'm out. Though he was alone in the narrow and dark tunnel, Vlad didn't lose his composure. Partly because of his bold nature, but also because the current situation was better than when he was digging holes in Schoarra. And the fact that the wind was getting closer was enough to give Vlad a little hope. Whir! As the wind got closer and the air fresher, a smile formed on Vlad's face, but the struggles of the glowing mole he held only seemed to intensify. What's the fuss all about? Q! Despite spreading its arms wide and seeming to communicate something, there was no way they could understand each other due to their inherently different natures. Perhaps if there was the voice, wouldn't it have acted as an interpreter? Let's get out of here for now. The problem was that each issue needed to be solved systematically. Whether the mole struggled or not, the most pressing problem to address would be getting out of this place if one didn't want to spend their entire life wandering in tunnels. As Vlad became more confident that he was moving towards the exit, he heard strange sounds echoing in his ears. Thunk! Thud! It sounded like something was hitting forcefully against something else. Vlad listened carefully, trying to gauge the direction and distance of the unfamiliar noise. Judging by the spreading vibrations, it seemed like the noise was coming from outside the tunnel where he currently was. Quiet. Q. Before Vlad finished his sentence, the glowing mole quieted down on its own. Quickly tucking the mole into his armor pocket, Vlad cautiously moved forward, sword in hand. Thunk! Thunk! As he proceeded, the noise grew louder, and now he could feel vibrations through the tree roots beneath his feet. From the crumbling dirt piles on the ceiling, it seemed like something was striking down with considerable force, although Vlad couldn't see it. There it is. Amidst the unknown noise and vibrations, Vlad finally found a spot where moonlight gently shone through a hole in the ceiling, large enough for a person to pass through, revealing the moonlight outside. Good. Now that he had found a clear path, there was no reason to hesitate. Putting away his sword, Vlad began to cautiously climb towards the moonlight. The glowing mole, perhaps now understanding the situation, remained crouched silently in Vlad's arms. Thunk! As Vlad climbed, inserting his fingers into the crumbling dirt piles on the ceiling, he realized that to escape from here, he needed to be prepared for whatever lay ahead. There's never an easy task. Never. But now, there was no turning back, regardless of regrets. Even if he knew that such an event would happen, he would still reach out for the mole. Vlad, after mentally preparing himself, took a deep breath and exerted force on his fingertips. Up! With determination, he extended his head towards the outside. His posture might have looked comical, but the decision itself was commendable. What on earth is that? The scene illuminated by the moonlight was indeed beautiful. A field of moss spread out like green plains, with a majestic tree standing amidst the cluster. Like the high trees on the hillsides or the maple trees seen in Alicia's amber stone, it was an extraordinary oak tree. Thunk! And there was a being swinging an axe ferociously in front of the oak tree. A being that was standing on 2 feet, but was too large to be considered a human, was screaming incessantly and striking an oak tree with the axe it was holding. The mole was not quietly crouching down. It was trembling in Vlad's arms, because now it was clear that an unknown monster was present. Damn it. Realizing the situation, Vlad quickly lowered his head and began to contemplate what to do. The most crucial thing was to identify the monster. Although he didn't know the reason behind the unknown monster striking the tree, if it had nothing to do with him, there was no need to engage with it. Once again, Vlad raised his head, this time closing his left eye and observing the tree and the monster through his work. There, he saw the oak tree screaming in agony and a monster engulfed in a black shadow. Yellow, Dashiali, and the remnant of the voice lingering in Vlad's world indicated that the tree currently screaming was emitting a yellow light. It was the same color as a mole suspected to be a spirit. Seems like I have to drive it away from here. Vlad sighed softly as he felt the mole trembling in his arms. He didn't know the exact reason, but it seemed like the mole had been chased away to the village because of that crazy monster. Well, I guess I have to do it. Even though there was an incident, he had found the home of the spirit, albeit with a possibility of retaliation. Vlad, being just as in a hurry, would likely receive concessions first. Phew. The trick of a one-hit kill lies in unexpectedness. With his quick feet, Vlad could embody the element of surprise in the form of a sudden attack. Slowly, Vlad began to recall his world through deep breaths. Through the dense aura brought forth by him, he elevated his aura with Larman's technique and imbued his voice remnants into his sword. And his world, which did not yet have color, was captured in his eyes. Thunk. Ah! Now! The moment the monster struck down the tree and raised the axe with a shout. White lightning began to jump out of the small hole with an explosion-like charge. Huh? The monster, caught off guard by the unexpected angle and the speed of the glowing mole. With a piercing sharpness, Vlad's strike, imbued with the element of surprise, swiftly approached the monster. Slice, Vlad's sword, dyed white, was slitting the throat of a monster that could not even turn its eyes. It was a sword that contained the full blow of a knight who could now stand alone. Neck that rolls down. a falling body, and an oak tree stopped screaming in pain and looked at Vlad in surprise. Under Vlad's sword, everything fell silent under the moonlight. What the fuck? Yet Vlad, who had created this silence, merely raised his sword again in haste. His world, still without color, began to extend roughly towards his sword. Vlad cut it down, but he couldn't cut it down, because the neck he had struck had been meaningless all along. You again. With a growl in Vlad's voice, the crumbling body of the monster began to rise again, as if the severed neck that lay far away meant nothing at all. Its massive body, its neck severed but now smoothly closed. Though Vlad, being from the north, was unaware, in the central regions, this monster was known with a mix of fear and reverence as a troll. Roar! A huge roar began to echo from the neck that was rolling on the floor. It was a horrifying shout that the villagers heard. Chapter 17. The verdant oak seen through his world was crying. In the face of unjust violence beyond remedy, all one could do was cry out in pain and thrash about. Ah! Vlad saw a shining bead in the gaping wound of the tree. It bore a resemblance to the yellow amber stone now adorning the hilt of his sword. Vlad could see and feel the sparkle. He knew he had come to the right place. I think I know what you are trying to do. The troll brandished his axe, and the tree wept. Children's breaths were hanging over the bell tower, and their parents were crying. No matter how brightly one holds something, if there's no power to protect it, it can only be taken away. This world is full of people sitting on those stolen tears. I have business with this tree as well. Vlad raised his sword in place of the weeping tree. He was wielding the sword in place of a being with no means to defend itself. So don't interfere. The swordmaster's discipline calls it knightly. Qua! Vlad swiftly rolled between the troll's legs, leaving the exploding ground behind. A moment of fleeting opportunity born from daring advancement. Though his posture was a mess, Vlad didn't miss the moment. Whoop! Blood gushed out along with the sparkling sword light. Ah! Amidst the sharp cut, the troll's muscles twitched. That. Vlad, who was about to deliver a follow-up blow to the staggering troll, quickly raised his sword at the chilling sensation creeping up on him. Quang! Ugh! It wasn't an ordinary attack. It felt as though viscous malice adhered to the axe. Though he managed to block with his sword, the force he couldn't deflect sent Vlad rolling mercilessly to the ground. Unbelievable. The troll's neck in the distance began to laugh out loud as it looked at Vlad, who was confused. The sword wound was completely recovered before he knew it. Moments ago, his muscles were clearly trembling. But now there was no trace of the sword passing through him. His recovery rate is insane. Trolls are not monsters active in the north. Yet, it wasn't an easy opponent one might encounter in the central region either. So it was understandable that Vlad, seeing a troll for the first time, would be taken aback. Grrr. The troll, who had already picked up his own head and stuck it into his neck, began to look at Vlad with bloodshot eyes. The eyes of the troll, filled with bloodlust, exuded an intensity that made it hard to meet his gaze. Yet Vlad spat out and casually faced it. You ugly bastard. Vlad doesn't know what he's up to, but he does know he has a damn impressive recovery rate. Now that he knows that fact, it's time to see if the troll will die, even if something other than his neck is severed. Let's see if this does the trick. After completing his preparation, the aura that he could not contain in his sword began to rise like smoke from Vlad's left eye. Even the troll, who had been smiling leisurely until now, was taken aback by the extraordinary aura emanating from Vlad. The mole was no longer a shining being, because there was no one to recognize it. No matter how extraordinary a being may be, If no one recognizes it, it is merely an ordinary mole. But the human with the golden light was different. A person who exuded the same smell of his own kind from the armor he wore and the sword he held. He was someone who recognized him, even though his gaze was faint. "You are not dying. Take this. No matter how solid the world may be, it won't be able to stop the guy in front of him. No matter how good the attack is, if it is of a different level, it will not be able to reach it. This human's level hasn't yet reached the point of breaking the curse of immortality. Yo! In that case, I might as well lend a hand. Some humans burn forests and cut down trees to expand their fields, while others offer a single raspberry even when hungry. I can only hope that the knight with the golden light is a human worthy of raising the stakes." He severed arms, he severed legs, he split waists. He pierced hearts, he burst lungs, he rummaged through entrails. Vlad's battle was already testified by his blood-drenched blonde hair. This guy's insane. In the gradually sinking mud of the duel, Vlad was becoming increasingly anxious. He had to find an answer somehow, before he collapsed from exhaustion. The voice did it. It was a faint memory, but he knew that the voice he borrowed had brought down the headless knight. Although he didn't finish it off, given time, he could have ended it. Maybe my world is still too shallow. Vlad bit his lips as he looked at the troll, who had recovered and assumed its original form. Now that he had progressed one step, there were still too many things in the world that he didn't know. He was now beginning to understand why Yosef had banished him from Schoarra. "Don't you dare split, bastard." But he had to do it. There was still a contract he hadn't kept. Vlad didn't want to part with the voice that couldn't even have a name. The current swing was for himself, not for the weeping tree behind. Nobody. If cutting or stabbing wouldn't work, then this time he would just sever the limbs and scatter them far away. The moment Vlad made up his mind and bit his teeth fiercely, a cluster of sparkling lights began to shine from the forest in the distance. What's that? A light that he couldn't recognize because it was far away. Vlad, faced with the peculiar troll, quickly assumed a defensive stance, thinking another strange entity was emerging. But it wasn't that. The spirit of the grassland, running without hesitation, doesn't tolerate obstacles in its path. Even if it's a troll that doesn't die. Noir? Quan. Noir, rushing at a speed that no one could react to, rammed into the troll's side as if there was no need for hesitation. The impact of their collision was so intense that Vlad had to momentarily close his eyes. Gah! The incredible speed, the distance covered by the leap, and even the white horn on his forehead, all combined to create Noir's powerful charge, forcing the troll to tumble to the ground without mercy. Your world and my world become more perfect by coming into contact. Noir, who crossed the forest to find a more perfect self, finally found the golden knight. Hein! How the hell did you get here? Vlad quickly got on Noir without hiding his joy, and hurriedly widened his distance and looked at the troll. Unlike when facing Vlad, the troll hurriedly took a step back and picked up the ugly internal organs sticking out of its side. Why? If the internal organs have not yet found their proper place, it means that they are not recovering properly. The attack from Noir's horn had certainly dealt a significant blow to the troll, unlike with Vlad. Then, perhaps it was the blood of the spirits that Noir had. With that judgment, Vlad grasped Noir's reins and began to ride around the troll aggressively. No! He ain't. With Noir taking the lead, there was no need to forcibly create openings. The troll hurriedly struck down the axe at the two who were running at him, but Vlad was on top of Noir. Whack! Blocking with the knight's sword and ramming with the spirit's horn. The speed, combined with the weight of the horse, caused the troll to roll around on the ground, feeling pain as if it were going to die. It's working. The pierced abdomen is not closing again. This was an effective attack. Again. As Vlad stepped back to widen the leap distance, the troll quickly began to devise a plan. The tree it had been chopping down just moments ago. The troll quickly ran over, stood with his back to the tree, and opened his arms, ready to grab Noir. Grr! If it couldn't avoid it, it would catch it. Even if it got pierced deeply, as long as it stopped the charge of that black horse, the night above wouldn't matter much. Hey! As Vlad rushed towards the troll, he bit his lip as he saw the monster spreading its arms. He knew it was an unusual monster, but this judgment went beyond what monsters could normally make. In the moment of hesitation about whether to continue his charge or not, Vlad felt a strange heaviness in his soul. What is this? The glowing mole suddenly crawled out from inside the armor. The mole hanging on the amber stone Alicia gave him waved one hand at Vlad, who was looking down at him. In human terms, it looked like he was giving a thumbs up. What is this thing doing? As he was trying to hurriedly remove the mole, which was exhibiting incomprehensible behavior, from the handle, Vlad felt a strange sound coming from the sword he was holding. What? A familiar yet unfamiliar sensation. It was similar to when the white snake of Hainal embraced him. Alicia's amber stone was glowing. When worlds intersect, they either clash or expand each other. Noir did that, the white snake did that, and the voice did that. This is... And now the glowing mole was doing the same. The mole's protection, which started from the amber stone, began to rise through the surface of the sword. The land's blessing, which anyone who walks on the ground can feel, was on Vlad's sword. The land is the foundation that bears everything in the world. Like a forgotten treasure sunk deep in the sea, the blessing of the land reached down to the deepest recesses of the spiritual world, allowing Vlad to peer into the depths of his own world. Let's go! At the command to charge, there was suddenly an animal-like growl mixed in with Vlad's voice. Just moments ago, the troll seemed like an unstoppable force, but now it appeared nothing more than a rag doll rolling on the ground. How dare you challenge me? Ah! The troll, seeing Vlad approaching, found itself involuntarily roaring in fear. Suddenly, the man's momentum soared to the heavens. The black horse's white horn and the shining sword were intimidating, but what was truly terrifying was the gaze of the man charging towards him. Now die! With the blessing of the spirits, the troll let out its final scream as Vlad's sword struck. Feeling death at the sharp edge of the world, the troll remembered the last gaze of the knight who had passed by him. In the cold blue eyes, there was a ferocity so perfect, it was daunting to behold. Huff, in a dark room. In a place full of burning candles but not shining, there was one candle that suddenly went out. In Ashan, Nicole. The woman with hair that started blue and ended black gazed intently at the extinguished candle. It was the light that signified the troll she had sent to the forests of Dobrekti. There can't possibly be anyone of such high stature in some rural corner. Only a soul that transcended limits could break her curse. The woman who knew this moved her toes that were out of reach and shook the small bell. Did you call Lady Ramashtu? A knight entered with the sound of the bell. Emblazoned on his chest was the emblem of Baron Utman. Please verify and come back. The woman tossed the already extinguished candle to the man as she spoke. Change your appearance as well. Understood. If one possesses something shining, they should be able to protect it. And that story also applied to Vlad. In the dark room, amidst the flickering candles, the woman, whose feet did not touch the ground, silently gazed towards the direction of Dobrekti. A young girl sitting in a small cave. Surrounded by raspberries left by someone, she managed to avoid hunger, but her swollen ankles looked concerning. Sniff. She couldn't sleep last night. She just cried at the strange noises coming from the forest. It sounded like the cries of the strange giant she had seen back then. She wishes even the kind mole would come back quickly. Captain, is this the right place? Arguing with a mole. Now you're even talking with moles? I talk to you too, don't I? Hearing the conversation coming from a distance, the girl stopped breathing and widened her eyes. If she could be sure they were villagers, she would shout to let them know she was here. But she was too overwhelmed by fear because of the troll to make rational judgments. However, the footsteps, as if knowing where the girl was, confidently approached the entrance of the cave. Oh, Nidian, no, I'll say. Trembling, the girl held her hands tightly together, filled with fear. Finally, the man who appeared before her was a handsome young man with blonde hair and blue eyes. However, what put the girl at ease was not the man's appearance, but the mole perched on his shoulder, waving its hand at her. Kid, let's go home. Both Vlad and the mole were exhausted, but they still had enough strength to muster a faint smile to reassure the girl. Warmth was coming from the body of the girl he was holding. Chapter 108, Burning Buildings. Toppling statues. As if in the midst of a war, there were tumultuous sounds of crumbling all around, but the shouts of the people actually destroying it were not heard. There was only a stifled silence. The faces of the dwarves darting through the city were obscured by layers of soot, so thick that their original skin color could not be discerned. Their proud beards were scorched by the heat, and the equipment they had honed their entire lives was now being used to destroy the shining legacy of their ancestors. With each strike of the hammer, an unbearable sorrow flowed from their eyes. If one possesses something precious, they must know how to protect it. But the dwarves had failed in that regard. All that remained was a grim collapse, and now they must embark on an uncertain and endless journey just to survive. Tears mixed with the blackened ashes flowed down the dwarves' cheeks. The fires of this place haven't been extinguished yet. At this moment, when everything was tragically falling apart, there was still one furnace that had not lost its shine. Along with the gaze of an old man, steadfast like a statue, fixed upon the furnace. Someone has to witness the end. The old dwarf's words about witnessing the end were not simply about the furnace. An era of brilliance was coming to an end, and the old man was there to witness its final moments. Is that so? As he watched the end of a once splendid civilization, the man thought to himself, still, it's fortunate that I'm not too late. I've come for a commission. Right now? Clang! Mines collapsing with a loud noise in the distance. Tears mixed with the sounds of hammering, breaking everything in the city that had been lifelong companions. In this tragic moment of destroying everything that their ancestors had built, the only people who did not shed tears were the unknown man and the owner of the last furnace. I've brought a metal that only eternal flames can control. With these words, the man took something out of his old backpack and showed it to the old dwarf. That is, as the man uncovered it, a silver ingot emitting a faint light lay there. The metal, which did not lose its shine even in the face of the red burning flames of the furnace, was enough to attract the old dwarf's attention even in this situation. Please make it. The man's hand, glimpsed through his torn clothes, was filled with new wounds. Perhaps it was because of these times. Though the dwarf was usually excited about rare metals, the old man found his attention drawn more to the man's hands, now covered in wounds, than to the silver ingot before him. What do you want me to make? Having finally heard the answer he had been waiting for, the man straightened up and looked at the old dwarf. The man who came all the way here to say this was finally able to smile a little. I need a sword that can kill a dragon. I will kill the most perfect dragon in this world, even for the worlds that are crying at the bottom, like the collapsing dwarf city. The man's eyes looking at the owner of the last blast furnace were hotter than the eternal flames. In the dim dawn, in front of the stables at the Lord's residence, there, Vlad was chewing on a piece of meat with a troubled expression. While Noir wore a puzzled expression, watching Vlad chew, wondering why humans chew meat, Vlad, who actually had to answer, was looking elsewhere. "Captain?" Gott came out early in the morning, rubbing his sleepy eyes, and was surprised to see Vlad in front of him. "Why are you up so early?" "I had trouble sleeping." Gott rubbed his hands happily and leaned against the wall, seeing that Vlad had already done all his work. "Well, it's no wonder you had trouble sleeping, seeing a troll for the first time." Even the Lord here was greatly surprised at the mention of troll. The powerful roar of the troll that echoed last night was enough to chill the hearts of the residents. Though it was a sound that echoed from a distant and deep forest, the troll's roar, evoking thoughts of death, was enough to prompt even the Baron Dalmatia to call up nearly all his soldiers. "It's a bit of a shame we didn't have any corpses. It would have been more perfect. Troll blood sells for a high price, you know." On hearing Gott's words, Vlad clicked his tongue in disappointment. Indeed, not having secured the troll's body was a regrettable aspect. "I didn't expect it to burn up like that." The body of the troll Vlad killed last night was burned in an instant without any time to do anything. No matter how high the firewood is piled, it is impossible to burn it so cleanly and without traces. The cleanup was so blatant that anyone could see that the intention was not to leave any traces. "I think I need to report this to Lord Joseph." Looking at the troll's traces, which were nothing but pitch-black ash, Vlad was reminded of what happened in Baron Utman territory. The suspicious and fiery incident involving the headless troll in Dobrechti, which felt familiar, was undoubtedly an event that should be reported to Joseph. "But there are no mages here. Should we send Pavlo?" "No, Pavlo won't do." Considering the difficult winter and the highly suspicious nature of the situation, it's best to inform as quickly as possible. "Which is the nearest city to the east?" "A city? Let's see." Taking into account Vlad's thoughts, Gott unfolded the map received from Baron Dalmatia and quickly began to find the next destination. "The closest city where there might be a mage is Tanaboya. It's the city of Count Bitskaya. If you just look at the map, it will take a week. Mages are those who handle the mysteries of the world. Although they are a group of people not favored by the church, they have often provided advice to lords through various miscellaneous knowledge, or quickly conveyed news through messengers, making them desirable companions for nobles. Let's make Tanaboya our next destination. See if you can find the way." "Got it." The Dalmatian baron was a poor lord who could not invite even a decent priest to certify the pilgrim's certificate, let alone a mage. Thus, Vlad planned to leave this place and seek a mage from a larger city's lord. Although he belonged to a different family, Vlad was a knight of certain status, so if he had to, he could just help out with something like he did now. With Gott leaving the stables after saying, "He'll find the way," Vlad once again started gazing into the distance, lost in thought. He'd come to the stables this early not only to tend to Noir, who had helped yesterday, but also because he had had such a vivid dream that he couldn't easily fall back asleep. "But I can't seem to remember it well." However, the intense dream that kept him tossing and turning was strangely elusive in his memory. All he could recall were faint echoes of hammering and swirling ashes, and the determined last words of the man, "Slay the dragon." Vlad closed his eyes, pondering. The man's final words in the dream were unmistakably spoken in a voice he had long been familiar with. Perhaps the dream he had was not a dream at all, but rather a fragment of memory left by the remnants of the voice. As the dark winter dawned, the sun was rising from behind the mountains in the distance. The tip of Vlad's sword begins to shine as bright as the morning. Unlike before, there were now flashes of white lightning swirling around Vlad's aura. They were all remnants of the voice that had wandered around Vlad's world. That day, the voice had asked Vlad to meet again in a deeper world, and Vlad had agreed to do so through today's aura. The knight closed his left eye toward a deeper world. Why leave so soon? Why not wait until the snow stops? Despite the cold weather, the Baron Dalmatia, who had personally come to see Vlad off in front of the Lord's mansion, looked at Vlad with a subtle expression. Although he hoped Vlad would stay for a while longer after the ominous incident, mixed emotions of wanting Vlad to leave quickly also flickered across the Baron's face, especially when he saw Got grinning mischievously from behind. "I've done everything I needed to do, so it's time for me to leave, Lord Baron." Vlad knew that the Baron's face had darkened as much as the coin that had slipped from his hand. But a former pickpocket and swindler didn't hesitate to claim rightful payment for their labor. Bandit suppression, barley thief hunts, troll hunts, and even finding missing girls. Still, Vlad hadn't been excessively harsh, so he must be receiving the same kind of send-off now. "Please remember what I said yesterday." "Sure. I'll keep it in mind. Consider this my gratitude towards them." While Vlad didn't mention the glowing mole, he did leave several instructions for the Lord. "As you said, I will not burn the forest or cut down trees carelessly to expand the barley field." It was a difficult time to openly talk about the existence of spirits or the sacred oak tree, no matter how remote the estate was in the corner of the countryside. Because now it was a world where only one God could be the truth. And occasionally offering small tributes to the forest would be good too. I'm sure last night I felt their will flowing through the forest. So Vlad had shown consideration for the mole by invoking the existence of God instead of spirits. It was to prevent hungry mole from stealing barley seeds. I see. If I can keep the barley fields safe like that, this is my offering to God who blessed my victory, Vlad said, handing the Baron a glittering gold coin. Since he had shown such sincerity, the Baron wouldn't ignore his words. "Ah, a knight from the north is indeed faithful." The face of the poor Baron, who had just received a little money back, brightened a bit. It was as bright as the glitter of the gold coin. Looking at the nodding Baron, Vlad gazed at the forest of Dobrekti, visible in the distance. That should be enough. A small flag was waving behind Vlad's saddle as he left with greetings from the villagers. There, the emblem of the Dalmatia family was now engraved. In the quiet forest with nobody around, the oak tree that the troll had hit with the axe was still full of scars, but it wasn't as devastating as it had been that night. This is because someone had sloppily applied green moss to every wound. While it was uncertain if this method was effective for the wounded tree, the oak seemed content, swaying its branches gently in the breeze as if in approval. "Kiu!" Underneath the quietly swaying oak tree, a mole was poking its head into a small basket, its hind legs twitching. The basket was filled with ripe red raspberries. The raspberries in the basket were prepared by the girl for the mole who saved her. Since spirits lacked physical bodies, they didn't need to eat to survive. But what they needed to exist was presence, someone's memory of them or emotions like affection. Thus today the mole could fill its long-forgotten sense of presence thanks to the raspberries. The girl's emotions contained within the raspberries were truly warm. "Q? Q?" The mole, who had been preoccupied with raspberries for a while, sensed a presence in the distance and wrinkled his nose. Unlike usual, people come carrying small baskets rather than axes or pickaxes. They came bearing offerings for God, but just believing in something in the forest would be a great help to the glowing mole, because the emotions, memories, and beliefs contained within were important. Q! Now, it didn't have to be forgotten. Realizing this fact, The mole smiled and raised its tiny finger as if in celebration. The direction pointed by its finger, that was the direction where Vlad was leaving. The first thing the land spirit did after regaining some of his strength through today's offering was to bestow a small blessing on the knight leaving the forest. Today, a shining yellow star, forgotten in the name of God, returned to the forest of Dobrekti. Like the lemon tree in Hainal, the oak tree of Dobrekti seemed to regain a hint of green. Chapter 109, At the End of a Harsh Winter. Joseph turned his chair towards the window as usual and gazed outside. Outside the gates of Schoarra, priests of the church had gathered waiting for someone. "Do you recognize him?" Zaire noticed Joseph's gaze fixed on the window and realized something was amiss. His eyes were tense, as if he was watching an approaching typhoon. He's said to be the son of Duke Dragulia. They say he's the half-brother of Mershea, the commander of the Dragon Slayer Knights. As Zaire finished his report, the movements of the priests outside became more frantic. A thick line, like the stroke of a dragon's neck. Knights were entering Schoarra under the flag representing the Dragon Slayer Knights. His name is Ladhu. Despite his young age, he's already a knight with a record of slaying dragons several times. While Joseph's ears were focused on Zaire, his eyes remained fixed on the gate. There are 3 knights entering under the flag. But even among them, the man leading the way was barely visible. Even from a distance, there was an air of dignity about him. The son of the Dragonblood Duke, Ladhu Dragulia. Although the Badizid family was also renowned for producing excellent knights, they were not as famous as the Dragulia family of the central region. Because they were a family that inherited the blood of the dragon, not just a vain tradition, but recorded in actual history books. And now, with Bishop Pierre's cordial invitation, a knight of dragon's blood was entering Schoarra. And here, this time, Zaire handed Joseph a small note instead of speaking. The eyes of the Bayezid family have detected suspicious movements in various parts of the north. As Joseph carefully unfolded the note given by Zaire, he began to read the contents written inside. An involuntary sigh, impossible to suppress. Though it was just a brief note, Joseph's brows narrowed as he read through it. The note he held was both an explanation of the situation and a warning quietly given by his father, Peter. "It seems I may have been mistaken after all." "What do you mean?" With those words, Joseph stood up from his seat and approached the window even closer. Having never wielded a sword, he had honed sharp eyes and deep thoughts instead. However, no matter how intensely he trained, it seems that it was still not enough for the heretic inquisitor who had lived his entire life in the battlefield of logic. Bishop Pierre's target wasn't Vlad. Certainly, Joseph and Bishop Pierre were fighting for control over Schoarra. But Schoarra's power, which had been his purpose and goal for Joseph, was merely a means that Bishop Pierre could discard at any time. Bishop Pierre was gazing beyond Joseph. The northern churches belonging to the Vatican were moving. The one who raised the flag first was Bishop Pierre of Schoarra, and the gathering place for the soldiers of the church was one of the territories that had long been established in the north, the city of Baron Utman, Museum. The scene of the glowing moles was truly powerful. As Vlad and God emerged from the forests of Dobrekti, they had not once been attacked by monsters or animals, and even their footsteps were light. The smoothly progressing journey, unexpectedly faster than expected, led them to emerge from the forests of Dobrekti too quickly, and that was the beginning of the problem. Take your time. No one's going to snatch it away. A bonfire burning under a tree, dyed white by snow. There were 2 men hungrily eating soup under the warm heat and billowing smoke. The man watching them from nearby wore a somewhat concerned expression as he spoke to Vlad and God. Despite having the warm stew in their mouths, the still pale lips of the 2 showed how much they had been struggling until now. "Thank you. If it weren't for you, things could have been really bad. One should express gratitude to those who share food. Vlad, who had been a young hunter before becoming a pickpocket, appreciated the warmth of a bowl of stew. So he sincerely expressed his gratitude to the mercenaries who had saved. "Oh, this is going to be quite an experience." However, the mercenaries who heard Vlad's thanks merely widened their eyes in surprise. Sensing the sudden awkwardness, Vlad began to quickly scan his surroundings, wondering if he had made a mistake. The social skills he had learned in the back alleys came naturally, like breathing. "Sir, you're not from the central regions, are you?" However, a man introduced as the leader of the mercenaries just smiled and handed Vlad some jerky. It seemed he rather liked the sight of Vlad expressing his gratitude. "No, I'm not from the central regions. I'm from the north." "Oh, I see." Vlad, who had finally come to his senses after escaping from cold and hunger, continued speaking as he looked at the mercenaries who were looking at him curiously. "Did I make a mistake just now?" No, sir." The curly-haired man laughed heartily at Vlad's question and served him another bowl of stew. "It's the first time lowly folks like us have heard words of thanks from someone like you, sir." Vlad felt a subtle sense of awkwardness as he looked at the mercenaries who called themselves lowlifes. It was Vlad who had come from the bottom, not the mercenaries, but his appearance in this new land made him seem like just another young knight. I must have been too polite. It seemed that the hierarchy between the central and northern regions was even more stringent than in the north. Given the differences between regions, Vlad thought he should pay attention to such things in the future. "By the way, sir, where are you going?" "We were on our way to Tanaboya. It's a city of Count Betskaya." With that remark, Vlad lifted his head and stared directly at the curly-haired man. The mercenary leader, holding the soup bowl, stopped laughing as he looked at Vlad. Though unspoken, the intention in his eyes was too obvious. What a coincidence. "We were just on our way to Tanaboya as well." "Oh." Before Vlad could reply, Gott let out a sigh of relief. "Thank goodness, Captain. We'll be able to reach Tanaboya just by following these people." "Shut up." Vlad could not hold back the anger boiling inside him and finally let out a single word. Before they left, he was the guy who beat his chest and said he only believed in himself. But in the end, he had formed this group, so Vlad could only blame himself for trusting the swindler. "I'm Vlad from Schoarra." "No, just Vlad." "I'm Stefan from the Thornwood Mercenaries, sir." Vlad suppressed his boiling anger and shook hands with the mercenary leader with a smile on his face. As their hands clasped, their eyes met. Vlad thought Stefan's blue eyes matched well with his curly orange hair. A city in the central region that Vlad saw for the first time. Unlike the remote areas like Dobrekti, Tanaboya, a proper city broadened Vlad's horizons just by its appearance. "It's my first time seeing a city in the central region. Then this place shouldn't be too bad." From experience, he knew that if he looked like a country bumpkin, he would be an easy target for crime. But still, the atmosphere of the city he was seeing for the first time excited Vlad again. It's one of the trade hubs with the elves to the east. So, it's a place where merchants and mercenaries often come. Stefan was showing the utmost sincerity he could muster for the knight who seemed inexperienced. No matter how young he seemed, a knight was still a knight. If they can establish a relationship with a knight with just a few bowls of soup and a few kind words, it will definitely be a profitable business. "How should I recommend an inn for you?" "I know of some decent places," Stefan offered. "I'd prefer just a recommendation for an inn. I'm planning to meet the lord of this place first," Vlad replied. "Oh, I see." Observing Vlad confidently declaring his intention to meet Count Betskaya, Stefan nodded with a gleam in his eyes. Not all knights were worth their salt, despite their airs of superiority. Among those who strutted around like knights, there were some even dirtier than mercenaries like themselves. However, the young knight before him didn't seem like one of them, and now he was boldly stating his intention to meet the Count. Stefan couldn't help but feel impressed. "If you need any help, feel free to come to us any time. We'll be staying at the inn at the corner for a few days," Stefan offered. "Thank you, I'll keep that in mind," Vlad replied, though somewhat dismissively. Though Vlad's abrupt demeanor could have been off-putting, Stefan didn't seem to mind. He just nodded, as if understanding that was just how Vlad was. "Thank you. You're welcome, sir. It was surprisingly difficult to treat someone older than you. But Vlad had to get used to this by now. With no one like Joseph or senior knights to constantly validate him, Vlad had to reveal himself. "You'll find the Count's mansion by looking for the largest building in the city," Stefan informed before departing with a smile, indicating he understood Vlad's struggle. As Stefan's group of mercenaries followed him, they respectfully bowed their heads to Vlad and disappeared into the streets. "I should treat them to a drink someday," Vlad thought to himself. "If you receive something, you should give something back." If it weren't for Stefan, he might still be wandering lost in the cold winter forest. So at least a token of gratitude was appropriate. "It'd be best to buy them some expensive drinks, Captain," Gott suggested, sending Vlad a meaningful glance. "Why? Seems like they're a well-known mercenary group. Judging by their gear and how easily they passed the gate inspection earlier, they're probably a reputable group," Gott explained. "Is that so?" Vlad's eyes, watching Stefan leave, also began to gleam. The desire to gain something from each other was not exclusive to Stefan alone. The mansions in the north were practical in nature. Facilities with clear purposes and tall walls. In a way, it was a characteristic of the northern mansions that they were so bleak that they could be called small castles. But the style in the central region was different. "What brings you here?" Pure white exterior walls surrounding the mansion, and the carvings carved between the walls were enough to leave Vlad speechless for a moment. "I am a knight of the Bayezid family. Vlad. I have a special request for the lord of this place," Vlad eventually managed to reply. "What matter shall I convey?" responded the butler, undeterred by the newcomer's momentarily baffled demeanor. "I have an urgent matter to convey to my lord, so I would like to borrow the mage for a message. Please convey to Count Bitskaya my hope for his noble assistance to a knight in distress," Vlad requested. It was a quick visit without an appointment, but Vlad thinks they can lend him the mage for a message. A ruler of a territory would not miss the chance to preserve his dignity with a small favor. "Captain, shall we postpone the inn for now? Perhaps we'll receive an invitation," suggested Gott discreetly. "Sure," Vlad nodded quietly in response to Gott's question from behind. In the north, guests were highly esteemed. If there was a similar custom here, perhaps they could secure something for the evening. However, 10 minutes passed, then an hour passed. Even as darkness settled around them, there was no call for Vlad. Josef's decision to dismiss Vlad might have been partly to protect him from any potential traps by the Vatican, but it also carried the intention of encouraging him to see more of the world. In that sense, Josef's intentions were clearly succeeding now. "When can we expect an answer?" "I do not know. I just wish I could at least hear whether it's possible or not. You'll have to wait." Cold dismissal. Even a low sneer can be heard from time to time. Vlad didn't feel anger at the coldness he hadn't experienced in a long time. It was a familiar experience, one he could easily endure and overlook. But he couldn't help but wonder why he was receiving such treatment when he had clearly proven his status. How long? The center of the continent is in the central region, and the lords of the central region believed they were at the center of the world. They believed they possessed a nobility that could not be compared to the Westerners who ate dry dirt or the Northerners who had the blood of barbarians mixed in. You'll have to wait until the Count calls for you. The frog in the well had seen the world. However, the world that he thought would be wide was only full of other walls. The center of the world was discriminating against the Northerners. There was nothing Vlad could do but stand quietly in front of the tightly closed door of the Count. Chapter 110. Snowflakes piled on the window lattice. Vlad was staring at the door of the mansion that had never moved and had no intention of moving. Staring at the firmly closed door was indeed a familiar sight. In fact, places that had opened their doors wide for him throughout his life were few and far between. Do you find me amusing? What? No, it's not that. The gatekeeper's reaction to the knight from the north was icy. Their disdainful attitude towards the knight hinted at the prestige of the Count Bitskaya. Vlad should have recognized that prestige before knocking on the door, and failing to do so was surely his fault. I merely seek an answer. I'm not asking for permission, so it must be their fault for not recognizing him. With his words finished, Vlad swiftly withdrew a small flag from his saddlebag and planted it into the ground. Crackle! A small flame erupted. From the frozen ground, a sound reminiscent of swords clashing echoed. What are you doing right now? Vlad showed his level through his actions just now. Seeing this, the gatekeepers began to realize that Vlad was different from the knights they had seen before. This knight hadn't come to beg for anything from the Count. Even if I am just a knight, I should be able to get an answer from the Count. The wind was blowing. The cold wind originating from the north lifted the head of the flag planted in the frozen ground, and it made them know who Vlad was. There were emblems and symbols of various families and organizations in the fluttering flag. And among those symbols, there was one that caught the gatekeeper's attention. Dragon Slayer. Oh, this. The gatekeepers wouldn't have recognized all the emblems of the northern families. But within Vlad's flag, there was one symbol that even they could recognize. It was a symbol recognizable to anyone on the continent. I will now await that answer. There was a thickly drawn line underneath the head of the dragon spewing fire. The symbol of the Dragon Slayer. The gatekeepers who recognized the symbol began to turn pale. A small northern flag was waving within the county of Bitskaya. There was only one way to break through the baseless disregard and discrimination. It would be through self-assertion. And the knight standing in front of the mansion right now was the one who proved himself with the most perfect blood. While a flag fluttered in the wind, the knight's blue eyes remained steadfast. Ooh. A tray full of vegetables and fruits, sauce generously drizzled over them, was dripping down haphazardly. How old are you? I'm 18 this year. Count Bitskaya, who was in the midst of their meal, had a mountain of salad piled up in front of him. No, maybe he was scolding Vlad for his sudden visit like this. You're 18 and you caught a dragon? I was 17 at the time. The fastest dragon of the north, Lindworm. Count Bitskaya couldn't help but harbor deep suspicions at the thought of the young knight before him having caught it. But the emblem is genuine. Reputation may be futile, but honor never loses its shine anywhere. And on the flag brought by the young knight there was undoubtedly an unmistakable emblem of honor. However, to use that emblem, one would need permission from the Dragon Slayer Knights. Who authorized the use of that emblem? Vlad silently regarded the lord of the central region who posed the question. Despite there not being just one emblem and symbol on the flag, the Count continued to inquire solely about the emblem of the Dragon Slayer, showing his persistent curiosity. Observing this, Vlad could discern that the influence of the north didn't extend to this place. It's Sir Merche Dragulia, the commander of the Dragon Slayer Knight Order, and the majesty of the Dragon Slayer Knight Order encompasses the central region. Merche, commander of the Dragon Slayer Knight Order. At the single name that came out of Vlad's mouth, not only the Count but also the knights standing around began to murmur. Vlad was caught off guard by their sudden reaction, but he decided not to show any signs of surprise. If your words turn out to be false, you will die here. Upon hearing Merche's name, the Count rose from his seat and began to growl at Vlad. Daring to mention the Dragulia family and the Dragon Slayer Knight Order in the context of the northern upstart was audacious indeed. Count Bitskaya's eyes began to grow fierce as he heard the names of beings who should not be dared to be impersonated. The blue blood of the nobility in his eyes was pressuring Vlad mercilessly. I speak no lies, Lord Count. I indeed slew Lindworm, and Sir Merche saw it with his own eyes. However, Vlad remained nonchalant, even in the face of the Count's sharp warning. The arrogant yet composed demeanor of Vlad left Count Bitskaya pondering deeply. Whoever raised him did a good job. The pressure that came with the title of Count was truly significant. However, the young knight showed no signs of wavering even before him, leaving Count Bitskaya with nothing but admiration. At this point, even if he were a fraud, acknowledging him would be appropriate. Fine. You want to borrow a crystal ball from a mage? Yes. I wish to convey urgent news to my lord in Schoarra. It wasn't common to come to borrow a crystal ball during a mission, but it did happen occasionally. If Vlad were a knight from the central region rather than the north, Count Bitskaya would have gladly lent him the crystal ball. May I inquire about the nature of the news you're conveying? It seems rather urgent. However, it had never happened before that a knight from the north came down to the central region, let alone the eastern vicinity, to borrow a crystal ball for a message. Count Bitskaya needed to know what urgent news the young knight before him wanted to convey, not out of mere curiosity, but out of his duty as a ruler. The urgent news being conveyed by an extraordinary individual must surely be important. A few days ago, I encountered a peculiar being in the forests of Dubrechti. It was in the shape of a troll, and even if I killed it, it wouldn't die. Vlad didn't hesitate much at the Count's request for details. It would be known eventually, so there was no harm in speaking of it now. And even if it were known, it wouldn't be a problem. Being wary of evil and peculiar beings was not an uncommon occurrence anywhere. Do not die even when killed. What on earth? Similar incidents have occurred in the north as well. It seems that something unknown is gradually stirring. The lobby, which had been bustling just moments ago, quieted down as Vlad described the evil being, as if pouring cold water on the atmosphere. Stories related to dark magic had a way of unsettling people's nerves. Someone who doesn't die. Where was this? It was in the territory of the Dalmatia family, in Dubrechti. The nearest city from there is Tanaboya, right here. I came here not only for my own business but also to warn you all. But to treat me like this. Count Bitskaya felt as if Vlad's blue eyes were saying just that. Fetch a crystal ball for our guests from the north. The Count, who realized the seriousness of the situation from Vlad's unwavering gaze, quickly elevated Vlad's status from an uninvited guest from the north to an honored guest. Though appearing as if he had just been struck down by a mere knight, the Count was a man who paid no mind to such trivial matters. My apologies for leaving you outside. Many knights have been coming to seek an audience lately. I thought you were one of them. Even though he was a count, Vlad could not help but be quite surprised to see his attitude of directly asking for an apology. It was a remarkably swift change of attitude from someone who had previously ignored him without even opening the door. I understand, Lord Count. Good. Let's get to the point. Clean greeting. Educated attitude. The Count's eyes were shining as he looked at Vlad, who came from the north but had an attitude of central region. The Count was even committing Vlad's final image to memory. Find out immediately. Yes. Send someone to Dobrechti right now. Not that one. The lobby suddenly became quiet after Vlad left. Count Bitskaya's small but firm voice came from above. His urgency was palpable, even as he acknowledged Vlad's absence. Find out if that kid is really a dragon slayer, or if he's a knight from Bayezid. Yes, understood. A commander who failed to recognize even the priority of tasks. The Count's eyes were fierce when he saw that scene. Everyone out! The knights in the lobby began to flock out at the sight of the Count, who even gestured with his hand as if to hurry up and give the order to welcome the guests. Their movements were swift, but there was an underlying sense of urgency in their steps, indicating the gravity of the situation, as if reflecting the Count's demeanor. Ah! Now alone, the Count looked at the salad before him and muttered quietly. So arrogant and bold. The unexpected intrusion of an unwelcome guest had disrupted the late dinner gathering, and the Count's eyes gleamed strangely. I must ascertain if he truly has the skill to be so audacious. A figure was hovering over the silver spoon the Count was holding. The dragon slayer emblem engraved on the flag was still vivid in the Count's mind. It's incredibly expensive. It was his first time sending a message via crystal ball. While sending messages through magical techniques was undoubtedly invaluable, it came at a high price. How expensive is it? About 1 gold per carat. More if it's farther away. How many characters did you use? God couldn't close his mouth at Vlad's explanation. The cost of extorting money from the Baron Dalmatia, by all means, was only about 10 gold. However, as Vlad had just mentioned, sending just 10 characters would mean throwing away a significant amount of money. Don't worry about the cost, Vlad reassured. Oh, that's a relief. But cost wasn't the only issue. The Count's mage had mentioned that to send a message to a specific location, they needed to know the corresponding frequency number for that area. However, there was no way that Vlad would know about the message that he was attempting for the first time in his life. In the end, the Count's mage had to sigh and find out the number corresponding to Schoarra himself. I almost gave up if we didn't find the right mage. Feeling embarrassed by Goth's words, Vlad scratched the back of his head and walked down the hallway of the mansion. The colorful sculptures and decorations carved here and there have long since disappeared from view. What kind of knight am I didn't even know about this. Although he'd thought of simply sending the message, he realized there was knowledge and common sense he needed even in this process. Even if he stayed in Schoarra, he would need a considerable amount of time to function properly as a knight. Just knowing how to use a sword did not mean you could become a knight. Well, the start here wasn't exactly pleasant, but still. I think it was a good thing I got to know the Count. Seeing Vlad sinking deeper into self-blame and introspection, Gott quickly tried to change the subject. Gott knew very well that he had to be more faithful to this role, since he could not directly help with the sword. What do you mean? Vlad, who was momentarily pulled out of his thoughts by a voice from beside him, asked about what he had just said, but Gott only shrugged his shoulders and pointed to the decorations around him. What's this? Vlad was deep in thought, and noticed the sculptures and decorations of the mansion that he had never noticed before. Although he wasn't familiar with such luxury items, even to Vlad the decorations gave off an exotic atmosphere. I heard they were gifts from the elves. While Vlad met with the Count, Gott hadn't been idling either. A good swindler always had to be sensitive to their surroundings. But they say the elves don't allow just anyone onto their land. The county of Bitskaya, situated in the east but still part of the central region, was once no different from the rural territories like Dobrechti. However, under the recent lordship, it had risen to prominence as one of the major trading hubs. But how did the Count here manage to open up trade routes like this? In other words, he must be someone who can communicate with the elves. Although God's words caught Vlad's attention, he didn't bother to respond. Instead, he reached out and touched one of the murals engraved on the wall. Where Vlad's hand touched, there was a carved image of a person with ears too long to be considered an ordinary human being. Chapter 111. The world of voice is a world of intense colors. Within the amber stone of Alicia, which he had seen through that world, was a scene of autumn. A maple tree standing tall amidst wide wheat fields. Vlad still remembered the falling leaves in the red twilight. It was vivid and beautiful, yet somehow the landscape also seemed sorrowful. Still, I can see a little now. Vlad closed his left eye and looked at the amber stone embedded at the end of the handle. Though not as clearly as in the world of voice, he could confirm the sight of the maple tree swaying in the wind. Where could this be? Vlad, who was already talking to himself, sat on the bed and muttered quietly, but there was no one answering his words anymore. Only the blue moonlight streaming through the window embraced Vlad's shoulders. Crackle. A small spark leapt from Vlad's closed left eye. When the voice had proposed meeting in a deeper world, Vlad couldn't bring himself to respond, but if the voice were to ask again now, he could surely give a definite answer. Yes, let's meet again in a deeper and wider world. In the dimly lit room, illuminated only by moonlight, a single streak of white lightning fell upon Vlad's eyes. "Ooh, how is it?" Count Bitskaya, sitting behind a table laden with vegetables and fruits, raised a warm teacup as he inquired. Although he ate a healthy diet that only elves would eat, his face was full of frowns and wrinkles after he finished eating. "It's confirmed that the knight named Vlad is a dragon slayer." Confirmation of a task was never enough, especially when verifying suspicious individuals. And his skills have been confirmed as well. Among our remaining knights, there is none who could rival Sir Vlad. Only 5 knights had been pitted against Vlad in sparring matches, and among them 3 had been so thoroughly beaten that they would be unfit for duty for a while. In a real battle, their heads might have rolled. "And what about you?" The knight commander bit his lip in response to the Count's question, almost as if provoked. 9 times out of 10, I will win. If you fight 10 times, you might lose once or twice." Count Bitskaya recalled vividly how much gold the knight standing before him, currently running a hand through his hair, was receiving. Just an 18-year-old. Even his own knight commander, who was quite famous when he was young, cannot guarantee a complete victory. So it goes without saying that he could not rely on the youngsters, who cannot even use the aura. "How about we hang a few of the guards as a warning?" "Pardon?" It was a real knight, but he didn't recognize him, given how coldly he was kept outside. It wouldn't be easy to sway him. "It would be nice if I was a little more conscious." Knights valued honor above all else. What he did was clearly rude, but there would still be a chance. The Count only hoped that the young knight had at least a semblance of understanding of how the world worked. Vlad stared at the tea dripping down in front of him, a brilliant green light that sparkles in the sunlight. Vlad unconsciously brought his head closer as the color of the tea showed through to the bottom of the teacup. He didn't know what was brewed, but the scent of fresh leaves wafted into his nose, cooling his eyes. "It's not common to drink tea like this in the north, is it? I'd rather grab a bottle than drink brewed leaves." Though his words were blunt, Count Bitskaya smiled contentedly, watching Vlad, who couldn't tear his gaze away from the tea. Even a savage northerner would surely be intrigued upon seeing this tea. "It's elven tea. It's a specially processed product taken from a forest in the Far East." Elves. As soon as he heard the word, Elves from the Count. Vlad instinctively licked his lips with his tongue. But soon he straightened up as if nothing had happened and looked at the Count. He shouldn't reveal his desires during negotiations. That's what Horace Rose Marcella had told him. One of the main businesses in our territory is dealing with these elven specialties. Those in the capital can't get enough of anything related to elves. Until now, the Count Bitskaya family had been no different from a family in the countryside, but the Bitskaya family had become completely different since the current Count Bitskaya ascended. He gambled for the declining family and eventually became one of the few channels connecting elves and humans. For example, the tea in front of you is valued more than the same weight in gold. Elves are a long-lived race, and their mysterious ecology was enough to arouse the curiosity of the central nobles. Even the tea placed in front of Vlad was rumored to extend one's lifespan. Is it really worth that much? I can't say if it truly extends lifespan, but it's certainly good for the body. Especially effective for coughs. Rumors tended to exaggerate, and elven tea wasn't some mystical herb that extended lifespans. But unlike elven tea, which was said to really extend life, the blonde knight before him was indeed a dragon slayer, so the Count had to be careful in dealing with the real deal. Shall I get you one? It was only after hearing the Count's words that Vlad finally raised his head. For a moment he seemed distracted by the idea that it was good for the body and especially effective for coughs. Am I worth that much? Vlad asked, looking at the Count with a slight smile. There must be a reason why the Count called him and showed him favor. Indeed, the knights from the north are quite straightforward. I like that about you. The Count realized that Vlad was ready to listen to his proposal, smiled and raised his teacup. He had thought the newcomer from the north would be a stubborn fellow, but surprisingly, he was someone with whom he could communicate. I admire your ability to even slay a dragon. So there's something I would like to ask of you. His tricks are shallow and his actions are capricious. But if both parties had something to gain, there was no need to hesitate to join hands. Lately, there's been a scoundrel lurking on the trade routes, plundering my goods. Quite a headache, bandits. Vlad raised the cup to his lips and took a sip. It didn't taste good. Probably not bandits. Count Bitskaya smiled as he looked at the northern knight, who was holding a teacup and making a troubled expression. That smile actually contained many meanings. Because my knights who were escorting the caravans all fell flat. It may have been a lie, but there was no shame in the Count's words at all. He was someone who didn't hesitate to extend a hand to even the knights he had previously ignored if it meant seeking help. Even the knights. Yes, that's why I'm in such a bind. At the mention of even the knights being unable to handle the situation, Vlad's expression darkened. The skills of the Bitskaya knights, as gauged through the sparring, were certainly not remarkable. Rather, through this sparring he was able to get a real sense of what kind of place Bayezid is. Even if your knights couldn't handle it, do you think I could, Lord Count? Still, Vlad didn't hesitate to voice his doubts. Like the Count before him, the knight from the back alleys was a man who didn't mind showing weakness to increase his value. But with just a smile, the Count effortlessly dispelled Vlad's doubts. Vlad of Schoarra and the Slayer of Lindworm. If you're recognized not only by San Regino but also by various northern families, I believe you're capable enough to handle this. With those words, the Count reached out a small black pouch. Partially opened, the pouch emitted a glimmer of golden light. I'll reward you even more if you manage to defeat the unknown looter. It might be difficult for me alone. That's fine. Count Bitskaya looked at Vlad with a deep smile. The Count had endless strings of gold, but the unknown looter was blocking those strings. It might be manageable for now, but if this continued, it would eventually tighten around his own neck. I'll be satisfied as long as you chase them away for a while. Even if the lad before him was a dragon slayer, there were many knights in the central region who possessed similar skills. While it would be ideal to resolve everything completely, it wouldn't hurt to hold out until a truly renowned knight could be recruited. Understood, Lord Count. I'll do my best. Vlad finally smiled sincerely at the Count. However, I'd like something other than gold. With those words, Vlad took out only a few coins from the open pouch and quietly returned them to the Count. Do you have something specific in mind? Value is relative. To the Count, gold coins were in abundance, but Vlad was not someone who moved by money alone. As a wandering knight, I want to see the vast world. Even when standing in the back alleys, Vlad strived to not lose himself. Even if he was soaked in the filth of alleyways, he tried to look at the brightness of the boy's soul. Having come this far, I can't just pass up the chance to visit the Elven City. He promised to find a name for the voice. That promise was heavier than the pouch of gold coins in front of him. I'd appreciate it if you could also provide a box of elven tea, which is said to be good for health. There might still be a man in Schoarra suppressing his cough with warmed wine. He had sworn to be faithful to that man. The frail cough of Joseph always weighed heavily on Vlad's heart. You want to enter the Elven City? Watching Vlad make an unexpected request, Count Bitskaya leaned back deeply in his chair. Indeed, those who possessed unwavering integrity were not tempted by sparkling gold. If that's the condition, merely uncovering their identity won't be enough. The Count furrowed his brow, as if he was troubled. Although Vlad spoke easily, it wasn't just a matter of accommodating one person. Interacting with the elves was a small hole pierced through the future of the family and the entirety of his lifetime. So the reward Vlad demanded was nothing less than a significant burden on the Count. I'll handle it. However, Vlad couldn't yield on this matter either. Now that Vlad knew that no one could enter the Elf City, he had to somehow get cooperation from the Count. To ensure that the unknown looter never again covets your trade routes, Lord Count. The Count of the Central Region and the Knight from the North locked eyes. As long as they had something to offer each other, they could smile over bitter tea and show kindness to those they disregarded. Agreed. That was the essence of a deal. Their joined hands were shaking quietly on the gold coin pouch. On a dark night, on a stone bridge crossing a very high cliff, the coachman trembled in the thick fog that made him wet just by breathing. The reason the coachman was shaking was not simply because the atmosphere was eerie. Right in front lay men sprawled across the bridge as if dead. Amidst them, the Bitskaya banner hung limply, swaying. All those who had fallen were knights hand-picked by the Count. Are there any elves' goods inside? Ah, yes. A figure shrouded in a grey hood down to the knees. His sharp, scraping voice induced an intense sense of revulsion in the listener. Yes, please spare me. The coachman quickly fell to the ground and cried loudly. The thick fog seemed to swallow his voice whole. Keying. A chilling sound echoed from behind, but the coachman remained flat on the ground, not daring to look away. He was afraid that if he opened his eyes, he would run into a man wearing a hood. In the thick fog, a faint light was falling from a thin stone bridge down the cliff, along with a heavily laden carriage. As the faint light vanished from the bridge, darkness once again enveloped everything. Chapter 112. 2 carriages, with over 30 people. The procession looked peculiar to anyone watching, with more swordsmen than porters carrying luggage. If one were to add the ominous glares of the night scene here and there, it would seem as if they were marching into battle rather than merely traveling. Is this why you brought me here? Whatever this is, let's do it together. Stefan, who was scratching the stinging back of his head, smiled helplessly at Vlad's insincere answer. No wonder they had offered such a large sum for the job. There was a trap hidden somewhere. It's only been a month since we settled in this city, and already we seem to be outcasts. The Count assured me that he would take special care of us. Even so, there are areas that those above us do not oversee." With those words, Stefan glanced slightly back. There, the knights of Bitskaya were eyeing him, and Vlad with suspicion. "Just make a big deal and go somewhere else. Aren't mercenaries supposed to be like that anyway? You have nothing to say since you said the right thing in the wrong situation." Stefan knew well that there was no use in complaining now. This clumsy knight, who was lost in the forest, had already had a big fight with the knights of Bitskaya, and they had been hired by Vlad without knowing the truth of the matter. In other words, they were unwittingly becoming pawns in Vlad's grudge. "I'll give you a little bit of my share later, so let's do our best. There won't be many opportunities like this in the future." Driving me crazy. Vlad pretended not to hear Stefan's final words. He was willing to tolerate Stefan's grumbling to a certain extent. Stefan was more than worth his pay. "It's a good thing I brought them here. The Thornwood mercenary group skillfully controls the uphill movement, as expected from skilled mercenaries. Thanks to them moving quickly like soldiers, Vlad was able to easily take the initiative. Indeed, hiring mercenaries seemed a better choice than dealing forcibly with the uncooperative knights of Bitskaya. At this rate, we should arrive within 3 days. Good. Vlad listened to Stefan's words and caressed Alicia's amberstone as a habit. It was the only clue his voice left behind. Only elves deeply connected to spirits could recognize the landscapes engraved within. 3 days from now, elves, shrouded in mystery and admired by some, were a race Vlad might encounter in 3 days. The thought of meeting them soon made Vlad's heart race a little. Though it was a sensation he had never felt before, the fluttering in his chest wasn't entirely unpleasant. While his journey initially began to find the voice's name, it was undoubtedly expanding Vlad's world. On the final day of the 3-day journey, the smell of the dense trees made the air taste different. The creaking of the carriage grew louder as the road became increasingly narrow. Sir Vlad, from now on, will be leading the way. Very well. It wasn't because of the knight's sharp gaze that Vlad stepped back. Having escorted the procession safely thus far to prevent unknown looters, Vlad had already successfully completed half of his mission. It seems they're only targeting the carriages carrying goods as room on. Vlad, naturally slipping to the rear of the procession, nodded at Gott's words coming from beside him. As Gott had said, there hadn't been a single attack throughout the journey so far, even though it was a carriage loaded with silver bars to pay for the tea. Are they on alert? Perhaps the presence of many armed personnel had deterred any potential threats. However, it is said that the unknown looter only appears when there is a carriage with tea on it, so they need to remain vigilant until they return. We've arrived. It's visible up ahead. Finishing his thoughts, Vlad looked to where Stefan was pointing. In a dense forest there were several small buildings built as if they were making their way through the thick forest. It looked like a camp for loggers, but the fences surrounding it seemed quite sturdy. That seems to be a trading post. It appears so. While trade was permitted, they couldn't enter the elves' forest. Elves didn't easily relinquish their territory to humans, and the Count Bitskaya had to find a way to deal with the exclusive attitude of the elves. Although the buildings appeared small, they likely represented the Count's painstaking efforts. It seems the elves have arrived first. Sir Vlad, will you watch over the cargo for a moment? Understood. While the knights of Bitskaya were openly trying to disrupt Vlad's meeting with the elves, it was also an understandable action. Connections with the elves were practically the lifeline of the Bitskaya family. It would be only natural not to involve outsiders in such a precious matter. Of course, there might also be some resentment towards Vlad. I've always wanted to see the elves once. Vlad quietly nodded to Gott's words and climbed onto the roof of the carriage. The air wasn't so much cold as it was refreshing, tousling Vlad's hair. Is there any way out? Gotta stay alert. Everyone be on guard. The good thing about being a knight was the ability to give orders. After issuing instructions to Gott and the mercenaries, Vlad crossed his legs and lay on the roof, gazing up at the sky. For Vlad, who had lived in bustling cities all his life, this refreshing air was a first. It was a sensation he had never experienced, not even on the plains of the north or the Knur family ranch. Inside a small log cabin, men sat across from each other with a long table between them. So, for now, this is all we can offer. A box is pushed around with a jingling sound. The man's ears perked sharply as he noticed the contents of the box. Quite different from what was promised. A small but loud voice. The Knight of Bitskaya involuntarily swallowed his saliva. There was an indescribable depth to that voice. Making tea from the leaves of the Tujun tree is a laborious process. It's not just a matter of 1 or 2 workers. I understand that, Lord Prejudice, but despite a chair being placed directly in front of them, the elves stood obstinately. Under the silent pressure of wanting to end the current conversation as quickly as possible, the Knight of Bitskaya had to talk about the unidentified raider who is currently blocking their trade route. As a result, there is also the inevitable delay in payment. Is the tea selling well? Negotiations could collapse. Since they were very picky elves, they were thinking of the worst-case scenario. But the only question that came back was whether the tea was selling well. Yes, it is. So if you could give us a little more time, we can surely make the payment in full. What about other regions besides the central? Do nobles there also favor our tea? It's already become quite popular among the nobles in the central region, so surely those in other regions will also appreciate. Trends tend to spread, after all. The elf known as Prejudice nodded quietly as he listened to the knight's explanation. Despite expecting some resentment due to the delayed payment, it seemed that the elves also had high expectations for the current business. Please don't make us go through the trouble of finding another lord. Thank you. They could easily find another lord to trade with. With Prejudice's last words, almost a threat, the box on the table was passed over to the elves. Though it was only a fraction of the usual payment, they accepted it. But there's something I'd like to mention. Please, go ahead. The knight, who had been silently sighing with relief, thinking the negotiation was finally over, suddenly noticed Prejudice squinting outside as if trying to see beyond the wooden wall. Though obstructed by a wooden wall, the way he tilted his head seemed as if he could see outside. What's with the fellow who came with you? Who are you referring to? The one lying on the carriage? Of who is currently lying on the carriage? Prejudice, who turned his gaze coldly on the person he could not communicate with, stood still and felt the strange energy coming from outside. A dizzying energy that was hard to pinpoint was clearly disturbing his senses. Since you've come all this way, I'll treat you to a drink. Pardon? I won't demand separate payment for it, so. The Knight of Bitskaya was taken aback by Prejudice's sudden kindness. However, the elf's gaze was fixed not on the knight in front of him, but on someone far away. Call the others outside and let's all have a drink together. A familiar yet unfamiliar energy. As the guardian of the forest, Prejudice felt obligated to investigate the suspicious energy mixed with something else. He wasn't asleep, yet he dreamed. In that dream stood a maple tree, a sight he hadn't seen in a long time. The colors of the falling leaves were vivid. What is this? Vlad closed his eyes in the cold winter, but woke up on a hill where he could feel the gentle breath of autumn, and was confused. In a scene too vivid to be considered a dream, Vlad hurriedly looked around. In the distance, beyond the horizon, the setting sun painted the swaying wheat fields red. This doesn't feel like a dream. Vlad was acutely aware of where he was now. It was a scene from within the Amberstone, a landscape he could now only rely on his memories to recall. Vlad hastily turned around. There, Standing steadfast as if it had been there from the beginning, was the maple tree. Flowers? The tree bore flowers. Though a maple tree typically doesn't bloom, it was adorned with various flowers. Amidst the falling leaves, flowers of various colors hid their forms. One of the flowers, carried by the swaying wind, descended towards Vlad among the falling leaves. It was a white flower with a platinum hue. I must be losing my mind. When it fell, it was a flower, but when it came down, it became a butterfly. The sight of the butterfly fluttering down from the sky amidst the fading landscape was surreal. Amidst everything fading away, only one butterfly, with its iridescent glow, landed gently on Vlad's nose. Vlad quietly closed his right eye as he watched the butterfly slowly folding its wings. When drawing images, use your left eye. When thinking about reality, use your right eye. No one had told him, but Vlad, understanding the engraved rules of the world, slowly recalled the landscape he had closed his eyes to, through his closed eyes. "Captain! Captain!" God's voice sounds vaguely as if in a dream. Vlad finally steps into reality in the afterimage that still shakes like a wave. Vlad, opening his closed eyes, could still see a butterfly fluttering in front of him. The last breath of the twilight passing over the mountains was resting on the girl's platinum-colored hair. "What is this?" "An armor adorned with the blessing of a white snake. And this?" "An amber stone adorned with the blessing of a mole." "And this?" And a white finger pressing gently on his nose. With pointed ears and golden eyes, someone was looking at Vlad. Even here, when Vlad opened his eyes, a butterfly was flying around. Chapter 113. A mysterious atmosphere hung over the table. The burdening gaze of golden eyes staring directly ahead was unsettling. Unlike earlier, the face remained expressionless, but the girl's sparkling eyes shone like butterflies fluttering in the dream. "Why are you doing this?" Contrary to those eyes, the elf man was glaring at him with a cold gaze. The gaze of the elf, called prejudice, was fierce, unlike the girl's. It was as if he had touched something that should not have been touched. "Why are you doing that again?" Vlad was trying to keep a calm expression as he met the gazes of the two elves, whose atmospheres were clearly different. He didn't know why both of them were acting this way, but what was certain was that the image of the elves he had imagined was slowly breaking apart. "When is the tea coming out anyway?" Knights and elves facing each other across the table. In the awkward atmosphere where no one was willing to open their mouths, Vlad hoped that at least the tasteless tea would come out quickly. It was quite uncomfortable to receive and pass over the unspoken gazes without doing anything. "The knight who protected children." It was Prejudice who first broke the heavy silence. "What does that mean?" Prejudice's indigo eyes were fixed on Vlad's armor, along with the amber stone hanging from the tip of the sword. Although he was verbally asking about the inscription on the armor, his gaze clearly saw something behind it. It was carved by the northern parish, San Rogino. Vlad clenched his fists under the table while observing Prejudice's reaction. Just like the girl earlier, Prejudice also recognized items imbued with spirits. The idea of asking the elves about spirits and amber stone was indeed correct. "I achieved some results during my mission to fight against evil beings." However, unlike the joy boiling in his chest, Vlad's voice remained calm. He knew well that there was still a long way to go before he could celebrate for just one achievement. If Yosef were here, he would have surely done the same thing. "The knight who fought against evil beings. Excellent." The two elves nodded simultaneously upon hearing Vlad's words. Although their outward appearances were completely different, Vlad could sense the similarity in their actions as he looked at Prejudice and the girl, realizing that they had been companions for a long time. The tea is ready just in time. As the door to the cabin opened, a fragrant aroma began to waft in. It emanated from the teacups brought in by the elven soldiers. I salute the knight who opposed evil beings, regardless of race. Thank you. His expression was still cold, but the kindness he showed was clear. If they were treating him with such valuable tea, it meant at least he didn't appear unpleasant. Hopefully everything goes smoothly. Vlad hadn't forgotten his purpose for coming this far. The reason he came here to help Count Bitskaya with his work was to enter the elf forest. If the current good atmosphere continues, he might even receive a direct invitation without going through the Count. The aroma is delightful. Vlad smiled as he looked at the tea emitting a clear green light. Even though it wasn't his preferred tea, if he could leave a good impression with just a sip, he could easily smile and pass it over. That's how it had to be. No, you can't. However, Vlad couldn't lift the teacup. You must not drink it. White fingers urgently snatched the teacup that Vlad had picked up. A girl lying flat on the wide table looked at Vlad. The sudden action of the girl left the air inside the cabin stagnant. Both the elves and the knights of Bitskaya were frozen, not knowing what to do in the situation before them. Why? Vlad managed to squeeze out a word, barely exhaling the remaining air in his lungs. However, the girl just buried her face, tried to avoid eye contact, and quietly took Vlad's teacup. The struggling movements of the girl's legs at the end of the table seemed pitiful. Time was over. Meeting elves for the first time in his life was as bitter as the taste lingering on the tip of his tongue. And Vlad was still unable to easily escape from the shock. Captain, calm down. I haven't done anything wrong. Looking at Vlad's dazed eyes, Gott tried to calm him down, but the answer he got back was only empty. Nevertheless, you need to pull yourself together. The elves are still watching only you, Captain. The atmosphere was eerie. The elves observed Vlad with caution, but their eyes held a curious glint. It was like looking at an exotic animal. Moreover, that little one seems to be of high status. There were elves who were flattering her when she got on the carriage earlier. Among them, there was a girl who stared at Vlad with the most fervent gaze. Grabbing the waist of an elf named Paradis, the elf girl leaned out, fixing her gaze on Vlad. Vlad sighed as he looked at the girl whose eyes were desperate for something, but what she was actually doing was pushing him away. Anyway, it seems unlikely that we'll be able to enter the elven forest. Although it wasn't his mistake, Vlad felt that something had gone awry in the recent meeting. Since the elves already reject humans, they will not view the current situation favorably. Now, let's go. We need to depart before it gets too late. Understood. Upon hearing the words of the Bitskaya knights, urging them to cross the cliff before sunset, Vlad helplessly climbed on top of Noir. Just a moment. As the group prepared to leave, Paradis' voice reached them from behind. The girl whispered something, and Paradis listened with his head down. Paradis, who was listening to the girl, nodded and smiled awkwardly, stopping Vlad. Sorry to send you off like this. Paradis' peculiar expression, whether it was a smile or a frown, was unclear to Vlad. Vlad thought that his cold impression from before was better. Our esteemed one asks for your forgiveness for the mistake she made. No, it's okay. I heard something happened earlier on the carriage too. Seeing Vlad's affirmative response, Paradis extended a handshake to Vlad with a tired expression. It would be nice to see you again soon. I would like to apologize for today's rudeness. Vlad looked silently at the hand extended to him. Was a handshake the same gesture for elves too? It's the elves' way of invitation. Unlike humans, we don't easily offer handshakes. I see. The stunned disbelief of the Bitskaya knights at Paradis' words could be heard. They couldn't help but be surprised to see Vlad getting permission in just one day, as they had worked so hard for that. Thank you for inviting me. Vlad felt perplexed as he looked at the girl waving her hand from afar. Suddenly, he fell asleep and plunged into a fantasy. A teacup was taken away from him as he was trying to enjoy the tea, and now he was being invited to the elves' forest. What's happening? Right now? Vlad couldn't help but think for a moment as he watched the behavior of the most capricious girl he had ever seen. But no matter how suspicious the girl's behavior seemed, he couldn't ignore the outstretched hand. It will be a valuable opportunity to broaden my horizons. I will definitely come to visit. I hope you come. The two men's eyes met each other as they held each other's hands. The nervous knights of Bitskaya let out a small sigh at the sight of Vlad hesitating for a moment while shaking Bereda's hand. And be sure to bring that amber stone with you. Yes? Our esteemed one seems quite interested in it. Releasing his hand, Beredis looked at Vlad again with his cold demeanor. You're no exception. Vlad listened to Beredis' words and looked at the girl standing in the distance. The hand waving from behind seemed to be saying, "See you next time." In the end, I didn't even ask her name. Vlad furrowed his brow as if realizing it only now, swaying on the back of the noir. It was such a chaotic time that he hadn't found the opportunity to ask. Why her name? I should know what to call her next time we meet. Well, she's pretty, like an elf. If she were a bit taller, it would be hard to even look at her. Vlad looked at Gott as if to say how pathetic he was, hearing his joking remark. Do you want to think like that when you look at your child? Just how old are you, Captain? Vlad found himself speechless at Gott's blunt question. Come to think of it, he himself had only become an adult a few months ago. Anyway, I'm an adult. She could be one too. She seemed more mature than Zemina. Vlad could only stay silent in the face of Gott's casually ruthless rebuttal. Bringing up Zemina in this situation was nothing short of unfair. Besides, you cannot guess the age of elves in the first place. Even if she looks like that, she might be over 100. As elves, known for their longevity, it was difficult to guess their age, but Vlad was sure that the girl with the golden eyes wasn't an adult. Her incomprehensible actions hinted that she lacked the maturity of an adult. We're in the vicinity. The knight of Bitskaya, who had deliberately sealed his lips, approached cautiously and reported. Seems more effective than barking orders. Until yesterday, the demeanor of quietly ignoring him because he was a stranger from the north was gone. Beredis' invitation had clearly had its effect. The area from here to the bridge crossing the cliff is a dangerous area. Looters mainly came out from around this area. Vlad quickly unfolded the map and estimated their location as the knight explained. The map-reading skills he had learned in Sturma were finally coming in handy. The stone bridge we saw earlier seems the most dangerous. We've lost many carriages there before. Vlad became increasingly anxious as he watched the sun setting. With nightfall approaching, he wanted to find a place to settle down as soon as possible. What about staying here overnight and leaving in the morning? That's not possible. The Bitskaya knight said firmly, as if there was no room for negotiation. The forest here is much colder than the elves' territory. If we don't arrive in Tanaboya as soon as possible, the tea leaves will freeze, and the horses will refuse to move. While elves only dried tea leaves and did not process them further, if they didn't quickly return to Tanaboya to dry and compress the tea leaves into one lump, the leaves would freeze rapidly. We need to minimize our rest time and keep moving until it's time to sleep. Understood. Though disappointed, Vlad understood the conditions were different from when they had come. Even though he had suggested staying just one more day, the knight's resistance was too strong. It could potentially undermine all the efforts made so far, so he could understand their position well enough. Let's go. Stefan, go to the rear. Yes, sir. Vlad at the forefront, with mercenaries at the rear of the procession. The Bitskaya knights formed a defensive formation around the carriage, and Vlad cautiously began to move forward. With 6 knights and 10 mercenaries in the current formation, it was unlikely that any significant bandits would dare to attack them. Still, if they do come, they must have a different agenda than mere money. No matter how expensive elven tea might be, there were always costs to any endeavor. A person who would fight through 6 knights and 10 mercenaries to steal tea must have had other goals than money. As the forest grew darker, Vlad stared silently ahead. A stone bridge stretched between the cliffs ahead. Amidst the darkening sky, the bridge looked even more eerie, waiting for the group to cross. At first, they thought it was starlight. It was a dark night, and in the cliff area, where the slope was steep, the boundary between sky and ground was not clear. Cock! However, as the starlight rapidly approached, Vlad realized that the light was not hanging in the sky. It's an ambush! Looters! Looters have come! Torches shaking violently, horses neighing. In the midst of the sudden chaos in the procession, Vlad found himself looking at a Bitskaya knight lying on the ground. But I didn't even see it. It all happened in an instant. The knight's brutally distorted breastplate showed how much impact he had received. For now, take cover! Everyone run! We're getting off the bridge now. On the bridge, with openings on all sides. Vlad shouted loudly as he watched the knights naturally forming their formation. But Sir Vlad, follow my orders! Vlad, quickly placing the fallen knight on a saddle, growled in response. If we stop here, they'll move as they please. Understanding the predator is a trait shared only among predators. There must have been a reason to warn by knocking down a knight. Run! We're getting off the bridge. Everyone, hold on to the reins. On the dark bridge, Stefan and Gott repeated Vlad's orders loudly. And the Bitskaya knights, overwhelmed by Vlad's sudden change in demeanor, hurriedly mounted their horses, having no choice but to follow suit. Thunk! Thunk! Rocks are being thrown. The torches are extinguishing. Contrary to before, the looters in the darkness seemed flustered by Vlad's decision to break through the bridge, and they hastily extinguished their torches. A knight wielding a sword should be able to stand up to a threat. However, this knight from the back alleys was someone who didn't care about fleeing at all. Don't worry, just run. Vlad quickly closed his left eye and raised his sword high. Just follow me. Vlad's aura imbued in the sword. The carriages began to creak along the only shining light on the dark bridge. Thunk! Where? This time Vlad struck down the rock flying towards him and quickly gauged its direction. The trembling tip of his sword hinted at the power of the rock that had just flown. It's one person. Despite confusion from multiple directions, it was clear that one person had thrown it. Vlad's sensitive ears caught the sound of someone's footsteps moving quickly in the darkness. He's coming. Vlad gritted his teeth and looked towards the end of the bridge. It certainly didn't look dark, but the unknown looter was standing in front of the path they were about to take, catching his breath. Charge ahead as we are. The group rushed forward like enraged bulls. A small horn was sprouting from the forehead of Noir, who was at the forefront. We'll break through. Vlad intended to pass over the looter with the same momentum. The person currently blocking the group was clearly a skilled person, so if they lost their current momentum, they might never have the chance to cross the bridge again. Knights! Prepare for the attack! Vlad shouted loudly, but couldn't continue his next words. It was brightening from the far end, as if it were receiving the light of dawn. Damn it! Vlad quickly sensed the change in the looter and swiftly summoned his own aura. The only thing that could counter an aura was another aura. The only person who could summon an aura here was himself. Noir. He. In response to Vlad's call, the spirit of the grassland, which pierced even the troll, slowly began to take on its own form. The trick of a one-hit kill is its unexpectedness. And the best way to achieve unexpectedness is speed. Only speed beyond expectation can block the blow of the man ahead. No! Vlad and Noir, who had been in line with the procession until now, took advantage of the strange rhythm and quickly ran forward, at a speed several times faster than before. The eyes of the unknown man who was looking at that scene were widening. Break through. Finish it with one blow, just as the voice had instructed. White lightning that could not be captured was flowing from Vlad's left eye, which he was trying hard to close. Crack! Sizzle! The light of dawn and the white lightning clashed with each other on the bridge, creating a loud roar. Oh, the path of a sword must be right, straight, and without hesitation. A grey hood, partly torn. Red blood was splashing between the white hair and wrinkles visible between them. And what opens that path is a decisive strike based on unexpectedness. Vlad, amidst fading consciousness, reached out slowly to grasp the sword lying far away. But he couldn't help but open his eyes at the voice that gradually reached him. That is the trick of killing with a single blow. What? The halted carriages. The fallen Noir. And Vlad is lying on the ground, looking at an unknown man. Who the hell are you? A drop of blood was trickling down between his snowy white eyebrows. Who are you, using imperial swordsmanship? There was a thick layer of fog on the dark cliff where light and lightning had disappeared. The gazes of the two men, who were walking the same path but did not know each other, became entangled. Chapter 114. His ears are ringing. Something seemed wrong from the very first collision. No, Noir? Struggling to focus his blurred vision, Vlad slowly rose from his spot and walked towards Noir, who was lying some distance away. The black horse rose laboriously from its place upon recognizing Vlad approaching. Fortunately, even though his strength seemed to be diminished, nothing seemed to be broken. Shit. Vlad, holding on to Noir's reins, gritted his teeth as he looked at the scene in front of him. On a bare stone bridge, shrouded in clouds, moonlight descended. Fragments of crumbling armor were now scattered chaotically. Amidst the glinting shards illuminated by the moon, figures lying prone could be seen. You could have stayed down a bit longer. And there stood a man on the bridge. The unknown man, who had finally defeated the remaining knights, sensed Vlad's presence and turned around. The man's white hair was shining brightly between the hood that Vlad had torn apart. I think we have a lot to ask each other. Hearing the unknown man's words, Vlad once again raised his sword, a stance taken to the extreme for just one thrust. Seeing Vlad's posture akin to an arrow about to be released, the man smiled as if expecting it. Yes, indeed. That. Under the moonlight, the two men faced each other, each holding a different sword, yet seemingly the same. Oh, you did well. In the brightly lit office, rays of sunlight streamed through the windows, causing the potted plants placed around to stretch towards the light. It was a difficult task, and you handled it admirably. I truly appreciate it. Vlad listened to the Count's words, his gaze lingering on the teacup placed in front of him. Tea brewed by the elves, emitting a clear green hue. He had walked for over a week to obtain this single sip. I heard it was a tough battle. It's a shame we couldn't find the scoundrel's corpse. Vlad raised his head to look at the Count, a man with deeply etched wrinkles on his gaunt face. Despite his body looking 10 years older than his actual age, his shining eyes made him seem youthful. I was lucky. Luck must have been on your side. With a relieved expression, the Count leaned back in his chair, resting his neck against the back. You have no idea how much trouble I suffered because of that guy. The Count closed his eyes with an expression of relief, as if a toothache had finally subsided. Given that the city's main industry had been threatened by an unknown individual, Vlad could understand his distress. However, Vlad's gaze towards the Count was cold. "If I had failed, who would you have called upon?" The Count opened his eyes at Vlad's sudden question. He was exceedingly skilled. "His abilities were beyond what your knights could handle, Lord Count?" Vlad spoke as he caressed the rim of his teacup. A tiny ripple formed on the surface of the clear cup. Saying I was lucky wasn't just a sign of humility. A red hue began to spread from Vlad's teacup. Hidden within Vlad's fingers was one of the countless wounds obtained during the fierce battle. It was an unexpected encounter, but the man he met on the battlefield possessed skills far more absurd than what the Count had described. From the beginning, the Count's request had been deceiving Vlad. "So that's why you didn't dispatch your knight commander." The Count knew. Even his exceptional knight commander would not stand a chance against the unidentified looter. A person who is responsible for something always has to think about the future. The Count answered and looked at Vlad sitting across from him, a face covered in wounds, one eye swollen shut. However, the reason he gives a strong impression rather than looking shabby is probably because of Vlad's unwavering blue eyes. "I was requesting assistance from the Dragon Slayer Knight Order stationed in the capital." Vlad's fingers, which had been caressing the teacup, paused at the Count's response. "We couldn't push him back with our forces alone. His capabilities, as far as we've discerned, were formidable. To secure the cooperation of the Dragon Slayer Knights in the capital, substantial evidence was needed. Evidence such as the appearance of a dragon or the emergence of an overwhelmingly formidable enemy. If Vlad had failed this time, that would have been another piece of evidence written in the Count's report. A foe even this skilled knight couldn't handle would serve as grounds to request the dispatch of the Dragon Slayer Knights. Still, I consider it fortunate that you resolved the matter. The services of the Dragon Slayer Knights don't come cheap. With those words, the Count took out a leather pouch. "I've put in more than what we agreed upon. Nevertheless, you safely brought the carriage back." A hefty-looking pouch. But Vlad's gaze, fixed on the pouch, remained deeply entrenched. "I've already received an invitation from the elves, so I won't need your recommendation letter. The payment for that is included as well. No matter how much money was in the pouch, it didn't matter. The gold coins inside couldn't replace the value of his life. Last night, Vlad might as well have been dead on that stone bridge. I accept it gratefully, Lord Count." Despite this, Vlad accepted the coins offered by the Count. He needed to know the exact amount contained within so he could demand more from the Count later. It was the price for being deceived. "Isn't it a waste to rot away in the north?" The Count's voice came from behind Vlad, who was gripping the handle of the office door. "Isn't it better to work here than in the insignificant north?" "Of course I'll pay you more." Count Bitskaya, who wanted to employ him, spoke as if he were whispering into Vlad's ear like a snake. "I heard you were banished from the city. Isn't it better to work under someone who recognizes you, rather than under a lord who has abandoned you?" Vlad slowly turned his head while listening to the Count, treating him like an abandoned dog. Before him was the Count, raising his teacup towards him. "I want a master I can trust, Lord Count. The blood of nobles is blue." Vlad seemed to finally understand the meaning behind those words. The man before him didn't see him as a person. "Well, that's a shame." Vlad left his office, leaving behind the Count, who shrugged his shoulders. The steam still rising from Vlad's untouched teacup indicated that it had not diminished in the slightest. Vlad quietly walked towards the outskirts of the city after leaving the Count's mansion, a place unfamiliar, yet familiar. Although not as grimy as the back alleys of Schoarra, the alley Vlad walked through now was dirty and chaotic enough to evoke memories of the slum. Vlad quickly hid his armor with his cloak and walked down the back alley with familiar movements. Someone in the darkness chuckled as they watched Vlad transform from a poised knight into a disheveled rogue in an instant. Fuck. Vlad stopped at the agreed-upon place and soon felt small stones flying towards his boots. No sight, no sound of movement, just the sound of the wind. Judging by the fact that not even the slightest sound of footsteps could be heard, the opponent seemed to have figured out from the previous duel that he had sensitive hearing. Following the direction indicated by the pebble, Vlad ventured deeper into the slums of Tanaboya, the darkest corners of the city. While each city had its own atmosphere, the displaced people outside all seemed similar. Those who lived in the shadows were all shades of gray. Still, you know how to keep a promise. Passing through the gray figures, Vlad finally arrived at a dead-end alley. Unpleasant metallic noises began to emanate from the darkness. I thought you'd run with your tail between your legs. Slums, darkness, and an unpleasant voice. These were all elements that could intimidate anyone. But Vlad casually replied, unfazed. No one was following me. Empty threats held little sway over Vlad. The familiar scent of the slums, just barely detectable, was coaxing out the rebellious spirit of the boy within the night. So could you stop with the weird noises? Yes. An embarrassed cough came from the shadows at the end of the alley. It was a voice entirely different from the metallic noises heard earlier. This worked well on the bridge. Finally emerging from the darkness, the mysterious figure wore a gray hood flipped backward, revealing his face, an unknown looter. We have something to discuss? That's why I'm here. The two people are similar, even with similar hand placements on their swords. A knight with a scruffy face and a man with a gray hood sewn up in a mess were standing facing each other, looking at the scars left behind by each other. Muin, why haven't you asked for my name? Because I figured you wouldn't tell me. Vlad sat down at a street corner store, which was common in slums, and placed an order with familiar movements. A thug with a ferocious spirit that matches his messy face. The man in the gray hood laughed as he looked at Vlad, who had already assimilated into the darkness of the back alley. Can just anyone from the slums act like this? Even if I asked, you wouldn't tell me. As Vlad received his order, he took a nearby chair and sat down, skewering a kebab. Retired knights usually don't give their names. Actually, it's only the lowest ones who don't. Most of them are broke too. Vlad couldn't help but see a glimpse of Larmand in the hooded figure before him. Unusual skill, the wisdom that only comes with experience and the reluctance to reveal oneself. That day, inside the hood he removed was the image of a man with white hair, just like Larmand. Why was a retired knight out there robbing people? Retirement came quicker than expected. The hooded man, now removing his hood as if it were the right time, looked at Vlad and chuckled. I still have unfinished business, you see. Everyone dreams of an honorable retirement. However, those who can choose their own endings are exceedingly rare. You owe me your life, don't you? More or less. What do you mean, more or less? If you had stuck around till the end, you wouldn't be asking. Perhaps that's not entirely true. The man currently tearing into skewers beside him had taken on 5 knights, 10 mercenaries, and even the henchman for dessert, all before pressing a blade to Vlad's neck. To be honest, he was the most formidable opponent Vlad had faced yet. Cut the nonsense. The retired knight snatched a skewer from Vlad's hand, taking a big bite. Anyway, there's a lot to ask and a lot to do, so you'll have to help me for a while. What do you mean, a lot to do? In response to Vlad's question, the hooded man pulled out a small pouch from his pocket. It contained elven tea leaves. Why do you have this? The pouch emitted a fragrant aroma of Tujan leaves. Vlad still didn't know why the man before him had robbed the Count's carriage. Do you think this looks like tea? Vlad looked at the man who was casually sipping his drink. There was a sardonic smile on his face, directed at nobody in particular. Retired knights who had laid down their hard-earned reputations and become the lowest of the low. They embarked on pilgrimages akin to journeys, picking up the scattered remnants of their once-held honors from the ground. That's not tea. And now, an unknown retired knight calmly drinks in front of Vlad. It's drugs. He was a man who shed his honor among the shaking tea leaves. Chapter 115, Absalon. Imperial word meaning tea of the elves. However, it had long ceased to refer to the tea of the elves, instead becoming a term for the Empire's tea. The suicides among young noble heirs have been increasing noticeably. The scent that spreads is refreshing enough to remind you of a forest, and the taste in your mouth is spicy enough to brighten your eyes. Absalon, which was not just a passing trend, but also had practical utility, had gained popularity among young nobles. But by the time we realized this was the cause, it was already too late. The man in the gray hood chuckled ruefully as he looked down at the pouch in his hand. Suicide, huh? Did this Absalon tea turn into some kind of hallucinogen? No, Ch. The man in the gray hood shook his head at Vlad. If there had been such serious side effects from the beginning, we would have noticed sooner. Substances like narcotics tend to cause serious side effects. Not only do they cause mental confusion, but they also induce various physical ailments, making it impossible for individuals to engage in normal activities in society. So, what are the side effects of Absalon? If there are no serious side effects, then it shouldn't be a big problem, right? The man in the gray hood sighed in response to Vlad's obvious question. High dependency, exceptionally enhanced awakening effects, and depression to an extreme degree. And that's it. Vlad couldn't help but laugh when he heard about the side effects of Absalon. Was it really such a serious matter to talk about with just these side effects? However, unlike Vlad's dismissive reaction, the man in the gray hood remained solemn. It's the kind of depression that makes you want to jump out the window in front of your mother. Vlad, who had thought it was nothing serious, closed his mouth along with the breath that caught in his throat. The weight of the response he heard was so heavy that he felt almost ashamed for having dared to mock it. These days, young lads have always been depressed. It's the era, you see. Possibility is a beautiful thing, and young people who can express it into their own world are precious. Therefore, you should protect that moment. And that's why we didn't realize. The founding king, Frausen. He was someone who cherished and loved the potential of children and youths. However, the current empire, contrary to the will of the founding king, could no longer offer a future to the youth. The deteriorating state of the empire continued to push the youth into dangerous battlefields, and those who had already taken their place no longer left any glorious positions for the young guy. It was indeed a depressing time for everyone. Then shouldn't we just prohibit it by law? Vlad didn't know much about the law, but if something was that dangerous, then prohibition would be appropriate. However, the man in the gray hood chuckled in response to Vlad's innocent question. Look at this naive young man, the child who doesn't recognize the dark web that stretches deeply into this world. One person's misfortune is another's happiness. The man in the gray hood opened the mouth of the pouch and began to pour out the elven tea leaves. Tea leaves fluttered in the wind. The elves' tea leaves, fluttering like ash, were slowly flowing through the dirty mud in the back alley. The influence of Absalon already has its roots deeply entrenched in the depths of the empire. It's not something that can be stopped with just a few deaths. Absalon brings profit, and profit brings power. The rulers of this era were people who didn't care about the gold shining through the deaths of the youth. I want to stop that. An unknown looter. A retired man wearing a shabby hood. But he was someone who had saved as many lives as the weight of the tea leaves he had looted. The man's sword that Vlad had encountered on the stone bridge that day shone so brightly that Vlad couldn't possibly handle it. In the dark night, Vlad was quietly ascending the hill on the outskirts of the city alone. It wasn't particularly high, but it overlooked the cityscape. From there, overlooking the city of Tanaboya, Vlad could sense that what the man in the gray hood had said was true. Indeed, there were always places in any city where the light didn't reach. The existence of slums was a phenomenon that occurred naturally regardless of the ability of the ruler. It was built not long ago. However, what Vlad saw now seemed a bit different. A boundary seemed to be drawn like a line between the center and the outskirts of the slum. Vlad's eyes were drawn to the slums on the outskirts that suddenly changed color instead of slowly accumulating and dying the same color. There must be a reason for the sudden expansion of the slums. There were always stories behind people being pushed out from the ground they tread upon. Vlad, who knew this, turned his head and looked at the large building near the slums. Even though it was a dark night, the 4-story building still had its lights on. Depressing smoke wafted from the chimney on top of the building. It's the same everywhere. As the city of Tanaboya became richer over time, the Bitskaya family established itself as the new powerhouse in the central region. However, the very people who should have shared in those benefits were gradually pushed to the outskirts of the city, being employed even in the production of drugs. The powerless were merely struggling under the weight of the vast world everywhere. Vlad spat out the bitter feeling rising within him onto the ground as he began to descend the hill. But I have to do this. He risked his life on the stone bridge, and he also had clues about the voice. Furthermore, he had a personal debt to repay to Count Bitskaya. There was no reason for Vlad to hesitate over the proposal presented by the man in the gray hood. Slay the dragon, use the imperial sword, and make friends with spirits here and there. However, something else was troubling Vlad's mind. What on earth are you doing? A person related to spirits, likely to have slain a dragon, and above all, a person who uses the imperial sword. The more clues Vlad uncovered about the voice, the more confused he became. Why would someone so remarkable suddenly appear before him, like in the form of black lightning bolt? Now, Vlad was more curious about why he became like this than about the identity of the voice. Even though it was winter, the forest was lush with greenery. Underneath the towering trees, so large that it was difficult to capture with the eye, no matter how much one raised their head, were houses packed tightly. No, there were trees that looked like houses. The forest of the elves, Asrina. There was a man busy in the place overlooking the world tree, Lord Baradis. The priestess, Bedadord. I already know. Though he was trying hard to maintain his usual cold demeanor, his restless eyes continued to dart around. Open the door? Yes. With his subordinates guarding him, Baradis strode into the largest tree beneath the world tree. If measured by human standards, the tree was taller than a 10-story building, yet without anyone's intervention, a tree naturally took the form of a house inside. You've come, Baradis. I apologize for being late. No need. Closest to the world tree, Baradis, who ran to the highest point of the tree, lowered his head as he looked at the elders who were already waiting for him. Is it a prophecy? It seems so. The oldest among the elders, the old elf, as cracked as an old tree, nodded quietly, holding his cane. However, even though his face was hardened by age, there was a look of anticipation on his face that could not be hidden. Indeed, it's been a long time since receiving such a prophecy, a history filled with suffering and trials. For humans, it might have been a glorious era. But for the elves gradually pushed to the outskirts of the continent, it was a shameful era. Even during that time, Only a handful of prophecies from the World Tree came down, so the elves must have felt as if they were wading through a dark, vast sea, without a single light in sight. "Are you really okay?" Unlike the elders who were eagerly anticipating, Prejudice, with a deeply worried expression on his face, pushed past the wall of elders and walked inside. Fragrances wafting from all directions. Countless candles burning amidst those scents. In the midst of it all, a girl lay trembling in agony. "It's the first prophecy I've received since being appointed as the priestess of the World Tree. There is bound to be a burden." Prejudice gently stroked the platinum blonde hair of the girl, soaked in sweat, who continued to writhe in pain. Her hands and feet were still restless, and even her eyes, devoid of pupils, were now white. "Ah, Prejudice?" Prejudice held both hands tightly for his sister, who was shaking as if she had epilepsy, and was struggling with the energy of the World Tree. Her hands felt so cold. "It's here." Finally, the girl began to feel Prejudice's warmth and slowly started to speak. With her words, the candles and scents around her began to flicker erratically. "Everyone, be quiet." As instructed by the oldest elder, the elders cautiously exhaled, barely making a sound. Amidst the silence, the candles scattered throughout the area began to burn brightly as if about to explode. It was a prophecy. "The dragon is coming." Prejudice felt the girl's hands tightening in his grip. The girl's frowning expression, as if she was having a nightmare, was pitiful. "But I saw a dragon. What should we do?" With every utterance, the voice changed. Amidst the alternating voices of the prophecy of the World Tree and the girl, the words began to take shape. "Show yourself." The girl's breathing began to become increasingly difficult as she was panting. "Elder, Darst P." Prejudice urgently turned around to see the girl, whose complexion was becoming increasingly pale. What do you mean?" The elder nodded as he looked at him, closed his eyes quietly, and grabbed the staff he was holding. "This priestess is still young and inexperienced, so she must be treated with care." As the oldest present, he had willingly opened up his world to share the prophecy with the youngest girl in this place. "Well, what should I show? What should I show you?" The elder guided the prophecy from the girl through questions. Droplets of sweat fell slowly from his clasped hands, gathered as if in prayer. The sword. Prophecies that had not yet been conveyed through the girl's lips began to flow into the mind of the oldest elder. Gah! A clear place began to appear in the oldest elder's mind. Beneath the roots of a tree, in a damp cavern, amidst stalactites, deep within lies a rock. Upon that rock, planted firmly, is a single sword. Oh, I see. A sword that has not lost its light despite the passage of many years. The elder's eyes widened as he recognized the sword. Chapter 116. Vlad opened the pouch he received from the count and began counting the gold coins inside, one by one. The money received from the count, a total of 20 gold. It's ambiguous. The gleaming coins were spread out before him, but Vlad merely furrowed his eyebrows. If seen only as payment for escorting the carriage, it was certainly a considerable sum. However, considering it as payment for risking his life, it seemed insufficient. Perhaps Count Bitskaya intended to make up for the shortfall with resentment. God, yes. God reflexively caught the coins flying towards him. Salary. Oh. 3 gleaming gold coins. Seeing the income that even a common farmer would have to toil for a year to earn, God rubbed his feet together in excitement. What? Are you going to give me 3 gold coins each time from now on? If I have the money? God thought as he bit into the gold coin. He had indeed made the right choice by following Vlad. No matter how capable a person might be, if they were stingy in opening their purse, it would be tiresome to follow them. But the knight here didn't seem to mind taking care of his subordinate. It was as if the bosses in the back alleys were generously scattering money. And this is for security. Again. With casual words, another gold coin flew towards him. Gott's expression as he looked at the flying coin seemed genuinely happy. Use that to pay for the inn as well. Of course. And pay for the one in the next room too. Obviously, we should cover the one in the next room. Huh? Gott, who had been excited about the gleaming coins, couldn't help but frown at the sound he was hearing now. Why the next room? Are we supposed to move along with that person in the future? It wasn't just Vlad who had suffered the attack from the gray-hooded man on the stone bridge. Even now, Gott's bruised cheekbones vividly reminded him of that day's pain. The payment I gave you includes compensation for dealing with any trouble. Does that person have a reason to follow us? Vlad quickly calmed Gott's dissatisfaction with a gold coin and stood up. Where are you going? To Stefan. If they had been used, a price must be paid. Furthermore, since the Thornwood mercenaries had followed Vlad, they had fallen out of favor with Bitskaya, so price for that had to be made as well. They didn't run away. That's enough to know. Gott nodded while listening to Vlad. As former mercenaries, they knew well how valuable it was to have mercenaries who would stand by them to the end. I am going then. Come back safe, Captain. With only a brief farewell, Vlad adjusted his cloak and stepped out into the cold. Watching Vlad open the door to the inn, Gott scratched his jaw. He's become quite dignified now. During their first meeting, Vlad had been nothing more than a wild boy ignorant of the world's affairs. But now, the sight of Vlad stepping outside exuded the aura of a knight with a sense of weight. It was the same winter as before, but Vlad's shoulders seemed broader as he stepped outside. The end of a cold winter. Though not as severe as in the north, this place, located at the edge of the central region, was still bitterly cold. You received plenty of money, so why is this all we have for dinner? The man in the gray hood rummaged through the pot Gott had prepared, sticking out his tongue in disdain. Don't knights need to eat meat to exert strength? A knight doesn't save money on food. Gott protruded his lips in annoyance as he watched the man belittle the stew he had painstakingly cooked. However, he refrained from saying more because he understood the abilities of the person in front of him very well. The prices in Tanaboy are insane. No matter how expensive, that's no excuse. I had no money left after buying food for someone's horse. In that case, it can't be helped. The man in the gray hood listened to Vlad's words and quietly grabbed the ladle he had been twirling, transferring the stew into bowls. Those who struggled at the bottom should be grateful for even the smallest assistance. Do you still not know who your teacher is? If I knew, I would have told you sooner. At that time, the sword was up to my throat. The man in the gray hood peered at Vlad across the bowl he was holding, but the young knight's gaze showed no sign of wavering. Annoyingly so. I've been saying it all along. I'm also searching for him. It wasn't an outright lie, but the statement that Vlad was searching for his teacher was not entirely true either. If he had lied, even Vlad, who had survived ruthlessly in the alleys, wouldn't have been able to deceive the man in front of him. He was someone who could discern truth from lies. The imperial sword should never be leaked outside. The man in the gray hood listened to Vlad's words and frowned, as if troubled, lifting his spoon. But is it true that the swordsmanship I use is what the imperial knights really use? Technically, it is the imperial sword. The art of killing with a single blow is something that only passed down to a select few imperial knights. The man in the gray hood spoke, one born from the bloodline of the imperial family, or the kind of swordsmanship passed down only to their closest aides and a few select knights. Vlad was momentarily stunned to realize that he had been using such remarkable swordsmanship all this time. So, does that mean I shouldn't be using it? Is your father perhaps going to become the emperor? I don't think so. In that case, it could be troublesome. Without proper authorization, one cannot wield it, because the art of killing with a single strike belonged solely to the imperial family. More precisely, it was the swordsmanship of Frausen, the founding king, and the only swordmaster. So if the imperial family were to find out about this, they wouldn't stay silent. People from the north might not know, but as you move towards the central region, there are those who recognize it. If you're not careful, you could be charged with disrespecting the imperial family. Then, what should I do? As the enormity of the crime spilled from the man's lips, Vlad couldn't help but lower his voice involuntarily. Vlad had never even thought of the word imperial family in his life, so the current situation was bound to be burdensome. It's not like there's no way. The man in the gray hood chuckled faintly as he looked at Vlad. First, let me have a look at your swordsmanship. The technique you're using seems to have been leaked quite some time ago. The man with the gray hood clearly recognized Vlad's swordsmanship, as he was struck with a blow that took out everything. Vlad's swordsmanship indeed seemed to match that of the imperial sword, but there was a difference from the one currently being used. Why do you think so? What you're using is closer to the original form. The man raised the ladle and gently began stirring the pot containing the stew. If this bland stew is what you call the one-hit killing technique you're using, as the sausages to be used in tomorrow's meal were sliced and added to the stew, the fragrant aroma and the sizzling oil droplets began to enhance the flavor of the simmering stew. This is the one-hit killing technique, currently used by the imperial family. Time passes, and all things that have a form change. Since the empire was established 300 years ago, it was natural for the swordsmanship of the imperial family to undergo continuous development, in line with the empire's ancient tradition. It's a little more delicious than before. Vlad looked at the stew with floating pieces of meat. He seemed to have some idea of what the man in the gray hood was trying to say. Then, the secret to killing with a single blow comes from its unexpectedness, the man said as he transferred sausages to his plate. And unexpectedness comes from a concept that cannot be refined into rules. Finally removing the floating pieces of meat, the man smiled at Vlad. Now, it's time to add your own ingredients here? To the point where even people in the imperial family tilt their heads when they see it. Even if they started from the same root, bloom your own flower. The pursuit of the secret of the one-hit kill is swordsmanship. Is it possible? A knight from the north who uses the imperial sword. A young knight whose very existence is nothing short of unexpected. There was a truly subtle smile on the face of the former captain of the Imperial Security Guards as he looked at Vlad. You know, why did you come here? An office filled with elven decorations. Count Bitskaya was bustling around to greet the unexpected guest. Didn't you ask me to come? No. Nevertheless, although he was requested, he didn't confirm his arrival. So, the Count couldn't help but be surprised at the knight before him. Mircea, the commander of the Dragon Slayer Knights. He was a highly skilled knight that anyone would find difficult to invite. Would you like some tea, at least? Elven tea doesn't suit my taste. Blonde hair and blue eyes. Looking at Mircea, who was staring sharply at him, Count Bitskaya couldn't help but recall the northern wanderer who had left the city a few days ago. Yes, of course. It's definitely not tea worth giving to a special guest. However, even if it is the same blue, the depth is different. The Count quickly started brewing fresh water as he understood Mircea's sharp refusal. Is Absalon coming along well? I received reports of an unidentified attacker. It's been resolved. Very well resolved indeed. The Count served him, and the Duke's son sat at the head table as if he were the owner. It may not be an illusion that it seems as if the owner and the guest have been swapped. Their current demeanor clearly revealed the relationship between Bitskaya and Dragulia. How so? It felt as if his gaze pierced through. Facing Mercia's chilling gaze, the Count felt a chill down to his bones. Didn't you say that he is a powerful person that cannot be defeated by your knights alone? I did. The Count licked his lips nervously and replied, trying to erase his tense expression. A knight from the north was present. He was young, but skilled. From the north? Mirci's eyebrows twitched as he listened to the Count's report. Yes, a lad named Vlad. Despite his youth, he wielded a remarkable sword. Carefully pouring tea into the cup, the Count spoke cautiously. Still, since he's a northern, he didn't know his place and behaved rudely. Indeed, inferior blood always shows its colors. Where will the blood of the barbarians go? The Count smiled and looked at Mircia as he said those words. Raising the cup to his lips, he seemed calm as he savored the aroma of the tea. His adept tea ceremony skills, learned from the elves, seemed to satisfy even the nobility of the central region. Crash! A breaking sound. It was just the sound of a shattered teacup, but the Count was startled, his eyes widening in surprise. The red tea water leaking through the broken teacup ominously soaked the table. Did it really seem that way? A heavy silence descended upon the office as they both sank into their seats. The crack that started in the teacup was spreading to the air in the office. Yes, wherever you look, the inferior bloodline shows. The Count unconsciously gripped his trembling hand. Though he was slow to realize, his instinct had already kicked in. The clattering of teacups and plates echoed loudly. Did that bloodline you recognize truly seem so inferior? At the question, the Count Bitskaya swallowed hard and raised his head. The blue eyes staring back at him contained a bloodlust that even the blue blood of nobility couldn't handle. Chapter 117. The sound of someone crying spread from somewhere in the mansion. The voice of the weeping woman was mournful. Even though she could no longer breathe, only dry tear marks remained around the eyes of the woman, who was crying bitterly. It seemed that the sorrow contained in the tears could not fully express the pain of losing a child. Sir Auguste. A broken window. Teaware scattered everywhere. But unlike the chaotic surroundings, the tea in the teacup had a brilliant green color. From now on, we will take charge of the scene. The captain of the security guards turned around at the voice. A splendid golden armor adorned with engravings. That armor was only worn by the Emperor's guards. Crimes occurring in the capital are the responsibility of our imperial guards. Of course, I understand that. The middle-aged man standing in front of the captain of the security guards took out a small piece of parchment from his pocket with a slight smile. Golden Bull. A golden bull or crucible was a decree issued by emperors and monarchs in Europe during the Middle Ages and Renaissance. Unfolding the golden bull that only the emperor of the empire could issue, the middle-aged man nodded and spoke. But since it's a direct order from His Majesty, there's nothing you can do about it. Everyone in the empire knows that His Majesty is currently ill. The middle-aged man wearing the Imperial Guard's armor. He shrugged his shoulders with exaggerated gestures upon hearing Augusta's words. What nonsense is this? I clearly met His Majesty this morning. Auguste bit his lip, looking at the man blabbering nonsense. The captain of the Imperial Guard, who should be protecting the Emperor, was instead shaking and waving his name. As Auguste's anger became apparent, the momentum of the Imperial Guards who noticed his anger began to sharpen. By the order of His Majesty, transfer investigative authority immediately. Auguste, captain of the Imperial Security Guards. However, even amid the escalating tension, the middle-aged man merely rolled up the unfolded parchment. with a faint smirk on his lips. From now on, the Imperial Guards will take charge of the scene here. A justification heavier than a sword. Before the noble golden armor, Auguste could only bow his head with a sense of anger. Inside the still dark mansion, there was nothing but the sorrowful cries of a mother who had lost her child. But how are we going to stop them? Snow that sinks down to your ankles. The group wandering through the deep forest continued forward, holding the reins. However, even though his steps were moving forward, Vlad's eyes were focused on the man with the gray hood. If we keep looting wagons, won't the tea sell? I heard it's doing really well. Although it was unclear exactly who he was, he seemed to be related to the Imperial family. Moreover, as someone who recognized the swordsmanship of the voice, it was natural for Vlad to show curiosity towards him. At the age of 18, he was still at an age where he sought experience and knowledge. Well, you're right that we couldn't stop them from selling. The man in the gray hood looked at Vlad with a bitter smile. The security guards, whose hands and feet had been cut off, couldn't uproot the deeply entrenched spiderwebs within the Empire. So I just swung at the beehive. What do you mean? The hive. We need to find out what's inside. If they couldn't unearth what was hidden deep inside, they had to draw it out. Knowing that, Auguste was using himself as bait to plunder Bitskaya's carriage. By the way, didn't the Count request assistance from the Dragon Slayer Knights? I heard that. Although it was just a young knight named Vlad who was dragged out against his initial intentions. Still, the young knight before him provided him with the one piece of information he desired. It was information about the fallen dragon that had taken up residence in the beehive. He requested assistance directly from the Dragulia family. Without going through the Imperial family, it wasn't uncommon for local lords to seek assistance from the Dragon Slayer Knights to resolve difficult matters. However, in all matters there were protocols and procedures, and Auguste had never heard of the Bitskaya family following those procedures. Why the Dragon Slayer Knights? No reason. While the young knight in front of him might be curious about everything in the world, sometimes it was better not to know. If the fallen dragon is biting its leash as he suspected, then simply knowing about it will make him very angry. Look over there, Captain. Isn't that? Wow. While engaged in conversation with Auguste, Vlad involuntarily opened his mouth upon hearing Got's cry. Why is it so big? There was a forest that retained its greenery even in winter. Though blanketed in white by falling snow, warmth that even the cold snow couldn't diminish emanated from the forest ahead. That's the Forest of the Elves. The Forest of the Elves, hidden deep and not easily accessible to anyone. Vlad couldn't help but gape at the seemingly endless horizon of green before him. Is that the World Tree? Yes. The Forest of the Elves. Osrina. A massive tree towering above the green sea was looking down at Vlad. Someone's office filled with sunlight. Covered entirely in brown wood, the platinum blonde hair of the girl sparkled in the sunlight. Oppa, yes, priestess. Though there was a chair, the platinum blonde girl chose to sit on the edge of the desk, her thin eyebrows furrowed as if displeased with Barada's response. Fine. She spoke dismissively, but she knew it was inevitable. Yet, despite that, an unavoidable sense of disappointment welled up in her heart, puffing out her cheeks slightly. Take this with you when you leave, huh? Barada wore a puzzled expression as he looked at the basket the girl held out. The basket, filled with fruits collected from around the room, shimmered with the light of the luscious fruits, reflecting in the girl's golden eyes. It seems like someone might be hungry. Who could be hungry? Even as Barada accepted the basket, he couldn't hide his confusion. She had always been mischievous even when she was younger, but since becoming a priestess of the World Tree, understanding her had become even more difficult. Lord Barada? Yes. However, it wasn't the girl who answered the previous question, but someone else. While scouting, we spotted humans lurking nearby. drive them away. A report that he doesn't have to worry about. However, the elf who came to report seemed troubled as he spoke. About that, what is it? Prejudice's expression was completely different from when facing the girl. Before anyone knew it, Prejudice's face had taken on the demeanor of a composed manager and leader. Intruders are looking for you, Lord Prejudice. What? More accurately, they claim to have been invited by you, Lord Prejudice. Prejudice frowned and looked at the reporter in front of him. Though not spoken, the elf understood the silent question conveyed through Prejudice's eyes and presented a single name he had brought with him. The intruder introduced himself as Vlad of Schoarra. Hearing the reporter's words, Prejudice looked down at the basket he had been holding without realizing. Did he happen to mention being hungry? Yes? Prejudice turned to look at the girl. The girl chuckled, as if urging Prejudice to go quickly. Elves have prisons too. It's my first time seeing one. Don't they use nails? There aren't even traces of shackles. While Got sat gloomily in a corner, Vlad wandered around the elven prison, scanning the area. Captain, are you really invited? That's what he said. Then is it proper for elves to shoot arrows at invited guests? But it wasn't right. Vlad scratched his cheek, looking at the gray-hooded man and Got. Having received an invitation, he had expected to enter confidently. But in reality, what greeted them was only deadly arrows and a cold prison. You still owe a debt for your life. But we did manage to get in, didn't we? Are northerners always this shameless? Vlad pretended not to notice the criticism and resentment coming from Auguste, and held on to the bars with both hands. If it was going to be like this, why invite me in the first place? Vlad has a clue about the voice. Auguste was looking for clues about Absalom. Since what they both wanted was here in the elves' forest, there was no reason to hesitate. Subtly sharp. However, what bothered Vlad wasn't his current situation being trapped in a cell. A feeling that only people in the back alleys who are sensitive to crises can sense. From the elves they faced, he sensed that familiar air. Click. Vlad leaned closer to the bars, listening to the sound of a door opening ahead. Sorry for the inconvenience. A blue-haired elf with indigo eyes and a stern expression approached, holding a basket in one hand and accompanied by subordinates. Vlad of Schoarra, welcome to our forest. Do elves usually welcome guests from prison? Well, take this for now. When it came to ignoring people, Prejudice was better at it than Vlad. Are you going to get me out of here? Just wait a day while you eat that. There's a procedure to get you out. Vlad's eyebrows narrowed at the mention of waiting a day or more. I hope you understand. These days, everyone is on edge. The procedures to release someone from prison are complex. But why is everyone so on edge? It seemed quiet around here. The overly sharp attitude of the elves. Vlad felt more than animosity towards humans. He sensed an eerie wariness. The dragon is coming. It was a story that did not need to be told to humans. Yet Prejudice calmly explained. The blue eyes fixed on him. Those eyes were what the priestess of the world tree was paying attention to. Prejudice was sure Vlad had a reason for arriving in Osrina at this time. It's soon time for the world tree to bloom, flowers. Upon hearing Prejudice's words, Vlad found himself absent-mindedly touching Alicia's amber stone. In the scene depicted within the stone shown by the girl, in the amber landscape shown by the girl, the red maple tree was clearly in bloom. Yes, flowers, the name of one god. And the young world tree, barely rooted, escaping the Empire's ambitions. However, humans were not the only ones targeting young roots and fragrant flowers. The sharpest dragon has always targeted the flowers of the world tree. The young petals are fragrant, and the youthful roots are tempting. However, throughout the world, there were countless entities coveting fragrant and tempting things. although all the tender and young things in this world surely had the qualifications to bloom flowers. I'm sorry to welcome you at a bad time. No, it's okay. How precarious it was for one world to safely have the possibility of blooming flowers. Is there anything I can help you with? So you should protect that moment, as it is your duty. And I swore before my disciplines that I would do so. Even if it's just words, thank you. Human souls are light, and their words rotten, beings that can never be trusted. But now the spirits surrounding the blue-eyed knight were speaking. This person is the one they have blessed. The white snake on the armor and the mole on the sword said so. A memory of a tree carved into amber was reflected in Barade's eyes. A nostalgic world tree that can no longer be seen, blooming red flowers. The knight standing below it surely held a familiar sword. Chapter 118. Cloudy eyes that look like white fog. Green eyes that were barely retaining their color were looking closely at Alicia's amber stone. You are a rare guest indeed, remarked the old elf, recognizing the landscape contained within the amber stone, and beginning to smile faintly. The elder of the elves. In that moment, Geronimo, an old elf who had survived the era of calamity, could recall a distant memory through the amber stone brought by Vlad. Where did you get this amber stone? I heard it's a Hainal family heirloom. The gaze of the elder elf, meeting the boy's blue eyes, became welcoming. Truly, it had been a long time since they had received such a distinguished human guest. Hainal, Hainal. The wrinkles around the old tree's eyes trembled as it reminisced about the past verdant days. With the feeble strength of old age, it was not easy to dredge up memories buried under layers of time. Swordmaster. However, there were names that one could never forget, no matter the weight of the years. People whose every step had become history. The current era was built upon their footprints. It seems one of the knights who followed him had such a last name. Auguste stood silently behind Vlad, quietly listening, so quiet, as if he were holding his breath. For a knight who had dedicated his life to the Empire, hearing about the traces of the founding king was still an exhilarating experience. I would like to know where the maple tree inside is located, Great Elder. The old Geronimo opened his eyes at the voice coming from the front. Bright blue eyes that could be clearly recognized even with cloudy eyes. The young knight's earnestness was evident from the fists he clenched without realizing it. You want to know where the maple tree inside is located? Yes, that's correct. The sparkling blue eyes were like starlight. It felt as if the possibility that had finally taken shape was writhing within him. How did you know that the landscape contained inside is a maple tree? Pardon? However, no matter how it sparkled, how could a human glimpse into a world not permitted to? At the sudden question from the elder, Vlad's breath caught in his throat, leaving him speechless. There were excuses he had thought of just in case. But somehow, in front of the old elf, it seemed like bringing out lies wouldn't be appropriate. It was a warning born, not of experience or knowledge, but solely from instinct. Well, what does it matter anyway? The elves looked at Vlad with suspicious eyes as he remained silent, unable to answer. But the old elder, as calm as ever, simply closed his eyes again, with a faint smile as if nothing mattered. Geronimo was someone who knew that the reality in front of him was more important than minor flaws. The maple tree that was carved inside was on the west side. To the west? Finally, the answer from the elder. In excitement, Vlad inadvertently asked again in a restrained voice. Yes. To the west. A place with the greenest forest on the continent. But as Vlad heard Geronimo's words, he began to feel something strange. Is there such a forest to the west? To the west, there was only a vast wasteland. In the western part of the empire, full of rough soil and dry winds, there was no such thing as the green forest the old man spoke of. There used to be. A wrinkle appeared on the face of the old tree as it answered Vlad's question. It was a wrinkle that looked like a deeply engraved wound. Our forest existed a long time ago, a scene that even appeared in dreams. But just recalling it brought back painful memories from that day. There used to be golden fields of wheat, rows of wheat swaying in the wind, a vast forest stretching to the unknown, children frolicking along the reddish twilight, and atop a jagged hill there stood a maple tree, its leaves tinted red, overlooking everything. Such landscapes existed. Before the dragon set it ablaze, that is, the most perfect dragon. A cursed being that could incinerate all of that with just a breath. Now, his eyes, wandering through the ashes of memories, were dizzyingly shaking. But how can I find something that no longer exists? It seemed as if black ashes were flowing from the old man's mouth as he spoke of old memories. It's been a long time since everything turned to ash. The autumn scenery captured in the yellow amber stone. What was engraved there were memories now reduced to ashes, like a heap of burnt remnants. The eyes of the young knight, seeking something that no longer existed, were restless without respite. There, Vlad leaned against the window frame, gazing outside. The forest of the elves. It was said that the green light that extends to the eastern end is connected to the blue sea that Vlad has never seen before. Then I go examine the leaves of the Trujon. Auguste, wearing a grey hood, hadn't forgotten his purpose for coming here. A thorough investigation into the origin of Absalom. Only irrefutable evidence could stop the madness unfolding in the empire. He said it's here. He said it used to be. Vlad owed Auguste his life, and in return, he led him to the elven forest, where humans could not easily enter. Thus, Auguste's actions now were akin to Vlad's inherent right, one that Vlad couldn't stop even if he dared. The atmosphere seems oddly restless. Don't worry. I've done this countless times in my heyday. Auguste, who had told him not to worry because he would come back quietly without being seen, grabbed the window frame instead of the door and looked at Vlad. Indeed, your teacher seems to be someone related to the imperial family. Is that so? That's what it seems to me. Upon hearing those words, Vlad let out a deep sigh. The imperial sword, which had maintained its original shape, and now, even the landscape of Elvenheim, which had burned down long ago. Now, it wasn't just a matter of contract, but pure curiosity that made him wonder who the voice was. Founding King Frausen himself stepped down from the imperial throne to become the lowest of the low. The lowest of the low. Knights who throw away all the titles they have accumulated so far and prepare for retirement by completing the tasks they could not accomplish as just an individual. The glorious beginning was none other than the King of Knights, the founding King Frausen. As befits the beginning of a legend, the end is also shrouded in mystery. I even thought perhaps you might be connected to the last moments of Frausen, which have never been properly known. The last moments of the founding King Frausen were a dignified retirement. However, there were only rumors about the last days of Frausen, the lowest of the low, and no one knew for sure. If one were to listen to the elves, perhaps the young knight leaning against the window frame in dismay might be a trace of that glorious end. So what do you do now? The clues seem to have ended here. Ended. From what I see, it's just the beginning. Auguste put his feet up on the windowsill where Vlad was sitting and looked down with a smile. The ground seemed dark and obscure. Though the surroundings were growing darker and obscuring Auguste's view, he didn't hesitate. Sometimes, to find the truth, one had to push oneself into the darkness. Now, it's the beginning. To Vlad's question, August, with his hood put on, placed his foot on the windowsill. If your teacher is the one who followed in Lord Frausen's footsteps, then you can follow in his footsteps. If you don't know the end, start from the beginning. Since Vlad's teacher was closely linked to the Swordmaster, following Frausen's last trace would eventually reveal the identity of the teacher. But no one knows what happened to Lord Frausen in the end, right? True for humans. August smiled as he looked at Vlad. Between the hidden features of his face, today's twilight was beginning to settle. But the elves might know. With those words, August jumps outside as the dusk falls. Watching him gracefully land on the ground without making a sound, Vlad was surprised. He is not even a cat. As a former pickpocket and thief, Vlad could recognize agile movements. Silently landing on the ground, the old knight walked away as if nothing had happened, disappearing into the elven forest. Well, then I suppose I'll have to stay here a bit longer. Alone in the room, with neither Gott nor August present, Vlad found himself immersed in contemplation, leaning his head against his knees. I'm sure I saw it. The voice clearly stated that it had seen the landscape within the amber stone. However, his memory was uncertain and vague, so perhaps the voice had only witnessed the scene through the amber stone, much like Vlad himself. Moreover, considering the hundreds of years that had passed since he supposedly saw it firsthand, the timeline didn't add up. What a mess, seriously. It would be easier to keep the 7-year contract with Joseph. The further he followed the traces of the voice, the more he felt blocked by a massive fortress wall. It felt like hitting a dead end. Knock, knock. I'm sorry. Sergeant Arlen. As Vlad pondered for a while, he heard a gentle knocking at the door. Come in, eh? Creak. Before he finished inviting the person in, the door opened cautiously. Through the slightly ajar door, a faint platinum hair was visible. An unknown girl who dragged him into a fantasy. Do you have a moment? The girl, who only poked her head into the room, smiled as soon as she recognized Vlad. It was as if they had known each other for a long time. If possible, Vlad wanted to ignore it. After all, there had been warnings from the elves not to venture outside. However, the girl's words carried a strange, irresistible allure, much like the gaze of the elven elder. Where are we going now? Are you scared? While the girl smiled brightly, Vlad's expression remained stern and rigid. It was inevitable, given that the two elves still following behind were giving Vlad disapproving looks. I have something to show you. What do you want to show me? Vlad decided to proceed cautiously. He had known from the start that she was no ordinary person, but to have guards trailing her was unexpected. The girl, still smiling as if thrilled, must hold a significant position even in the world of elves. That amber stone, the amber stone. Yeah, that one. The girl pointed her finger at Vlad's sword. Yeah, that one. I really want to show it to you. Looking at the girl who still didn't say the subject properly, Vlad sighed softly inwardly. They want to see their mother. They have not seen their mother since they were born. Mother? It was an incomprehensible statement, words jumbled as if something were missing, but there was no hint of hesitation in the girl's eyes. Who are they? In response to Vlad's question, the girl began pointing silently with her finger. At the end of the direction she indicated stood a towering maple tree with fresh green leaves, untouched by autumn's colors. The world tree. Confirming the direction indicated by the finger, Vlad turned his head to look at the girl. They says they really wants to see their mother. Although the words were incomprehensible in his mind, they resonated deeply in his heart. Maybe it was because of the girl's attitude as if she was talking to a person, but when Vlad saw the world tree again, it looked different. The branches of the green maple tree seen in the distance were shaking. as if beckoning to him to come closer. Like that. Chapter 119. The morning sunlight barely seeped through the dense trees. There were people who wandered through the dark forest, relying on the sunlight. Elegant appearance, long protruding ears. They were scouts guarding the vicinity of Osrina. Halt! Following the command of the captain who led them, the scouts stopped in their tracks and held their breath. The captain's clenched fist indicated that there was something ahead of them. The smell of blood. Their sense of smell was superior to humans, though not as acute as their hearing. The scout captain wrinkled his eyebrows as he caught the foul scent spreading from within the dark forest. Spread out. Nods and gestures. Following the signals they had agreed upon, the scattered elves quickly dispersed around the vicinity, blending into the surroundings and keeping watch in all directions. I'll go alone. With a signal, the scout captain stepped forward alone, followed by a few cautious members who began preparing their bows, branches swaying in the wind. In the dark forests where not even the chirping of birds could be heard, the only sound echoing was the collision of the branches. However, with someone's sigh, the silence that had been maintained so far was broken. On top of the bushes that are tangled like a spider's web, there was an elf with outstretched arms and head bowed. Check for abdominal penetration wounds. The wounds are frozen. It seems to have been dead for at least a day. The scout captain approached the corpse with a puzzled expression, listening to the reports. Pieces of entrails were slowly dripping through the large hole pierced sharply. It's too late. Kneeling down with one knee, the scout captain examined the wounds on the corpse. A gaping hole that an ordinary human could never create. The still open eyes spoke volumes about the extent of the pain it endured. Nidhogg, ETL, in Norse mythology. Niduka, malice striker, in Old Norse traditionally also spelled Niga, often anglicized Nidhogg, is a dragon who gnaws at a root of the world tree, Yggdrasil. The view of the forest through the red passage, in that place untouched by light, darkness was the only thing to be found. From deep within the forest, there echoed faint cries, voices akin to echoes, as if starving. The dragon lurking in the depths of the darkness was now watching over the young world tree, soon to blossom. Vlad felt as though he was strolling through a garden. Yet, where he stood was a cave devoid of even a speck of light. What kind of cave is this? It was a reasonable misconception. The damp ground felt as soft as freshly laid straw, and the darkness that should have prevailed was illuminated by the moss clinging densely to the walls. Fireflies. Plus, there are fireflies floating everywhere. Vlad's mind became confused as he looked at the luminous objects floating around as if they were welcoming the group. The atmosphere that did not fit the season and place was defying Vlad's common sense. It will love to see that amber. It has been feeling very anxious these days. The group moved towards the origin of the world tree through the cave, pierced with roots. Despite being a cave, this place, bright and warm even in winter, contradicted reality as they walked deeper inside. It is also new to this, so it's a bit confused. Spring is coming, and flowers are blooming. The young world tree, stretching its branches in anticipation of spring, said that this would be its first time blooming. However, the world tree was concerned whether its blossoming was going right. So it was quite depressed because it was worried about that, and then you happen to come here. Sometimes, even while moving forward, there are moments of anxiety. Whether the direction one is heading is correct, whether it's okay to keep going like this, or if it's something that can't be undone. The inability to easily take a step forward, despite knowing that it must be done, likely stems from a lack of certainty. At times like this, it would have been nice to have someone reassure them that they're doing well. But unfortunately, The young world tree didn't have such a presence. I see. Vlad nodded quietly as he listened to the girl's words. Before he knew it, Vlad was deeply understanding the concerns of the world tree through the existence of a girl, even though the night and tree existed in separate worlds. We've arrived. With the girl's words, the end of the long corridor started to come into view. The bright lights ahead. Unlike the light produced by the blue moss, these lights were illuminated by today's sun. Vlad of Schoarra. You're probably the first human to come this far. As the girl spoke, the faces of the elves escorting her began to furrow. Does the human in front know that the place he stood was a secretive space where only a few elves could enter? Yet, the priestess of the world tree had no hesitation in guiding the knight with blue eyes here. She was confident that the knight with blue eyes needed to come here. Vlad slowly raised his head as he listened to the girl's words. A vast cavern. Roots of the world tree spread out in various places, tangled messily, and created a large space. Do we go in here? Yes, please. Like inviting someone into her own home, the girl spread her arms wide. With the girl's welcoming gesture, Vlad cautiously stepped into the cavern. The grass beneath his feet seemed to lay itself down in response to Vlad's steps. The expressions of the guard elves were strangely changing as they saw the world tree's firm invitation and intention to welcome Vlad. This is the world tree. It felt as if a faint heartbeat could be heard from the tips of his toes. Along with that heartbeat, Vlad's world seemed to expand little by little. The worlds that had been in contact were now facing each other. It seems they are happy you came. At the girl's words from behind, Vlad turned his head. The elves who had come to escort him were standing silently at the entrance of the cavern. The only people present were Vlad, the girl, and the young world tree, watching over them. Can you show it? Please. I hope you can. The priestess of the world tree, who couldn't offer any help to the young tree, was pleading with the knight who had brought the memories of the mother world tree. Please show the child the image of its mother. For the sake of the young world tree, who had never ventured into the world before. Understood. With the girl's request, Vlad drew his sword. Perhaps this side would be better. The cold blade was sharp, but the handle it was held in would be soft. Therefore, the knight decided to hold the softer side, as it wouldn't suit the young tree yearning for its mother's embrace. Atternoins. The heartbeat quickens. The sound of the world tree's heartbeat, previously only felt at the tips of his toes, now travels through the air. Alicia's amber stone was sparkling in the light coming down through the ceiling. Through that light, the young world tree looked out at the autumn landscape. Vast fields, rippling fields of wheat, and a large maple tree swaying in the breeze. The maple tree from his memory was looking at the young world tree. Butterflies? Yes, butterflies. Vlad watched the butterflies fluttering around him. They were the same butterflies he had seen in the girl's fantasy. Flower-like butterflies were flying towards Vlad and the girl. Memories and reality were facing each other through Vlad's feet touching the roots and the sword held upside down. Vlad could feel it in that moment. That he was the bridge connecting the two, the worlds. Flowers are blooming. Vlad slowly closed his eyes as the light enveloped him. The world tree in his memory began to slowly bloom flowers, as if instructing its young child. Seeing its mother, whom it had never felt before, the young world tree unconsciously stretched out its branches and tried to hug her. Between the entwining branches, the scenery of the past autumn and today's landscape were gradually overlapping. Oh, wow. Old Geronimo closed the book he had been holding with trembling hands. Though his body had grown heavier with the weight of years, he quickly grabbed his cane and hurriedly approached the window. A scent that he hadn't sensed in a long time was making his eyes misty. Prejudice, who had been rummaging through documents in his study, perked up his ears. The passing breeze seemed to be urging him to turn his head quickly. There would soon be a moment that only can be seen now. The elves working in the fields, the elves guarding the forests, Noir and Got in the stables, and Auguste inspecting the tea fields, all humans and elves alike were turning their heads to look in the same direction. The forest of the elves, Osrina Dortrin. In the center of their newly established land stood a brilliantly shining tree. Flowers are blooming. Yes, Yon. Now I understand how to make flowers bloom. And my mother, who exists only in memory, told me so. She said I was doing well. Various possibilities began to rise within the rapidly flashing world tree. Flowers follow the sky from branches close to the clouds. Flowers following the wind from the farthest reaching branches. Flowers facing the ground from the lowest branches. Oh, spirits are being born. Tiny birds, horses, snakes, and moles, smaller than a single flower bud. The possibilities that the world tree had harbored until now were pushing their way out into the world. Under one name, forgotten little beings were raising their heads towards the world. They see. If there were young worlds being born, someone must surely watch over them. Therefore the knight with blue eyes did not stop clutching his sharp sword. A stream of blood flowing down the sword that shakes ceaselessly. The red dripping onto the ground was a gift from the knight for the newborn children. Today, spring has arrived in Osrina. Under the guidance of a mother who is no longer there, and the patience of a knight. The dazzling world tree came to a halt. The butterflies that had fluttered around in the fantasy just moments ago were now nowhere to be seen. Thought. With everyone frozen in place, only drops of blood flowed from Vlad's hand. The red dripping onto the green grass looked desolate. Are you okay? I'm sorry. The girl covering her mouth with both hands was on the verge of tears. The nameless girl empathizes more with Vlad's pain in front of her than with the joy of the blooming flowers. The night before her eyes didn't hesitate to support the young world tree with his memories. Has it bloomed? Vlad raised his head to look at the open ceiling facing outside. A red-colored maple leaf was slowly falling towards him. Thank you. Thank you. Vlad listened to the girl's words and quietly looked down at his sword. The red blood flowing on the blade. And Alicia's amber stone is not where it should be. The Hainel family heirloom has served its purpose today. Ha! With an overwhelming emotion that he didn't know what it was, Vlad finally removed his hand from the sword. A deep wound. Nevertheless, Vlad did not let go of his shaky sword, even at the moment when the world tree was blooming. Through the touching of the worlds, he could see a mother comforting her crying child. Vlad truly did not want to disturb that moment. Perhaps because of the exhausted world tree, the roots have become a little dark. That's why today's sun shined even brighter, shining a ray of light through the ceiling. And where the light shined, there was a rock that had not been seen before. What is that? A large rock that revealed itself, as if it could now be shown. On the rock, an unknown sword filled with sunlight was shining. It was a sword emitting a silvery light. Chapter 120. A red maple leaf falling slowly. The maple leaf finally landed on the sword, firmly planted on the rock. The gleaming silver sword stood tall. The sword that everyone seemed to covet was attracting Vlad's attention. However, Vlad could feel it. The silver sword standing proudly on the rock was aimed towards him. A guardian sword that had protected someone and slaughtered countless enemies. And the dragon slayer, which pierced the heart of the most perfect dragon. That sword was now staring at Vlad. With a bright blue day ahead, do not approach any further. You are still just a child who has not even opened their eyes yet. Before I cut you down. Ooh! Blue eyes piercing through the dark night. Vlad, who had just woken up from a nightmare, was constantly shaking. Vlad unconsciously wiped the sweat from his forehead, but sharp pains surged from the bandages wrapped tightly around his hands. The wounds from yesterday, where he held the sword upside down, still tormented Vlad. What a vivid dream! Vlad recalled the vivid nightmare and clicked his tongue. The scene from yesterday vividly came to mind whenever he closed his eyes. Despite its imposing appearance, there was something ominous about the silver sword he saw yesterday, enough to haunt him in his dreams. You slept too much. You've come. Vlad turned his head towards the voice. The window was slightly ajar. Auguste stood with his arms crossed at the window, where soft moonlight streamed in. How's it going? Have you finished investigating the tea fields? While Vlad helped bloom the flowers of the world tree, Auguste was investigating the Toujon tea leaves in the elves' territory. However, despite each of them finding their own clues, they were both lost in thought. The fields are divided. What? It's said that they have separated the tea leaves they'll sell to humans and the ones they'll drink themselves. 2 separate tea fields for humans and elves. It could simply be for smooth sales, but as Auguste approached the fields, he could tell. The varieties of the 2 tea leaves were subtly different. It seems it was filled with malice from the beginning. The elves' tea. Absilon. The green malice that started from the east could be considered the original sin of the Empire. The elves' resentment towards humans had been entirely sparked by the Empire. While the dragon that burned down the world tree was the most perfect, those who drove them out of the forest were none other than the Empire. Enemies surround us from all sides. Beneath the shining Empire lay the blood and tears of countless individuals. The Empire was nothing more than another dragon standing over their world, crushing it. And now the Empire had to reap the seeds of sin they had sown for so long, whether they wanted to or not. Far away, beneath the night sky, there was still a tree shining on its own. The old knight's eyes, looking at the newly blooming world tree in contrast to the gradually fading Empire, could not help but be filled with confusion. So why were you holding the sword upside down like that? Now, finally, on this early morning, as the sun rose, the girl was unwrapping the messily wrapped bandages, grumbling to herself. Even though she had wrapped them herself, the bandages didn't seem to come off easily and were giving her a hard time. If I knew things would turn out like this, I would have just put it in its scabbard. People who make excuses aren't trustworthy. A knight who had injured himself with his own sword. And if that injury was acquired while holding the sword upside down, then no one would want to hear any excuses. So why didn't you tell me beforehand? It was my first time, too. It was my first time trying the blooming ceremony. She thought she just needed to show the amber stone. But the 2 world trees used their world as a conduit, exchanging memories and reality. Vlad had no choice but to bear with it. If he had known it would go like this even a little bit, he would never have held the sword like that. Who should I blame? Strictly speaking, it might have been the girl's fault for not giving any warning, but Vlad's fault couldn't be ignored either. There was nothing more pathetic than a knight's excuse that looked as feeble as the girl's words, so Vlad decided to keep quiet now. Done. The girl, who had finally taken off all the bandages, smiled brightly and opened the wooden box she had brought. Inside the box were various powders and liquids. The inside of the girl's box was filled with colorful substances, almost like cosmetics. Just wait. I just need to use these. Have you actually tried it before? It's okay, I've watched a lot from the side. Vlad wished for a skilled hand if possible, but the girl ignored those wishes and simply picked up the vials. Give me your hands. With the girl's arbitrary attitude, Vlad reluctantly held out his hands. Vlad's palm was deeply cut. As the girl looked at the knight's palm still gushing with red blood, she involuntarily pursed her lips. It must hurt. Not really. Even though he replied dismissively, Vlad knew that his injuries were due to his own shortcomings. But since both the girl and the world tree were experiencing blooming for the first time, someone had to bear the brunt of their mistakes from behind. Vlad's wounds were evidence of that. The elders gave me a lot of things to use on you. They should be effective. Even though the elves rejected humans, they considered it important to treat Vlad kindly, as he had helped with the significant blooming ceremony. Besides, they couldn't send him away empty-handed, especially since he had lost family's heirloom. The medicine she brought was a small piece of compensation for what was to come. By the way, about the sword that was there at that time. Yes, the Swordmaster's sword. The girl replied casually, but those listening couldn't help but startle, including Auguste and Gott, who were nearby. The term Swordmaster held special significance among the imperial citizens. Why was it there? I was curious why it was stuck there. They had thought it was an extraordinary sword, but they never expected it to be the Swordmaster's sword. From retired knight to stable boy, the three humans in the room unconsciously leaned forward, waiting for the girl's response. I heard the Swordmaster gave it. The Swordmaster gave that sword. Personally, yes. The golden eyes of the girl facing Vlad sparkled. It was a gaze devoid of any lies. The Empire may be bad, but the Swordmaster was kind. That's why he gave us the sword. What does that mean? Even Auguste lost his composure and asked. But all that returned was the cold gaze of the elven gods. In this place, only Vlad could converse with the girl. That sword there is the Dragon Slayer sword, a talisman for protecting the world trees. The girl pointed her eyes towards the young world tree outside the window. The world tree of Osrina, still emitting a faint glow as it bloomed. Auguste and Gott might not have seen it, but Vlad, who had absorbed traces of the voice, could faintly see the tiny spirits frolicking on the world tree. What protects the world trees? You have to see the truth hidden within the phenomenon. Joseph had always said that to the inexperienced boy. Why did the Swordmaster leave his sword behind? What did he do it for? To protect the world tree. The person who could answer that was none other than the girl in front of him. The Swordmaster's sword is the ultimate Dragon Slayer sword. The majestic silver sword. The most perfect Dragon Slayer sword. So all the dragons in this world fear that sword. The sword he saw yesterday was speaking to Vlad. Hurry up and get out of front of me, before I cut you down. BC. Vlad finally realized. The strange sensation he felt yesterday wasn't just a delusion. It was a sharp warning from the Swordmaster's sword to Vlad. Thump. As Vlad recalled the sword from yesterday through the girl's words, he suddenly felt his heart pounding. A sudden pulsation of the heart, unlike anything Vlad had felt recently. With each beat, an uncontrollable sense of unease began to well up inside Vlad. It was a sensation completely different from anything he had experienced before. Priestess. As Vlad was caught off guard by the sudden seizure, the door of the room creaked open, and the elven guards accompanying the girl began to enter hurriedly, with urgent steps, as if there were no time to waste. You need to leave now. We will escort you. Having received the situation through whispered words from the guards, the girl looked at Vlad, her pupils beginning to tremble slightly. Oh, somewhere in the forest of Osrina. A group of elves, tense and alert, stood gazing beyond in the dark depths of the forest, away from the elven city. However vigilant they may be, there is sharpness that cannot be avoided. Thorns flying from all directions. Another elf fell victim to the sharp malice spewed forth like arrows. Form up. The protective gear is useless. Even amidst the cries echoing from all corners, Prejudice's gaze remained unwavering. Just a little more. The darkness lurking in the woods stared back at the elves. In those dark eyes, there was a sneer and a burning hunger. Do you want to leave them like that? All dragons in this world are greedy. They were always striving for perfection. They were creatures who did not hesitate to shove anything into their cursed mouths to become perfect. It is coming out of the forest. Raise your shields. Protect the mages and archers. Smoke filled the air in many places. The elves did not hesitate to set fire to the forest to draw out the sharpest of dragons. The cries echoing from all over were surely not only from the elves. Come out. Hey! With one eye closed, Prejudice pulled the bowstring. At the tip of the arrow, aimed by the greatest ranger of the elves, a small magic circle was forming, filled with his anger, burning red. Ka! At the tip of the flying thorn hangs a poisonous malice. The roar contains uncontrollable anger. But even in the face of this horrific creature, not a single one turned and fled. Here, you son of a bitch, cursed dragon. Now the elves had nowhere else to retreat. The young tree behind them was the last world tree left in this world. Nidhogg. Approaching the elves who were firmly prepared for battle was the darkness of the forest, a sleek body covered in sharp thorns. Although now it was awkwardly trudging on the ground, the thin membrane on its forelegs once dreamed of soaring through the sky. It's bigger than expected. We need to stop it first. Magic circles scattered everywhere. It would take time for them to fix their coordinates. Time for the dragon to stay still. Block it! Knowing this, the elves rushed towards Nidhogg without hesitation. Krah! The beast changes direction. Protect the mages! One of Prejudice's eyes began to bulge as he heard the cries of his comrades. Now, instead of poison, the sharp thorns of the dragon were stained with the elves' red blood. Prejudice, now, with a thrown grappling hook, with a shield deflecting its jaws, and with the corpse of someone who had just screamed, barely stopping its advance. Grah! Finally, the sharpest dragon stood still. Its cursed eyes glared fiercely through the hazy dust. Now! Various colored magic circles, having finally found their target, began to fly mercilessly towards Nidhogg, along with one arrow shot by Prejudice. The red arrow tip, carrying a gust of wind, flew through the air, carrying newly born young flowers on its back. Behind the splattering blood, far away, the branches of the young world tree were trembling. Chapter 121. The Forest of the Elves, Osrina. Daiun. The place was filled with the vicious roars of Nidhogg. Ah! Nidhogg was raging at this moment. Even now, one of the arrows fiercely dug into his body was inflicting anger and agony upon him. Prejudice, from now on you're in command. A middle-aged elf grabbed his blood-stained shoulder and shouted heavily. Nidhogg's thorn was already deeply embedded in his shoulder. It must not break through. The great warrior of the elves and the leader of this operation handed over command to Prejudice, and his lips were growing darker. The sharp malice of the dragon still pierced through his veins, stabbing at his heart. I beg of you. Prejudice nodded his head as he watched the great warrior who was turning paler by the moment. The great warrior, born under the world tree's mother, was looking at Prejudice with his eyes wide open until the moment of his death. Everyone gather. Concentrate your firepower. Now, the only remaining commander was Prejudice, the leader of the Rangers. The generational change that no one desired had just taken place at this moment. Captain, that bastard is too tough. Even with our aura, our weapons can't pierce his skin properly. Contrary to our expectations, it seems that the dragon has already completed its growth into an adult. Its immunity to magic is powerful. At the desperate reports coming from all directions, Prejudice clenched his lips tightly. The elves had done their best to stop Nidhogg, but the dragon's potential, which had already fully awakened, was too much for anyone to stop. Are we retreating? So now, the only remaining option is to retreat to where the World Tree is and join forces with the main camp. If we can gather the power of the World Tree and the Elders, maybe there's a chance. No, the end must be decided here. But using what needs protection as a shield in battle is absurd. Even now, on the branches of the young World Tree, there were young spirits not yet ready to take flight. They couldn't be used as a front line. We have to do it. The eyes of Nidhogg roaring ahead met those of Prejudice. His arrow still lodged in one of Nidhogg's eyes. It wasn't finished because it was shallow, but the existence of the arrows that were still bothering Nidhogg clearly showed that there was a possibility. Create an opening one more time. If the arrow was shallow, then shooting from closer range would do the trick. And Prejudice was ready to leap towards the sharp malice without hesitation. This time, I'll make sure to pierce through his brain. A faint aura began to emanate from Prejudice's eyes as he prepared himself. Within his eyes, a magic eye that only a few among the elves could possess was burning brightly. Prejudice of Osrina. His world, ablaze with rage, was becoming as sharp as Nidhogg's. Oh, please, help! A girl trembling as if having a seizure was holding onto Vlad's sleeve, murmuring weakly. The dragon is coming. Though the girl's voice was faint, her grip on Vlad's sleeve was as tight as to make it pale. The priestess of the World Tree, or rather the young World Tree itself, desperately desired the knight right in front of her. Because the World Tree, able to see the result beyond the process, knew that only Vlad could protect it. So this means, now, it is a prophecy. A trembling voice came from the elven guard, who hadn't spoken a word until now. The priestess was the passage connecting the World Tree and the elves. The revelation of the sacred tree, able to see beyond the limits of mortals, was something that could never be ignored. The dragon is coming. The World Tree and the priestess had been watching from the beginning. The threat in the future, the eyes of the dragon filled with malice. The dragon came. That's why the elves were able to prepare in advance. They were alert to the surroundings, excluded suspicious items, and set up a barrier. Therefore, Prejudice and the elves were now able to face Nidhogg with their own preparations. But the dragon is still watching. The dragon comes. The dragon watches. The World Tree and the priestess had tried to see as much of the future as possible, but they were still young and inexperienced beings. So they didn't realize that there was not only one pair of eyes looking at the World Tree. Ah! Suddenly, a chilling roar echoed throughout the village. From the opposite side of the barrier set up by the elves, there was the roar of the dragon spreading. This is... Vlad's face stiffened as he heard the ferocious roar. Now, it was something that anyone could recognize, not just a prophecy. Quokka-gang! With a tumultuous noise, the barely rooted elven village began to crumble from the boundary. It was another Nidhogg. Help, please. A single tear streamed down the girl's cheek. Her fingers, clinging desperately to the sleeve, looked pitiful. Seeing the tears in the girl's eyes, Vlad involuntarily glanced at Auguste. What should he do in this situation? But what can I do if you look at me? However, The person before him was neither Joseph nor Zayar, and there was no lord or senior knight present. There is only one person who can give instructions to Vlad right now. You have to decide. Only himself. The owner of a knight named Vlad was only Vlad. That's right. The white moonlight streaming through the window illuminated Vlad. On one side of his chest, a small inscription was written. Vlad lifted his finger and quietly wiped away the girl's tears. On the chest illuminated by the moonlight, an honorable inscription written by San Regino was inscribed. I, Vlad of Schoarra, will accept the request of the priestess, Vlad of Schoarra, the knight who protected the children. Now Vlad's empty pommel shone in the moonlight. It's a dragon! A dragon! Everyone, run! The huge and agile body was running through the elves' house as if cutting through the waves. Arrows shot from various places, but to Nidhogg, their attacks were merely annoying. To reach the sharpest dragon, one needed a sword with a deeper world. Why are you following? Because it's my choice. 2 knights followed after Nidhogg. Vlad and Auguste leaped over buildings, chasing after Nidhogg. The elves are enemies of the Empire. Who's the enemy and who's the ally? In this world there's only problems and solutions. Prevent the distribution of Absalon, and thereby prevent the Empire from being flooded with drugs. Auguste had joined Vlad solely to achieve that goal. After I have done them a favor, I can ask them to distribute elven tea. We can settle the debts later. It was more important to plug the hole in the dam than to argue over who was at fault. The Empire was in such a weakened state that it couldn't afford to unleash rightful anger. Where are you? The eyes of the former captain of Imperial Security Guard, now focused on Nidhogg, began to shine with a blue light. It was a technique that only Auguste, who had spent a lifetime distinguishing truth from lies, could attempt. What are you doing? Seeing through weaknesses. Everyone has something they want to hide. Their own weaknesses, flaws they don't want to expose, fatal vulnerabilities that once pierced can never be restored. That's why people hide their weaknesses with lies and intimidation, like the current Nidhogg. The front paw, inside the membrane. The scales were tough, and the erected thorns were vicious. The horn protruding from its forehead was so sharp it could tear through anything. But Nidhogg was not satisfied with just that. It seems like the armpit area inside the blood membrane is its weak spot. Attack there. The dragon from the east, who still harbored desires for the sky, still bore traces of wings. The messy membrane, stubbornly attached with obstinacy, was Nidhogg's weakness. The aura reflected in Augusta's eyes said so. At that moment, Nidhogg's advance was suddenly obstructed with a loud noise. Buildings crumbling, rocks surging out from the ground. A giant magic circle suddenly appeared, blocking Nidhogg's path. It's magic. Vlad quickly turned his head towards the world tree upon hearing Augusta's words. Though not clearly visible, some elves were gathered in front of the world tree. They were the elder of the elves. Good. Take advantage of this gap. The magic circle created by the elders was undoubtedly designed by high-level sorcery. However, Nidhogg was already in its adult form. Dragons who had reached maturity were beings who could not be deceived by magic that fooled the world. What the? Nidhogg began to tear apart the magic circle as if it were a piece of meat. With the dragon's formidable bite force, the magic circle was being torn apart. Damn it! Magic circles shattered in the sky above. Vlad gritted his teeth as he watched the debris of the magic circle falling like glass shards. Is this a dragon? The young deathworm, which had not yet reached maturity. Lindworm, who had just realized that he was a dragon. Vlad had faced 2 dragons before, But the Nidhogg before him was a completely different opponent. Has the Dragon Slayer Knight Order really faced such dragons before? 1 layer, 2 layers, 3 layers. The magic circles, breaking apart and reforming each time, were undoubtedly created by squeezing out the energy of the elders. However, the newly formed magic circles were becoming fainter, and projectiles flying from all directions were decreasing in number, an opponent that magic couldn't handle. The elves' decision to intercept the dragons from outside before they came in, if there were warriors, any means to find a way, was now returning as a fatal mistake. Vlad! Charge! Damn it! The massive body finally reached the world tree. Elder Geronimo tried to block Nidhogg until the end by spreading out his arms, but his old body could no longer express clear determination. Dark red blood that he could not swallow flowed from the corner of his mouth. Ha! Person. Nidhogg, the cruel predator who swept away all obstacles. Finally, Nidhogg's claw struck the young world tree. Under the moonlight, branches swayed in confusion, the girl's body bouncing painfully in the distance. Both the young tree and the priestess were trembling in fear as they felt the greed coming from the dragon's claws. The breath of destruction was right next to them. I'll lure him. Got it. The young spirits at the end of the world tree. While Nidhogg's gaze momentarily focused there, Vlad and Auguste swiftly rushed in from both sides. With his left eye closed, Auguste conjured his own world. From his sword, the radiant dawn of a new day began to emerge. Former captain of the Imperial Security Guard, Auguste ... His light was the dawn that exposed lies. Right here. No matter how much one identifies a weakness, it's meaningless without exploiting it. In the sudden appearance of Auguste, Nidhogg's snout, which was about to climb onto the tree, quickly covered his armpit. You are ugly. Auguste's gaze intensified as he faced the fierce breath. Yet, if he could hold this creature's attention here, there would undoubtedly be an opening for Vlad on the other side. What? However, Nidhogg didn't intend to engage Auguste. He simply spewed out sharp thorns and hurriedly tried to climb upward. A stream of venom began to spray over the head of the old knight. Damn it! Vlad, rushing from the other side, saw Auguste falling far away and quickly closed his left eye. Although he wanted to seize the perfect opportunity if possible, the situation didn't allow for it. Before that bastard climbs up, there wasn't enough time to bring up the deep world. But Vlad captured at least a trace of the voice. A white lightning began to form from Vlad's left eye. You son of a bitch! Nidhogg is about to step on the world tree and climb up. At the tip of his pitch-black claws trembled the young spirits. Dragons consume potential to become more perfect. And now these newly born young spirits were undoubtedly bundles of potential that dragons would surely covet. Right here. You bastard! Understanding Nidhogg's intention, Vlad began to ascend the world tree without hesitation, launching a swift assault. A streak of lightning starting from the ground was piercing into Nidhogg's side. Fast, sharp, and more fierce than anyone else. That's it! Even Auguste, rolling on the ground, clenched his fist at just the perfect moment. Vlad's sword, reaching towards the weakness, showed no sign of wavering. However, Nidhogg's movements were agile enough to exceed everyone's expectations. Vlad's world touched Nidhogg more sensitively than any other world. Kind recognizes kind. A dark shadow was falling across Vlad's gaze. It was Nidhogg's tail, full of poison. Pow! The air was filled with the sound of something shattering, accompanied by someone's screams, as shards scattered from beneath the world tree. like shattered starlight. Ooh, deep within the world tree, within the warm embrace of the established roots, there was a silver knight kneeling alone, bowing his head. Without an ego, but with determination. The silver blade sharpened its blade in response to the unpleasant sensation felt outside. One was the greedy dragon of the east, and the other was the young dragon carrying the cold wind from the north. However, the silver sword couldn't easily judge. To the young dragon carrying the cold wind from the north, there was certainly a familiar aura. That aura was undoubtedly a remnant of someone who had been with it. I am a talisman protecting the world tree, but I am originally a sword. The sword must be drawn to reveal its true form. So, come to me. You should be able to draw me. The silver sword, standing under the moonlight, proudly raised its head. Through the connecting worlds, it was silently calling the young dragon, bathed in starlight. Tonight's moonlight was blue. Chapter 122. Broken shards are noisy in the night sky. The divine protection of a white snake that shines loudly with it. And there was a magic circle with a messy crack right in front of it. This is... Beyond the dizzyingly broken magic circle, Geronimo, with a pale complexion, reached out his arm. The red color on his pure white lips is vivid. Vlad, snap out of it. Vlad's vision isn't quite clear. It feels like something warm is trickling down his forehead, likely from a blow. Damn it. Even Auguste's voice pulling him back feels distant. Through gradually returning vision, he sees elves rushing towards Nidhogg. Ugh, how many do you see? How many fingers am I holding up? Firm, sharp, and cunning. The most formidable adversary encountered thus far. Nidhogg approached Vlad like an insurmountable wall. I can't tell about the fingers, but he had 3 bloody claws for sure. Fine, get up! Auguste lifted Vlad up, looking at his blue eyes that were shaking but had regained focus. This young knight hasn't lost his resolve. He's going up. Throw the grappling hooks. Shouts echo as grappling hooks are thrown from various directions. But with just a few dozen elves, they couldn't stop Nidhogg's relentless advance. Amidst Nidhogg's resounding roar, the elves tumble and falter in all directions. Ropes tangled around his neck and feet from all directions, but it was insufficient to halt the momentum of Nidhogg, driven by hunger. Elves pulling on the ropes were being dragged mercilessly. Can you do it, at least once? At Auguste's words, Vlad quickly assessed his condition. His armor was partially shattered, but the protection of the white snake still faintly glimmered. Though Rutger's sword ominously wavered, its sharpness remained. Perhaps it will be able to fulfill its role at least once. Do you know how to climb a tree? I'm from the city, so then it would be good to learn this time. Auguste and Vlad's gazes were fixed on the same place. Something dreadful climbing the world tree under the moonlight. The cries of spirits from above were pitiful. No! Elves holding onto the ropes swayed back and forth. In between them, young and old knights dashed out. The 2 people, who started from the ground but had their eyes on the sky, closed their left eyes without anyone taking the initiative. 2 stars were twinkling behind the dragon, climbing towards the sky. You bastard! Auguste, who arrived first in a straight line, swiftly climbed up around Nidhogg's tail and plunged his sword in. It wasn't necessarily a weak point, but it was the least defended area. Perhaps he could divert the creature's attention here. Feeling the sharp force from behind, Nidhogg's pupils narrowed vertically. Cook! The tail approaching dizzyingly was fierce. Already burdened with holding onto the tree with one hand, Auguste did his best to evade. Phew! He narrowly dodged Nidhogg's tail. However, thorns flew relentlessly through the swirling wood debris. Auguste, having already experienced Nidhogg's attacks once before, calmly exhaled. Why didn't that come out sooner? Auguste's narrowed eyes gleamed with a blue hue. The original intention behind discerning weaknesses was to find the optimal path. Through the thicket of flying thorns, Auguste saw a glimmering path. It was the only route to avoid Nidhogg's flying thorns. Up! Amidst the malicious thorns, the old body dodged. Auguste's movements, cleverly avoiding thorns that were faster than arrows, were already almost magical. Vlad makes a big comeback following the curve. Vlad, who had arrived on top of Nidhogg, saw Auguste's movements through his closed left eye. The roar of the dragon and the trembling of the world tree, and his world, shining under the desolate moonlight, was approaching as a vivid scene. Now, Vlad! Auguste's afterimage still lingered. Before that image vanished, Vlad swiftly descended towards Nidhogg's head. Ah! Oh! There it is. It was as faint as a shadow, but the path reached him. Vlad's right eye, wide open until then, began to glow with a blue light. What? Ignoring Auguste's confusion, Vlad calmly charged towards Nidhogg's horn. Crash! Rutger's sword shattered into pieces. Seeing Vlad cutting his thorns, Nidhogg's lips curled up in a sneer directed at humans. But the target of that sneer continued to coldly stare back at him. The human didn't stop. Even though it was creaking, Vlad thought it would hold up for once. That was the only path he had seen. Ooh-wah! Amidst the flying shards of the sword, Vlad's right hand began to sparkle. From Vlad's hand, a white lightning bolt descended ruthlessly towards Nidhogg's greedy eyes. Laugh at me again? The feeling of the blade sharply digging in. The sword was short but intense. Suddenly, Jorge's dagger, which had been drawn, was piercing into Nidhogg's eye. Ah! Finally, Nidhogg's agonizing scream echoed loudly through the world tree. The knight with the blue eyes had made a single mark on the flawless being. It was Vlad's swing towards the colossal wall blocking him. Die! He is Vlad of Schoarra, but he's also Vlad of the back alley. Vlad didn't hide the dark memories that formed his roots. Jorge's shining dagger, with a single gesture from Vlad, Nidhogg's eye was bursting out. Grrr! Die, you bastard! In their respective wounds, the two dragons were roaring at each other. Today I will kill you. I will kill you. Damn it! The agonizing struggles were intense, and the panicked movements were significant. Auguste, overwhelmed by Nidhogg's desperate thrashing, lost his footing and missed his chance to pursue his path. Stripped of even the smallest space to maneuver, Auguste could no longer assist Vlad. Watch out! With a warning shout, a single star that had opened a path for the young knight fell beneath the world tree, along with the blood flowing from the last place he had stood. Damn! Vlad had no time to worry about the falling Auguste. Nidhogg's eye was now fiercely glowing, directed at their last remaining enemy. Crash! Roar! Crash! Crash! The world tree was shaking mercilessly. Unable to detach Vlad from his head, Nidhogg was thrusting his sharp horn into the young world tree. Vlad was shaking violently, and blood was spraying from the burst eye. Ah! Vlad was waving back and forth like a flag, relying on Jorge's dagger that was barely inserted. The fragments of the world tree that burst out from behind were sharp. This son of a bitch! Though Jorge's dagger had done its best, it was not deep enough. It would have been better to have a sword that could penetrate deeper, but this was Vlad's best. Roar! Finally, Nidhogg's head pierced through the trunk of the world tree. Though he held on tenaciously, the handle of the dagger, slick with blood, was not something Vlad could hold on to for long amidst the ongoing intense shocks. Amidst the continued violent shocks, Vlad was finally thrown from Nidhogg's head. For a moment, Vlad felt the dizzying sensation of falling, and his hands were left floundering. At that moment, the sanctuary within the world tree, which he had seen with the girl, was empty. The world tree had emptied itself to receive the sunlight and moonlight down to its roots. A single star was falling towards the spiritual roots. The roar of the dragon from above was gradually fading from Vlad's ears. The air enveloping his head feels cool. When Vlad opened his eyes with difficulty, what he saw was not Nidhogg's fierce gaze. Where is this? Red maple leaves flutter. What Vlad was now greeted with was the autumn scenery contained within the amber stone. Are you hurt? Vlad turned his head towards the direction where the voice came from. Someone standing under the large maple tree. Though only seen from behind, and though they had never met, Vlad felt like he knew who it was. An injured young knight. The man looking at Vlad had a subdued voice. "I did my best. It didn't go well." Vlad slowly got up and walked towards him with faltering steps. But no matter how much he walked, he couldn't get any closer to him. "It's still not working." It's still not working. After walking so hard, he still couldn't reach him. It was rather heartbreaking for the young knight. "No matter how hard I try, it doesn't work. Nothing works. The boy from the alley has become a knight, facing off against the dragon." Each step, each progression was a painful journey of endurance and perseverance. Yet before Vlad still loomed the towering wall and the immense world. No matter how much he climbed, all he grasped were small successes, leaving the young knight feeling exhausted. Kicked. The man bit his lip when he heard Vlad's crying voice coming from behind him. How could one comfort the sadness of attempting and yet failing to reach? "Nevertheless, I am proud of you. The world is often filled with more things one cannot do than things one can." Still, the boy from the alley never stopped reaching for the star hanging above the blacksmith shop. The voice could not forget the light shining in the boy's eyes at that moment. "Even if no one acknowledges it, I am proud of you for looking up. The world may be vast and cruel, but do not forget this. The place you look at will soon become your world. So, lift your head up, young knight." Was I doing well? Yes, it's too difficult. I want to give up now. You've done well enough until now. Just keep doing what you've been doing. With each encouragement from the voice, the young knight's head lifted high. Having walked this path once before, I know just how difficult it is. Young knight, you are truly doing remarkably well. You are right, and you are just. With those words, the voice threw the sword sheath hanging from his waist to Vlad. It was a silver sword, emitting a majestic light. The sword of the Swordmaster. "This is..." Vlad lifted his head to look at the voice. The figure now turned towards him. Though the man's face was obscured by deep shadows, his lips were visible. He was smiling. "So now it's your turn." Maple leaves are fluttering. The vibrant red leaves filling his vision seemed to bid farewell as they spread their fingers, saying goodbye. The figure of the smiling man under the tree was getting further and further away. My turn. As the fluttering leaves disappeared along with the autumn scene, Vlad, awakening once more, found himself gazing not at the autumn landscape, but at the moonlight above. The pure white moon was filling Vlad's blue eyes. "You're..." Finally, Nidhogg reached the top of the world tree. His greedy gaze fell upon the young spirits hanging between the branches. Gazing at the multitude of terrified young spirits, Nidhogg grinned as if in delight. His left eye was torn out, his tail partially severed. Despite the meager appearance, it doesn't matter. Now I will seize the potential of those children to become even more perfect. That's not going to happen. At that moment, from somewhere, came a resolute voice. There was a presence daring to throw cold mockery towards the one who dared to become perfect. A knight with blue eyes. His narrowed eyes were fierce like a wild dragon, but what he held was the sword of a knight, a being who held two incompatible worlds within. Vlad of Schoarra. Grrr. Nidhogg burst into wild anger as he saw Vlad standing in front of him. He couldn't shake him off no matter how hard he tried. The only ones standing at the highest point of Osrina were Vlad and Nidhogg. Now, no one else would protect the spirits behind him. Now it's my turn. A little deeper. Vlad slowly opened his left eye, which he had been closing while taking deep breaths. A deeper world. He knew it was not in his eyes, but within his heart. Now it's his turn. Now it's his turn to protect. A light that originated from the heart began to shine alongside the silver sword. Wow! Grrr! With the starlight, abandoning the young spirits behind, began to reach out towards the dragon, faster and more intense than anyone else, with only his own determination imbued within. Be soon, Ishamhei. House. Vlad avoided the sharp horns by taking the nimble steps that the one-eyed knight taught him. Swiftly, he parried the rapidly incoming thorns with the protection of the white snake and reinforced armor. Slightly pushed back, but he held his ground through reinforced ankles with Larman's technique. Find the most optimal path that someone showed him today. The worlds overlaid upon the swordsmanship of a swordmaster were opening a path for Vlad. Schoarra! Nidhogg, seeing the young dragon standing up against him, widened his eyes in disbelief. To become perfect, one must climb over others' potential. However, the young dragon with blue eyes was surpassing the wall with his own potential alone, a sight that would make anyone proud. Grrr! Vicious thorns were breaking between the torn skin. The relentless potential which couldn't fly alone was splitting apart with the starlight. The voice of the dragon, dreaming of perfection, was fading away with screams. Now it's my turn. Today, a newly emerged star was shining at the highest point of Osrina, so that anyone could look at it, so that anyone could look upon. That light was the starlight that the boy had harbored in his heart all along. Chapter 123. The Sharpest Dragon, Nidhogg Data Total. But now, atop that dragon, one elf was catching his breath. I need to go. 2 arrows still protruded from the dragon's eyes. At the tip of the arrows, white brain matter trickled down. If the strength failed to reach deeper, you could shoot right then and there. Prejudice got close enough to see in his eyes, and eventually succeeded in shooting an arrow into the dragon's brain. Thus, he managed to stop one dragon. Everyone, get up! However, the glory of victory was short-lived as Prejudice's voice trembled when calling out to his comrades. They killed the dragon, but they couldn't stop there, because the dragon they aimed to stop was not just one. We have to go back now. With Prejudice's command, warriors scattered throughout began to rise from their places with groans. They had fought tooth and nail for just one arrow, yet they still couldn't rest. From the distant young world tree, screams seemed to echo all the way here. Shit! Though everyone's gaze remained alive, they were all too worn out. The adult dragon was nothing short of a disaster, and the warriors had to give everything they had to stop its evil intentions. Destruction crept towards the world tree, yet the warriors were not standing where they needed to be. Grrr! In an instant, along with the dragon's roar, a sharp light began to rise from the tip of the world tree's branches. It was brief, but it was a dazzling light that everyone had to look at. Lee! Even prejudice, who was exhausted, and the injured warriors couldn't help but raise their heads in the presence of such intensity. In the highest place of the elven forest, Zemina, a light they had never seen before was twinkling, like starlight rising towards the sky. As the star rose, the dragon was falling. The world tree was incredibly precious to the elves. That's why even someone like August, who was just a guest, could create the current situation. He was the benefactor who protected the world tree last night. Why'd you want to see us, human knight? Elders of the elves were scattered here and there without unified intervals. Although they had knights who protected the world tree in front of them, the eyes of the elders, who had not yet escaped from Nidhogg's nightmare, were still sharp. I have something important to tell you all, which is why I demanded this meeting. However, August took advantage of this moment to demand a meeting with the elders. The former captain of the Imperial Security Guards knew well that there was no time as vulnerable as when anxiety shook. The elves' resentment towards the Empire was strong, so August knew that the only time he could dig into their hostility was now. Speak, Absalom. Please stop the circulation of the drug known as Trujon leaves. With August's words, the lips of the elders firmly sealed shut. The words from the old knight were not demands for compensation, but rather statements in an entirely unexpected direction. Why are you telling us not to sell tea that's circulating perfectly fine? Interfering in our affairs, even from someone who protected the world tree, is an excessive act. Resistance was erupting from various places among the elders. Selling Trujon leaves to humans was a new avenue and opportunity for the elves. Even if Geronimo were sitting here, he wouldn't have easily agreed to this demand. I guess I said it too bluntly. However, August was someone who knew the underlying stories that the elves still didn't speak of. The eyes of the former captain, who had spent his whole life uncovering the truth, gleamed sharply. I'm saying no more drugs should be circulated in the Empire. What did you just say? As August's words shot like arrows, a spark ignited in the eyes of some elders. I don't quite understand. The night before them was now too dangerous to be accepted as a mere guest. August felt a small satisfaction as he sensed the clear change in the eyes of the elders looking at him. Indeed, the elves knew that Absalom was a drug. Why would you try to sway us with such clumsy lies? As expected from an arrogant knight of the Empire, if you continue selling Absalom, even the newly settled forest won't be safe. The knight who had uncovered the truth managed to see through someone's sinister intentions. Indeed, it wasn't the elves who started this. It all began from the capital of the Empire, Brigantes. What are you talking about? The elder who held the greatest authority in place of Geronimo frowned. He had expected this to be noticed sooner or later. However, the words of the old knight that followed were utterly incomprehensible. Clearly at this moment the Empire is faltering, and the authority of the imperial family is crumbling. It's not that I don't understand your intention to take advantage of that opportunity to unleash the long-standing grudges. The vast world known as the Empire still stood upon the corpses of countless worlds. And the world of the elves was no exception. While the perfect dragon set fire to the mother of World Tree, it was the Empire that seized the western forest of the elves. And your words are excessive, human knight. No matter how much you draw your sword for the World Tree, your current statements have crossed the line. Eyes as sharp as the chill of autumn. The momentum is fierce, as if no further remarks will be allowed. We will spare your life considering what you have done for us. Regardless of what August said, the elves had no intention of halting their green vengeance. The empire, once solid, had never been as shaky as it was now, and they believed that with a little more venom and effort, they could gain independence from the empire's influence. You must not be mistaken, elders. The empire has not weakened. Auguste remained loyal to the empire, and at the heart of that empire stood the imperial family. It's just that the power of the imperial family has weakened. The nobles of the empire had been inflating their power without any major wars. And now, their influence had grown so strong that it could no longer be controlled by the power of the imperial family alone. The nobles have long been seeking justification to raise their banners. Auguste knew this well. In the empire, there were those who believed that with just a small opening, they could topple the sturdy walls and end the era of the swordmaster. And in my opinion, here they have found a great justification and pretext to raise their banners. Elves were biting the leashes that were confining them. And who are you? Having been confined for so long, they hadn't been able to see beyond. But the night before them was forcibly expanding the elves' perspective with sharp warnings. My name is Auguste. Auguste removed his grey hood, raising his sword. Contrary to its modest appearance, the sword was adorned with lavish decorations on its black scabbard. At its tip, a red gem embedded in the center of the hilt bore a shining pattern. I was the former captain of the Imperial Security Guards. A fierce dragon, and a sword pressing down on that dragon. Auguste wielded the emblem of the imperial family, one that only a select few could bear. Selling Absalon will ultimately come back to you as a deadly poison. Auguste, former captain of the Imperial Security Guards. Though now in the lowest position, he was still a knight determined to fulfill his unfinished mission. He was giving everything he had for his final mission. With the rising spring breeze, the morning sky gradually pushed away the darkness. Though the night before had been tumultuous, the morning was serene. However, Vlad was abruptly awakened by the noisy chirping of birds in his ears. The chirping of birds from the early morning was cheerful. So noisy. Vlad had no choice but to open his eyes and woke up with a groan. Ugh. Bandages wrapped around various parts of his body squeezed Vlad's entire frame. It felt as if the tender touch of the girl who had applied all sorts of medicines was still clinging to him. At this rate, I might as well change my name to Unkillable. His body bore scars from the sharpest malice. However, the emptiness felt from within was more difficult for Vlad to bear than the pain he felt everywhere. Did I overdo it? Although it is not clearly visible, mental strength is also a resource that is clearly consumed. Last night, Vlad had transcended his limits to evoke a deep world, and the repercussions were now tormenting his mind beyond the physical. It felt similar to when he forcibly drew upon the power of the voice in the past. Captain, why are you up so early? It's noisy. Entering the room to bring breakfast, Gott looked at Vlad with a puzzled expression in response to his answer. It's incredibly quiet right now. Contrary to Vlad's words, the morning was not noisy at all, but rather tranquil and clear, typical of the elven forest. Gott began to flick his fingers around Vlad's ears, wondering if something was wrong due to yesterday's battle. Could it be that your ears were injured during the fight yesterday? No, they're fine. Vlad knew well that it wasn't that kind of issue, despite Gott's efforts to check. Those darn little things are noisy. Seriously. Vlad furrowed his brow at the chirping, still audible above his head. Gott wouldn't know that the room was filled with chirping, barking, and purring little creatures, as if it were a menagerie. A young bird sitting on Vlad's head as if it were its own home was flapping its tiny wings, unable to fly. Ha! Vlad raised his hand to brush his face, tired of the antics of the little creatures, whose commotion was now visible even with his eyes closed. The deep world he had forcibly summoned had not yet subsided into Vlad's subconscious. Like a pond whose bottom had been disturbed, he might not get a good night's sleep for a few days due to their antics. Avoiding the gaze of the spirits, Vlad looked at the sword lying next to the bed between his fingers, wrapped around his face. It was a silver sword surrounded by young spirits, its appearance dignified in the morning sunlight. "But Captain, what's this sword? I've never seen one like it before." Gott's question about the extraordinary sword was natural, and Vlad answered honestly. "It's the Swordmaster's sword, huh? That's what the elves called it." As soon as Vlad finished speaking, the Swordmaster's sword flashed, almost as if it were answering. Swordmaster? The Swordmaster? Don't make noise, too. My head is already ringing. A legend and an honor. A noble silver sword that will clearly show off its shine, even if it is hidden among all the treasures in the world. However, Vlad's eyes, as he looked at the sword, were filled with complexity. "I definitely need to ask about this. The man who claimed to slay the dragon. The man who could see the forgotten world of spirits. And now, the man wielding the sword of the imperial family. Surely that man had handed Vlad this sword in his dreams, as if it were his own." Chapter 124, Below the World Tree. Marked by the traces of a dreadful nightmare. An old knight arrived at the busy scene to handle the remains of Nidhogg. "May I take a moment to examine the corpse of this creature?" Certainly." The elves, who had been busy dissecting the dragon's corpse, abruptly made way for the unwelcome guest. August, a human knight. Call. While he was undoubtedly a benefactor who had protected the world tree, from the elves' perspective, he was also a subtly challenging presence. "Well, I appreciate this. Opportunities to observe a dragon's carcass are rare indeed. A welcome presence, yet simultaneously feared." The old investigator, who had spent his life investigating something, merely responded with a smile to the all-too-familiar reaction. "Let's see. Let's start with the left eye." August, who thought he had done all his work here, began to act like a retired knight. Or rather, he was merely following what piqued his interest. "I said, he has cut through to the inner layer of the skin. Traces of the sword, starting from Nidhogg's eye, flowed like waves, reaching even the armpits inside the skin. This was a fatal blow, and even to the heart hidden within." August perceived that this was the fatal blow that had ended Nidhogg's life. But he didn't stop here. Despite his victory being assured, Vlad's sword did not cease. The persistent wounds extended so relentlessly that it even reached the tail, which August had partially severed, seeming to cut through bone and flesh, as if scraping off the bone and flesh. Even though victory was assured, he did not stop. Even if the swordsmanship originates from the same root, each will have its own distinctiveness as it branches out. And even in the blade of Vlad that is now visible, there was still a potent individuality yet to bloom. The name of that individuality recognized by August was none other than cruelty. "This one's a tough nut to crack." August scratched his head and rose from his seat. Among the many human figures he had encountered while carrying out numerous missions, there was none as difficult to judge as this one. Noble in the beginning, yet brutal in the end. The young knight from the north wielding the imperial sword was just as contradictory as the scars visible before him. Sunlight, pouring in through the window, was warm. Feeling the unmistakable energy of spring now, Vlad hastily brushed his hand over his head. "Shouldn't you all go back home now? Please." A small tuft of fur fell to the table with a clink at Vlad's gesture. A spirit that looked like a chick started to squeak angrily, but Vlad just took off his jacket, ignoring the young spirit's gesture. I feel refreshed now that it's quiet. It's visible, yet unheard. Vlad breathed a sigh of relief, feeling that deep world that had been like a storm had finally calmed down. Though he had been fixated on delving into the deep world for a clearer aura, after experiencing this incident, he realized the importance of maintaining calmness. This medicine is too good. After shaking off all the young spirits that were clinging to him, Vlad unwrapped the bandages wrapped around his body and licked his lips. The scars on his palms from gripping the blade had long disappeared without a trace, and the wounds acquired from the battle with Nighthawk were now at a stage where bandages were no longer needed. I should ask for some later. A great medicine is akin to having an extra life. Vlad, who had lived with minor wounds his whole life, recognized at a glance the value of elven medicine. Oh, what if you remove them too soon? Despite the constant bustling of the little beings, the room was quiet, with no sound to be heard. Interrupting the silence of the room, a girl entered. It seems like I am almost healed now. The wounds were deep. There were cracks in the bones. The girl's words were not an exaggeration. If Vlad's wounds had been treated in the usual manner, it would have taken at least over a month to heal injuries that were as severe as having cracks in the bones. Quick, lie back down. You need to stay here for another week at least. Sometimes she looked excessively young despite her appearance, and at other times she possessed a keen gaze. The priestess of the World Tree, whose name was still unknown, was overly protective of Vlad, disregarding his status as a precious guest. By the way, the medicine is great. Can I get some later? Seeing the girl's unexpectedly stern expression, Vlad tried to change the subject. And do you happen to have any medicine for coughs? Preferably without any side effects. Seeing the clear green color of Absalom, the first person who came to mind was Joseph. His lord always suffered from the cold northern air, especially when it aggravated his cough. Surely if it were the elves, they would have the right medicine for Joseph as well. Such a valuable medicine would undoubtedly make an excellent gift on his way back. A cough. Medicine? As Vlad asked for the medicine, the girl hesitated for a moment, tilting her head in thought. The golden eyes of the girl who was facing Vlad sparkled for just a moment. Vlad realized that the girl was momentarily looking elsewhere, not at him. It felt as if she was looking at something farther away through his own eyes. If you want, I'll give it to you, but it won't make much of a difference. Suddenly the girl turned her head to the medicine bottle and returned to the normal appearance that Vlad knew. The reason you were able to recover so quickly is because your innate vitality is strong. The girl shook her head with an apologetic expression. So even if you take the best medicine, it won't be of much use to that person. Our medicine works differently. I see. It was as if she knew who he would give it to. As Vlad listened to the girl, he was struck by a strange feeling. Although he couldn't quite understand it, it felt like it made sense. Knock, knock. Vlad, who had been lost in inexplicable thoughts for a while due to the girl's mysterious energy, was finally able to come to his senses when he heard a knock on the door next to him. The girl, whose name is still unknown, often led Vlad into an atmosphere akin to a fantasy with each passing moment. Who is it? Unlike the girl who bursts open the door, it is a polite sound that announces its arrival. Waiting for Vlad, who had become the master of the room as the guest, was an elf with dark blue eyes. Have you been well? I've been busy lately and haven't had a chance to check on you, so I apologize. The leader of the Rangers, prejudice. He was leaning on the door and smiling. Even if it's your room, you should at least wear some clothes. It's not nice to be seen like this with the priestess around. Prejudice's gaze moved past Vlad to the girl sitting on the bed. The girl, waving her hands as if welcoming Prejudice, seemed to acknowledge his presence, despite not being physically present there. Prejudice's gaze, upon confirming that only Vlad and the girl were in the room, began to sharpen in an instant. "Well, I was applying some medicine." "Ah, I see. You might find it a bit difficult to move." Even without an invitation, Prejudice walked into the room and soon picked up the jacket from the bed, handing it to Vlad. "I haven't finished applying it yet. It's all right. You're already much better." Taking the jacket, Vlad looked at Prejudice with a vacant expression. "Why don't you put it on?" Although he was smiling, there was a subtle stiffness in Prejudice's expression, and behind his shoulder, the girl returned to her normal gaze once again. For some reason, Vlad felt like their faces were overlapping in a peculiar way. "Oh, the old knight requested a meeting before you did. So I think the elders called you a little late because they were handling that matter." "I see." Vlad and Prejudice leave the building given to the guests and head toward the world tree. The eyes of the elves rounded as they watched the two. Or more precisely, they were smiling pleasantly, observing the young spirits trailing after Vlad. "So I hope you don't feel too upset. The elders certainly haven't forgotten about you. They must have been busy. I understand." Vlad remembered. The old Geronimo, who had placed a magic circle on himself to fight off Nidhogg's claws. Seeing the chief of elf elders collapse, bleeding, Vlad could fully understand the elves' dilemma. "By the way, it's a shame your sword and armor were so badly damaged." While the elves' loss was undoubtedly significant, Nidhogg's retaliation had also dealt a severe blow to Vlad personally. He lost his sword and armor, which can be said to be the foundation of a knight. Even setting aside their symbolic and protective value, just considering their worth alone, they were easily worth 20 gold pieces. "Indeed. It seems so." Vlad looked at the silver sword he was holding, accompanied by Prejudice's words. The Swordmaster's sword that he couldn't bear to wear at his waist. However, Vlad could feel that the weight of the sword had become much heavier than before. The weight, which had changed considerably from when he stretched it towards Nidhogg, made Vlad ponder deeply. "Let's go in." The tallest building among those erected in front of the world tree. Prejudice opened the door leading there and guided Vlad inside with his outstretched hand. Inside the vast building, where sunlight streamed in from all directions, Vlad took a deep breath, feeling as if he had entered into the heart of a tree. The scent of the forest lingered. "Let's go up." Grooves carved like stairs. Stepping on each one, Vlad ascended until he reached a massive door. "I'm Prejudice. I've brought a guest from the world tree. Please come in." With a voice of permission from inside, the door opened by itself without anyone pushing. As Vlad stepped inside, he squinted momentarily at the sunlight filtering through. The space felt familiar, yet everything was overwhelmed by its size. Throughout the grand hall, the elder's eyes quietly watched Vlad. "Welcome, Vlad, human knight." The elder's demeanor towards Vlad was gentle. Despite being a citizen of the Empire, an enemy they never ceased to loathe, the fact that he had protected the world tree was enough to change the stern attitudes of the elders. "I hope you've been comfortable during your stay." "It has been as comfortable as being at home." The knight, lying wounded without weapons or armor, spoke not out of mere courtesy, but from the genuine interest the elves had shown him during his time there. "Well, then I'm glad. However generous their treatment might have been, it wouldn't fully repay Vlad for his deeds. If he hadn't stood against Nidhogg to protect the world tree that day, the echoes throughout Osrina wouldn't be the sound of hammers, but rather the sorrowful cries of loss. We've heard that you lost both your sword and armor. Of course, we intend to compensate adequately for that." The elder, who was presiding over the meeting on behalf of the great elder, stretched out his hand and pointed to the weapons hanging next to him. "These are armor." One is an outer layer, and the other is an underlayer for support. Vlad's gaze followed the elder's gesture, armor shining under the morning sunlight. Similar to the one he received from San Regino, yet sleeker and seemingly lighter, reflecting the agility, the characteristic of the elves. Still, among the broken pieces there was one intact part, which we attached to the new armor. Vlad's eyes followed the elder's explanation. The breastplate on the left side of the chest. The inscription engraved there felt familiar. A knight who protected the children. I think this phrase suits you well. From the misty village to the world tree, the young knight's footsteps always led to the same destination. Now, about the sword. They gave him the armor. Now it's time to give him the sword. But the elder's words about the sword trailed off faintly, as if fading into the background. The silver sword wielded by the young knight. A sword that could never be replaced, no matter what else they offered. The gazes of the elders upon the Swordmaster's sword were complex and conflicted. If you wish, you may take it. It's a sword we cannot wield ourselves after all. The Swordmaster's sword had been here to protect the world tree, and now the young knight before them had drawn it to defend the world tree. Surely he was worthy of wielding it. That much was an undeniable fact, so if Vlad said he wanted to take the sword, there was nothing they could do. I will return it. An unpredictable presence. A bundle of possibilities and surprises. As he slowly lowered the silver sword, the elders watched Vlad in astonishment. No, why? The elders were left speechless as they watched Vlad slowly lowering the sword. The Swordmaster's sword was an artifact coveted not only by humans but also by elves. This sword doesn't like it. What? It doesn't want to leave here. As soon as it touched the ground, the silver sword seemed to stick to it, as if glued. Seeing the silver sword firmly attached to the ground, the elders and prejudice were at a loss for words. If you're going to give me a sword, then make a new one for me. The best sword wasn't necessary. He only needed a sword that was truly his own. A sword that could contain his own will completely. I hope that sword listens to me well. More than the countless stars in the night sky, the boy desired the faint star hanging in the blacksmith shop. A sword that was truly his own. Vlad still longed for the unadorned sword, made from an old man's dream, and bought with a girl's tears. Chapter 125. Late at night, the sound of drums resounds with a heavy sound. In sync with that sound, the white hem of a girl's robe twirls gracefully, spreading wide. The light emanating from the girl's robe encompasses more vividly than the torches scattered around. Summon it forth. As Elder Geronimo instructed, Vlad closed his eyes silently. The sound of the girl dancing around him grew nearer. Summon forth what you desire. Elders chanting spells. Warriors stand ready with their weapons. And from the young world tree, droplets of light descend. Vlad, feeling the spirits intertwining with his shoulders, delves deep into his inner self. What do I want, and what am I seeking to attain? The answer lies solely within oneself. As Vlad meditated, the blue metal wrapped in fluttering silk gradually rose into the air and began to shine. Slowly, Vlad raises his eyelids with a radiance and glimmer. Nay. Then a single scene comes into view. An unadorned sword was visible floating brightly above the nostalgic image of the blacksmith shop. A sound is heard. The sound of the old blacksmith striking the sword. Oh, do you have to stay here a little longer? They said it would take a week. I don't understand what they mean by making the sword through a ritual. Auguste, who had packed his clothes, shrugged his shoulders while listening to Vlad's words. I don't understand it either, but I have to take what I get. Auguste, who now needed to leave to conclude the mission. And Vlad, who had something to receive and thus needed to stay. Having entered this place with different purposes, they perhaps hadn't realized it was natural for them to leave at different times. By the way, I'm curious. Who is your teacher? Although he may not know where he came from, the young knight is eager to find the roots of the sword he carries. Auguste, who fully understood Vlad's feelings, decided to give him appropriate advice before leaving. I don't know about the imperial swordsmanship. You may find the list of dragon slayers if you go to the capital, Brigantis. The Dragulia family thoroughly records anything related to dragons. Those who swore to kill dragons. The Dragulia family, sensitive to everything related to dragons, had recorded the names of all dragon slayers to date. Perhaps Vlad's name would also be recorded at the very bottom. It's highly likely your teacher is on that list. A man who killed a dragon while using imperial swordsmanship. But, up to this point, only one person had been officially listed on both of those lists. A knight who faced the sharpest dragon with the noblest sword. Founding King Frausen. Tinga. Maybe show him to our buddies. Auguste broke the momentary silence between them by flicking a coin between his fingers. An old and rusty, insignificant coin. My name is Auguste. A coin that only the lowest can hand over. Vlad accepted the ducat that Larmand once gave him, and looked at Auguste with silent contemplation. If anyone sees your swordsmanship later and says something, feel free to mention my name. A young knight using imperial swordsmanship. Although he was still somewhat immature, Auguste painted even his own colors onto Vlad, who was blossoming his personality. He doesn't know who he is, but if he is able to recognize Vlad's origins, he will be able to detect his weaknesses through his own skills. But still try not to get into trouble if possible. Although it wasn't a name that carried great prestige, if it came down to it, the name of the former captain of the Imperial Security Guard would prevent the worst from happening. Thank you, Lord Auguste. It feels strange to hear my name from you. Auguste smiled faintly as he watched Vlad, who was paying him respects. It was a brief but impactful encounter. His life had been one of unquestioning loyalty to the Empire, but leaving behind just a faint trace seemed to leave him feeling oddly satisfied. When you come to Brigantes later, look me up. With those words, Auguste turned his head without hesitation. The old knight departed towards the rising morning sun. When he came in, he came with heavy doubts, but when he left, his shoulders seemed lighter and cheerful. Deinze besemde, ein Schaufe. How biara. Cordman dekeki. Vlad quietly looked at the old coin resting in his palm as he watched Auguste's retreating figure. Now there are 2 ducats. Holding a coin that was heavier than it looked, Vlad tucked the value of honor into his bosom. Has Grandpa gone? Yes. Now it was the guest room where only Vlad and Gott stayed. However, Gott, who should have been here, was always driven away somewhere, and the only person Vlad faced was an unknown girl. That's a relief. Why? I don't want to say. The girl's occasional words are incoherent. There was no subject or object, and it was unclear who or what she was referring to. But as she only spoke of what she saw, she too would not know the details. But is there really a white snake in Diomar? It's huge. Reading the girl's attempt to change the subject, Vlad grabbed the puppy's neck on his shoulder and answered. It's enough to swallow all the little spirits here in one bite. The puppy, as if begging to play, wagged its tail vigorously, and its eyes gleamed with excitement. Its tail seemed to be made of flames. I'd like to see it. If I must specify, they might be considered uncles among the spirits. Do spirits have family trees? I'm not sure about that, but I just want to call them uncles. A white snake who must have been born from the mother world tree. The priestess of the young world tree seemed to take a keen interest in traces she had never seen before. It was understandable. Currently, She was in a position where she had to prepare the ritual by meditating on forgotten traces. I just need a sturdy longsword. There seemed to be a forge here. I don't like it. I'll do it for you. The priestess, who had been looking down at an ancient manuscript for a long time, looked at Vlad with sullen eyes and said, "Why are you saying that when I'm offering to do it? Everyone else wants to do it." As the girl's words trailed off, the young spirits began to open their mouths one by one, crying out in an indistinguishable chorus. They were probably whimpering and chirping. Although he couldn't hear it, Vlad closed his eyes as the atmosphere suddenly became chaotic. "Anyway, you have to try it at least once. If I fail, everything will be forgotten," the girl said. "Understood," Vlad replied. If it didn't continue, it would be forgotten. The countless rituals that seniors should pass down to juniors, and predecessors to successors, now existed only in a few old books. Those who kindly taught them to the girl were severed by the passage of time. "Wait, we'll make something pretty for you." Vlad wasn't the only one who had to find his own path. There was also a girl here who had to find her own way and build something. Take your time. Sometimes there were burdens that couldn't be shared. Vlad, who couldn't dare to reach out to the girl who had to bear such a burden alone, simply decided to stay quietly by her side. "I'll be waiting," he said. With those words, Vlad held up an oiled cloth and cleaned Jorge's dagger. Looking at Vlad like that, the girl lifted up the book she was holding. The face was covered, but the pricking ears and golden eyes were directed at Vlad. On a night when the pure white full moon rose, the elves of Osrina began to gather in front of the world tree. "This feels burdensome, Captain. Just think of it as a festival." Surrounded by all the elves of the village, Vlad and Got felt a bit bewildered. They still didn't understand why they had to stand here instead of at the blacksmith's forge to make the sword. The sun may be strict, but the moon is merciful. You have to close your eyes for a moment. Though his staff trembled in his grasp, Geronimo's voice remained clear. Having regained enough strength to move, Geronimo walked slowly to Vlad and addressed him. "So try to imagine the shape of the sword you desire. Just imagine it." Listening to Geronimo's words, Vlad looked at the kneeling girl before him. The girl was adorned with white cloth. A small crown woven with flowers and grass rested upon her head. The clearer and more vivid, the better understood. It looked different every time he saw her. Feeling the inexplicable mystery emanating from the girl whose name he still didn't know, Vlad nodded at Geronimo. "Close your eyes and prepare." With those words, Vlad closed his eyes quietly. The surrounding air suddenly becomes quiet. Vlad swallowed his saliva without realizing it in an atmosphere of tension rather than fear. "Let's begin, priestess." There was no grandiose beginning, only the sound of drums echoing softly. The girl stood up at the sound, quietly placed her hand on her chest, and looked at the young world tree. "Anis Carstone, Mount Bishon Frown." To the incomprehensible language of the elves, the girl began to dance, approaching Vlad and spreading out the cloth she held. It was like watching a butterfly fluttering its wings. The sound of drums grows louder. The melodious voice of the cheerful girl resonates widely along with the sound. The surroundings are filled with the purity of young spirits. Clang, clack, and beyond those sounds, faintly audible, is the sound of a hammer. Vlad focused on the sound and fell into a deeper world. No! Pitch black darkness. Vlad walked into the dark mud, following the lead of the fluttering butterfly. The sticky sensation underfoot is familiar, yet unpleasant. The mud was something that was difficult for the young boy to escape from, but for Vlad now, it was only a momentary discomfort. Clang! Clack! A nostalgic sound was heard from far away. Before he knew it, The white butterfly had flown away and was sitting quietly between the cracks in the door of the old blacksmith shop. Vlad lifts his head to gaze at the blacksmith shop, where a single star hangs highest. The unadorned sword, now a light rather than a sword, was quietly reflecting itself. It's been a while. Guided by the butterfly, Vlad crossed the deeply engraved footprints in front of the blacksmith shop and opened the door. There, the forge emanates a simmering heat, and the relentless sound of a hammer fills the air. "I've come." "So you have." Vlad quietly closed his eyes as he listened to the clear voice, feeling as if the old blacksmith might vanish if he were to meet his gaze directly. "I want to make a sword." "A sword?" The old man had said he would no longer forge swords. He had said that he couldn't make a proper sword with his old body and inadequate forge. "Well, you've come at a good time. Good materials just came in." But now he was saying he would indeed do it. To him, his old body and worn-out tools could no longer be obstacles. "This is a meteorite, metal fallen from the stars, so it's pure and very hard." A voice filled with vigor, not gravelly as before. Hearing that voice, Vlad smiled. "I hope it's a plain sword. Maybe it's because it was the first one I used, but I feel attached to it. Truth is, I can't make anything more than that." The old blacksmith, taking on the commission, swung the hammer vigorously. "Clang!" The puppy's tiny tail wagged loudly as it tended the fire. A small bird chirped atop the hammer. A young pufferfish cooled the water pitcher. A baby lizard poured sand onto the sword tirelessly. The girl's hair once brought the plain sword, but the young spirits were now contributing their essence to it. "It's done." "Already?" Vlad wanted to stay a little longer, feeling the warmth he hadn't felt in a long time. But time in this place was not infinite. The white butterfly sitting by the door seemed to be growing tired. "It was good to see you after so long. Now, go." Vlad quietly opened his eyes, feeling the solid texture of the sword he had come to know so well. Blue light visible through white cloth fluttering like wings. A sword with no decorations but shining blue was waiting for Vlad there.